Good morning and welcome along to Snetterton for day 2 of this 750 Motor Club meeting. And you can see the qualifying sessions we've had this morning just coming to a close. So we can look forward to 12 further races on this second day of racing on the 300 circuit at Snetterton. My name is Joshua Barrett and Marcus Pye is up in the commentary box as well for this day of racing on this 3 mile 4.7 kilometre Snetterton circuit, which was established 70 years ago and has gone through a number of different layouts, but this particular layout has been here for over a decade now and created some great racing over the last few weeks with the 750 Motor Club. We were here a couple of weeks ago and back again this weekend. Today it's a bit more cloudy and overcast, but I think it's going to stay dry. We managed to just about get away with the weather yesterday. It was pretty wet elsewhere, but it was dry here at Snetterton. We hope for a similar thing to look forward to today over the course of the various different racing program. We've got, like I say, a full day of racing today. 12 races, sprint racing for the majority of the morning. We've got some longer races as well. So we can look forward to a couple of races today for the Freaky Part Sport Specials Championship. They'll be out first. We'll also have the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, and the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship. They all have 2 sprint races today. We have a single race for the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship and the Austin Sevens. They'll have a standalone race as well. Then we'll have longer races for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. That'll be a 40-minute race at the end of the morning. And then the completion of the day with the cars that have just qualified this morning here at Snetterton, and that is for the Tigirwat Club Enduro Championship, and that'll be a 2-hour race for those cars at the end of the day to look forward to. But it's sprint racing to begin, and it is the Freaky Parts Sport Specials Championship cars that will be out first here today at Snetterton. So the Club Enduro cars have just left the circuit, and just to let you know, it was Will Stacey who, right at the end of the session, set the quickest time ahead of the Bradley Burns and Rob Baker Volkswagen that won the Road Sports race yesterday. You can just see there the last cars pulling off the circuit, and therefore the officials and the marshals are now making their way into position for our first race, a race which won't have a green flag lap, so therefore we'll be straight into action. We really enjoyed the Sports Specials race yesterday, so we're hoping for another cracking race to begin our programme. And whether you're watching on the 750 Motor Club YouTube page, via 750 Motor Club TV, or if you're here at the circuit, welcome along to Snetterton, and the cars now are making their way to the grid. So let's have a look at how they will line up. So on pole position will be number 11, Paul Collingwood in his Eclipse, and he'll be alongside number 15, which is Clive Hudson, who was yesterday's race winner. On row 2 is 17, which is Paul Boyd, and 4, who is Lewis Ward. That's an Eclipse and a Westfield. On the third row is 64, Anton Landon and his Sienna, and 66, Neil Turner alongside quickest car in Class B in qualifying and his Caterham. On row 4 is 82, Rob Johnston, and alongside number 7, Stuart Much, the first of Class C Mebs. On the 5th row is number 1, Stuart Thompson, who was the winner in Class B yesterday, and 76 alongside is David Thomas. On the 6th row is 158, the championship leader Doug Hanna, who's alongside number 27, Andrew Hayward. On the 7th row is number 10, which is Nigel Brown, and 18, who is Colin Benham. On the 8th row is 41, Ollie Jamil, and 58, who is Mickey Scott. On the 9th row is 65, Martin Hayward, and 35, David Winter. On the 10th row is 79, Sylvia Much, and 70, which is Trevor Harbour. On the 11th row is 199, Nigel Liddell, and 53, Andy Hiley, the multiple champion, due to start from the back, but he had problems yesterday. So we will wait to see if Andy Hiley is there. Yes, he's coming out of the assembly area, so watch out for Andy Hiley from the back of the grid for this opening race of the day. But you can see the Eclipses there on the front row of the grid. Paul Collingwood and Clive Hudson. Collingwood, who led some of yesterday's race but spun. He's the Class A Championship leader now after yesterday. He's had a couple of wins this year, 3 second places and a third. And side, Clive Hudson, returning to the championship this weekend, and he won the race yesterday. A race-long battle in the Sports Specials Championship over their 15-minute race, which went over 8 laps yesterday. Then on the second row is Paul Boyd, who was a winner at Cadwell Park last time out. He starts alongside last year's Class A champion, Lewis Ward, in his Westfield, the front engine car amongst all the mid and rear engine cars around him. And then we look a bit further back to the Class B battle, because that's where the main championship contenders are. Doug Hanna, the championship leader, he starts 11th on the grid. He's in the Pro Comp. He's had 4 wins this year in that class for the lesser powered cars. And then a bit further up the grid, in second in the championship, is Neil Turner. He's won Class B 3 times, all the races at Cadwell Park he was victorious in. And he starts there on the third row of the grid alongside Anton Landon. And importantly for Neil Turner, the local driver, he is the quickest of the Class B cars in qualifying yesterday. These grid positions set by the second best laps from the qualifying session. So 15 minutes of racing shortly going to get underway. The 30-second board has been shown. So Collingwood there in pole position in the Eclipse with a Honda engine, car that he's modified. It's got a rear diffuser on it and some aerodynamic appendages as well, but it's very similarly paced to the more standard ones around him, of Hudson and Boyd in the race about to get underway. The red lights go out and the race gets underway with a really good start from the Westfield of Lewis Ward. He comes around the outside. He's past Hudson and Boyd, and he's trying to get Collingwood as well. By the time he gets to Ritchie's, he's on the outside, wheel to wheel, and it looks like Lewis Ward has done it in the Westfield to take the lead of the race. He was able to cling on yesterday, but didn't quite have the pace of the Eclipses. But Marcus, it looks like Lewis Ward is in front for now.
Yes, it is. And Paul Collingwood, I was speaking to him this morning, he was saying that the aero slows the car down in a straight line, but it's more than compensated by its speed in the corners. Coming up from the back there is 53, which is multiple champion Andy Hiley. He had the throttle cable break yesterday coming out, or the throttle pedal broke actually, coming out of Murray's, and was hit by the yellow Eclipse, which is Paul Boyd. It's co-designer with Clive Hudson, who's in the grey one, running third.
Boyd's got more damage, has he? Possibly he's down to 6th already, so I'm not sure what's happened to Paul Boyd. I know he was the car, as you say, that hit highly, so he did have damage, but I don't know if he's got some more at the start of this race. We'll try and get a view of that. Rob Johnston's made a really good start because he's up with Clive Hudson.
Yeah, Lewis Ward's out there, so it's now Hudson ahead in the grey one of these, but he's not leading the race overall, but he's ahead of that group. Collingwood still out front. The Sienna's going well, both Sienna's in there, and then we've got the Mevs, and carving his way through from the back is Andy Hiley, who's had a difficult season with the Kronos based on the previous Tadek that he had. Tadek's originally built up in Keighley by Tom Clapham.
Lewis Ward's got back past Rob Johnston, but I think something must have happened then between, because there's Boyd's car. Has it got some more damage, or was that one from yesterday? It might be from yesterday,
it's just
actually.
all bandaged up, isn't it?
But he's lost some time at the start, and it's actually Collingwood that leads, isn't it? It's Hudson second. Lewis Ward has lost out after that good start. He's there in third place. Looks like Hiley's about 8th already, so that's been a good opening lap from him. Now Boyd is trying to get past Rob Johnston. Rob, who says this will be his final season of racing. Many drivers have said that in the past and they've come back, so we'll see about that. But Rob Johnson, who's had plenty of success in the championship in the past.
Yeah, Collingwood now with in his tow is Clive Hudson. He's having a really great weekend, isn't he? Lewis Ward is third, Paul Boyd is fourth, Rob Johnson is fifth. Then it's the second of the Siennas, that's Anton Landon in the white one, and moving up behind him into Rich's Corner, named for Fred Riches, the farmer who used to own the land here. It is the Andy Hiley car up into 8th. He's overtaken Neil Turner, who's the Class B leader. Yeah,
and he's got a couple of Mevs between himself and his class rivals. Neil Turner, who's moved up to second in the championship. Points scored within your classes, you can win the overall championship from any class. The Mevs have got themselves together. That's David Hughes versus Stuart Much, the boss of the company. But it is 76 David Hughes who is ahead. David, who has took a couple of wins this year within that class. They've got Andrew Hayward just behind in one of the oldest cars on the grid, the 1988 Silver Clubman with a Zetec engine. So he's second in Class B, but quite a way behind Neil Turner in the Caterham. You can just see up ahead. But it's a good battle at the front of Class C, the class which was won quite convincingly yesterday by Stuart Much, but it's David Hughes who's got the better of him early on.
Stuart Thompson, the reigning champion, done in 14th place, which is uncharacteristic.
Yeah, he hasn't had a great season, but then yesterday went really well, where he won the class.
Having a half spin very early in the race, and it's quite interesting because that first 4 in Class B finished pretty much nose to tail.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. They're 3 abreast at times. Stuart Thompson is local, a fairly local driver from Felixstowe. The Mevs have got themselves now pretty much side by side. Stuart Much on the outside in 7. On the inside is 76 David Hughes. But Hughes has held on. He's a bit sideways though, so that could give Stuart Much the chance to get alongside Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely. And these cars really do deliver a good punch, don't they? They're curious looking critters, but they do race well. Here comes Hiley up past Anton Landon. Landon will tuck in behind up the centre straight and maybe use the larger frontal area of the Kronos to pull back alongside. He does so in the Sienna. It's a question of last of the late breakers. Hiley's on the inside, got the sort of slightly, his nose is slightly ahead. He keeps the place.
Lewis Ward, who we thought made a good start, has been given a 10-second penalty for a out of position smash jump start. So that is going to put him down the results. Paul Boyd has just set the fastest lap of the race and a new lap record, quicker than yesterday already for Paul Boyd. He didn't make such a good start. He's on a 2 minutes .53, which is over a second quicker than the leaders. Meanwhile, Stuart Much has now got the better of David Hughes down at the hairpin at Wilson. So that is, what, 9th position overall now for Stuart Much.
So this actually suggests that sub 2 minutes might just about be on in these cooler conditions today, with less blustery wind as well.
Yeah, it's a mighty lap time round here to do that, and slightly quicker than the Sports 1000 cars as well, I think, this weekend. So, as they were at Canterville Park a few weeks ago, the Eclipses, fastest cars of the weekend. Big flash of flame out the back of the David Hughes car. They've still got Andrew Hayward behind, who's still second in Class B, but a long way behind Neil Turner, who's had a much better early laps of this race. He's 5-6 seconds ahead of Andrew Hayward in Class B. Oh, it's David Hughes has run wide, and that's going to allow Hayward to get up the inside and get what is 10th position. Just behind is Nigel Brown, long-time competitor.
In his 38th season racing with the 750 Motor Club.
And pretty much in this type of racing as well.
20 odd in this car, yeah.
Yeah, that's really impressive, isn't it? Already we're getting driving standards flags. That's going out for 76 David Hughes. There's Lewis Ward, who's got the 10-second penalty. Boyd's gone past him, as we said, and he's almost caught the leaders. So the 3 Eclipses have got themselves together ahead of Lewis Ward, who's there in 4th place. It is Collingwood ahead, but only just. Clive Hudson's right in the tow now as they come up across the line to complete 3 laps. And Clive Hudson challenge is on the inside as they come up towards Ritchie's.
Boyd, 1:59.63.
And Hudson's got the lead into Ritchie's. He's got past Collingwood. So, massive lap then for Paul Boyd. As Marcus says, a 1 minute 59.63, which is an average speed of 89 miles per hour. And he's going up the inside of Paul Collingwood, who was leading a lap ago. He can't quite get there.
Yeah, the 2 Eclipses at either end with the enclosed engine bays. They both have Ford engines in them, but it's that Honda Type R type engine that's in Collingwood's in the middle. And Collingwood now, if anything, is perhaps delaying Paul Boyd and letting Hudson get away.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? Which is interesting. So obviously the damage to Boyd's car, they've patched it up well, and it's going even better than it went yesterday.
I think it was pretty much cosmetic. There was quite a clonk on the back of Hiley's Kronos, damaged the diffuser, etc. But say that throttle pedal broke very suddenly and left him with nothing.
There is Boyd then, the new lap record holder in the Sports Specials Championship. We come into the weekend as the record being a 2:02, so we are 2.5 seconds underneath that. So it was a 2:02.2 before with Paul Collingwood, but now we're on a 1:59.6, so we're 2.6 seconds underneath last year's lap record.
Absolutely fantastic. And here comes Paul Boyd. Paul Boyd in the yellow car designed the aero on these cars initially, and the driver of the lead car, which is Clive Hudson, there, he was the designer of the chassis and the suspension, etc. He was a former Cosworth designer, and these cars first appeared in 2012, as far as I remember, and have been developed ever since. They're superb looking and clearly very, very good dynamically.
Have they changed much for this year? Or?
I'm not sure that
No.
they have. I mean, they are. Why change a good thing?
It's just interesting how much faster they've suddenly gone this year, which there's no sort of real reason for that, potentially. So the gap's 1.5 seconds between Hudson and Boyd. Collingwood dropping away in third. He's lacking pace at the moment. Ward is fourth. Fifth is Hiley, who on that lap was the quickest of anybody. He's in the 2 minutes. Slightly slower lap for Hudson and Boyd when they were battling, I think, with Collingwood in the early laps. Here's a battle for Class B. This is a second position in the class. 27 is Andrew Hayward. And like yesterday, Stuart Thompson coming stronger as the race goes on in the champion from last year in this MK Indy that won the championship in the hands of Matthew Booth. It won the championship in the hands of Stu Thompson last year as well. It's got a 2-litre Duratec engine. And Stu Thompson, the ex-Oval man, goes up the inside of Hayward to get second place in the class. Can he stay there though? Hayward in the silver Clubman, one of the older cars, as I was saying earlier.
I thought I had a spin there, didn't you? There was lots of tyre squealing, and it didn't seem to end.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone drops down the timing screens at the end of the lap, or if we get a view of anybody off the circuit, but it's certainly a lot of tyres going. Here's David Hughes, and now he's got Nigel Brown behind him. And yeah, I think they were similar gap at the start of the lap, so that battle continues. And he's back with Stuart Much as well. So Nigel Brown, who's trying to fight past the driver from Birmingham. Brown can't quite get the move done there in this silver phaser with a Duratec engine, as Mark is saying, a car that's been in the championship for a long time with the same driver, with Nigel Brown always at the wheel. Here are the leaders though. Paul Boyd has caught Clive Hudson. They're at Coram Curve, coming down towards Murray's. It's 15 Hudson then, with 17 Boyd behind. They turn left through Murray's, come up across the line. This is the completion of lap 5. We did 8 yesterday in the 15-minute time frame.
And we're going to do the same again because they're lapping just around the 2 minutes. It's 4 3/4 minutes to go. And it is Clive Hudson who leads the way in the number 15. They built 5 of these to start with. They had to build 5 to satisfy the regulations, because it was originally they had to be roadable cars, and a better arrival at Wilson Hairpin, the Searpin as it's sometimes known, for Paul Boyd. And Hudson's been super competitive with his times. A couple of laps ago he did a 2:00.88, then a 2:00.84 for hundredths of a second between consecutive laps. But it looks like Boyd is giving a hard time now. Lewis Ward back in that 4th place, and he is only 7.9 seconds ahead of Andy Hiley. So Andy Hiley will move up at this point up into 4th place once that penalty is applied. Oh, and a big moment for the 2nd place car, Paul Boyd, going through, and I think that was it might well have been an Oggie's corner. I think it was. He suddenly got sideways. He's now run out over the curb onto the Bentley straight, and he's clearly giving it absolutely everything.
Yeah, here they come then down towards Brundle and Nelson, the S's. And that gap has certainly gone out since that moment that Mark has just described by that mistake by Paul Boyd. They're in 2nd place. They come to the end, coming towards the end of lap 6 in Class B. It's still Neil Turner that leads, by the way, by 15 odd seconds now over Stuart Thompson. So a very different race in Class B to yesterday.
Yeah, it was close. It was very close to the finish yesterday. Thompson fighting his way back after the moment very early on at the hairpin. Very sideways coming out of it. Just had to back off out of it, catch the car. Here they go through again, 6 laps in, and that's Hudson from Boyd, 0.83 of a second, 15 from 17. Collingwood is Collingwood is dropping back. Where's Collingwood gone?
Okay, we heard that tyre squeal, didn't we? Whether that was... No, he's come through in 5th, or 2 minutes 10 for Collingwood. So he's obviously had a moment somewhere. He had a spin yesterday as well.
Yeah.
So for Paul Collingwood, just struggling to...
But Ward's 8.83 ahead of Hiley. So he's going away from Hiley. And that's quite interesting because... Oh, that's one of the Mevs.
Sylvia Much, I think. So, yeah, 8 tenths of a second then between Hudson and Boyd at the start of the lap.
With one more after this.
So can Paul Boyd challenge on that final lap? Does seem to have a little bit more pace. that on the last lap Hudson did a PB, a 2 minutes .22.
Yeah, he wants to join that sub 2 minute club, doesn't he?
Absolutely. So through Augies, that's where Boyd made a mistake a lap ago. He takes a slightly tighter line through there than Hudson. And then onto the back straight, onto what's formerly known as the Revit straight, the Bentley straight as it is known now. And in the tow, Paul Boyd. This is what Clive Hudson was talking about yesterday. The slipstream's so effective here.
That's right. You don't see artificial overtaking manoeuvres like or kit like DRS on these cars. It's all about slipstreaming, and great it is too. 15 from 17. They are so close. Clive Hudson in the grey car, Paul Boyd in the yellow one, and Boyd has to dab the brakes. Going down the inside there probably wasn't going to work, but there might be an attack at Murray's. If he knows it's going to be the last lap, though, he might keep his powder dry for one more route round this 3-mile circuit, the 300 circuit here at Snetterton.
Yeah, here they come then, up across the line, right in the slipstream is Paul Boyd, who is catching all the way up towards Ritchie's. Hudson knows it, he pulls to the right-hand side of the circuit to defend from Boyd, who tries to come around the outside, which have to be pretty committed. It's nose to tail for third as well now, because Lewis Ward has been caught by Andy Hiley, but we'll watch the battle for the lead, because Paul Boyd is on the inside line of Hudson, but Hudson breaks late enough into the Wilson hairpin to keep Paul Boyd at bay. But as we were saying yesterday, Marcus, there's so many opportunities to overtake on this circuit.
Yeah, he was slow out onto that straight again. Was Paul Boyd in the 17. So it's Hudson who is commanding this one at the moment. But what does Paul Boyd have up his sleeve beyond the fastest lap of the race?
Agostini hairpin, another opportunity to pass. But Clive Hudson knows it and takes a slightly tighter line. So Paul Boyd is running out of options, but there are still at least two.
His best option is to get Williams right, I think, and come out onto that Bentley straight.
He's in all the roads, isn't he? Up over the curbs, out of Hamilton. He's late on the brakes into Augies. The turn he had a mistake on a couple of laps ago. Yeah,
it's often easier to chase than to be chased, and that's why you have the sort of the lemming scenario. Well, one goes off, the other does as well, because you're concentrating on the car in front.
One of the MEVs have just deconstructed in front of us. The bits of bodywork all over the circuit, but I think we just got a slippery surface flag out for that at the line. But here comes Boyd, round the outside of Hudson into Brundle. There's the damage, but for Boyd, he can't quite get there. He had that big challenge in decorum on the previous lap. Maybe the last lap may be a bit of a bolder chance for Boyd. There's some traffic which I don't think they're quite going to get to, so they turn right through Coram. Hudson's still in front, but if you can dive up the inside here on the last lap, but Boyd's run wide through Coram, and that's just cost him the opportunity, I think.
Just understeered a little, didn't he? And he was right on the limit. But he's lost a couple of lengths coming into Murray's for the last time, and up they come to the checkered flag for the second time this weekend. It's going to be Clive Hudson who wins the splendid sports special race, the Freaky Park sports special race, from Paul Boyd by 72 hundredths of a second. In third is Andy Hiley. Fourth is Lewis Ward, who made that very rapid start. It got noticed by the judges. Paul Collingwood, after his spin, is in fifth place. Then it's going to be the Sienna pair, I think, 82 or 82. Rob Johnston, then 64, Anton Landon. The two Siennas, here they come, and they come in line of stern.
They're both former Class A champions, Johnston and Landon, but the new pace at the front, they're very much struggling to live with. The next car will be our Class B winner, Neil Turner, be his fourth win of the season. He won the 3 races last time out at Cadwell Park. It's been a much more dominant race here for him today compared to the battle he was involved in yesterday. Here's the Class C battle. It's Stuart Mutch's car that's lost its front bodywork, and he's right in the tow. He darts out of the tow. He's almost in the pit wall. That was a very close moment. He got the move done. He's won. He's won Class C, but that was a probably lively race to the line, Marcus.
Well, that was absolutely extraordinary. He's lost that bit of aero and ducked out, and looks like he's got it by 100th of a second on the initial thought, something like that.
He's lucky he has a car left, I think, because how he darted out the toe, he was heading towards the pit wall at a faster rate than I think he anticipated.
Yeah, his best lap was a 2:09.19 on the last lap of the race. 2:08.35 for David Hughes earlier in the race.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Stuart Thompson came up next, so second in Class B. For the championship leader, Douglas Hanna, only fourth in Class B. So again, he had a dominant start to the season. He won both races at the early couple of rounds at Croft and Alton Park. But since then, he hasn't won since, and a fourth position in Class B. So that championship lead he had over Neil Turner is going to be chipped away. Because in Class A so many different people keep winning, I don't think we're going to have a Class A car win the championship again this year. It appears to be coming from those Class B drivers, but interesting how the championship sort of changed from those early rounds. Let's take a look at the results then of our opening race of the day. With number 15, Clive Hudson, the winner after another great battle with 17, Paul Boyd. The gap 7 tenths at the line. Third went to number 53, Andy Hiley. Lewis Ward's penalty would put him behind Paul Collingwood, so 11 Collingwood and 4 Ward. 6th for 82, Rob Johnston. 7th for 64, Anton Landon. 8th the Class B winner, 66, Neil Turner. 9th for number 7, Stuart Much, the Class C winner. And 10th for 76, David Hughes. Behind, completing the Class B podium was Stuart Thompson and Andrew Hayward. Then the championship leader, Douglas Hanna, was 13th ahead of Nigel Brown. Then Colin Benham, Mickey Scott, Martin Hayward, Gerard O'Donoghue, who wasn't here yesterday but racing today, finished ahead of David Winter, Oliver Gemmell on his racing debut this weekend, then Sylvia Much, Trevor Harbour and Nigel Liddell. All the starters finished in the Sports Specials Championship owner. We will see these cars race again this afternoon, and it's been a real highlight of this weekend, Marcus, these cars.
Very much so. 2 great races, 1 more still to go, and the 1 or 2 of the winners are now already into the Parc Ferme. I think that's is that I'm just trying to see, is that Stuart Much, isn't it, who's looking to see where the other bits of fiberglass have gone.
Yeah, down here, Stuart, near the start line. I'm not sure what's happened to the Eclipses because they're not in Parc Ferme, but we will see who Chris Stevens can speak to down in Parc Ferme. I'm not sure if... let's see who he's got. Chris is down in Parc Ferme. Good morning, Chris.
Well, unfortunately, we've missed the winners down here in Parc Ferme. Well, one man we have been able to find is Andy Hiley from the back of the grid to the podium. Sensational.
That surprised me, really surprised me. I didn't expect to get this far up. 5th is the best I was expecting. And that was if I was lucky. So, yeah, I'm chuffed with that one. It gets me 3rd on the grid for the next one, doesn't it? Which isn't a bad start.
And I mean, we've seen some brilliant lead battles so far this weekend. Can you get in amongst that again today?
Hopefully, yeah. I don't see why not from 3rd. The obvious, I don't know why. I expected them to be gone. I could see them after the first lap, which really surprised me. They must be just saving themselves for this afternoon, I think.
All right, brilliant. Well, a fantastic drive. Congratulations to you on that one. Really well done, and good luck for the next race. Who did one? Clive Hudson. So, but Clive's somewhere down there in back in the paddock. But let's go and talk to our C-Class winner, Stuart Much. So much to talk about. First of all, half your car's missing.
Well, when you're going that fast, things happen. That was such a fun race with myself and Dave Hughes. He was swapping places all the time. He gave me such a good run for the money. I don't know what the time was over the line, but we were side by side. So I don't know if there was a 10th or what in it, but yeah, we really good race. Lost a bit of car, smashed a mirror, but won.
I mean, it was so close with David. He was breathing down your neck the entire race as well, and right up against the pit wall at the end as well.
I was right up behind him. I nearly collected him, moved out to go round him. The back end stepped out, and we were doing about 110 up there, and sidewards, sort of pit wall. Dave just held on and hoped. But yeah, the race was phenomenal. We had such a good battle. When you're chasing somebody and when they're behind you and when you're in front of them, all you're doing is looking in your mirrors to see where they are. The lap times were rubbish. We were 1.5 seconds off normal lap times because we were too busy looking where each other was. But what a good race that was.
Fantastic stuff. Congratulations. Brilliant drive. Marcus, Josh, let's go back up to you. Coming up next, the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship.
Yep, it's sports car theme continues with the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. You can see the cars there on the grid. These cars will get a green flag lap ahead of their 15-minute race. So we'll have a look at the grid now for the second of 3 races of the weekend for these cars. On pole position, number 17, yesterday's winner, Ed Piver in the PRS, is alongside 77, Bill Cowley in the Cowley Mark IV. On the second row, I think missing number 63, Dave Hodkin, who had problems yesterday, alongside Peter Bove, number 1 in the multiple champion.
Yeah, Hodkin had a rod come through both sides of the block, unfortunately, his engine yesterday.
No, thanks for that, Marcus. So we won't be seeing Dave Hodkin, but 7-time champ Peter Bove is there. On the third row, the championship leader, number 4, Mark Glover, is alongside number 2, Chris Goff, who lost part of his car yesterday. On the fourth row is 9, Richard Jenkins, alongside 42, Andrew Kemp. On the fifth row, 11 is Ian Barley, and 12 is Conway Dorr. And on row 6 is 6, Simon Bolter, and number 7, Steve Boover. On the 7th row, 69, Mark Windley, and 27, Mick Harris, the most successful driver in 750 Formula history. On the 8th row is number 5, Jake Doherty, and number 39, Matthew Unwin. On the 9th row, 21, Hugh Davies, and number 16 is James Affleck. And then on row 10 is 31, David Reed, and 70, Martin Depper. So 20 750 Formula cars here. We're missing, as Mark was saying there, Dave Hodkins. A real shame because that car was going well yesterday before. That's quite a significant failure.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. He went over the curve, he said, down at the hairpin, and just the back suddenly flew off. He's patched it up overnight. They brought a spare nose with them, but unfortunately no tail. But there was plenty of strips of aluminium, pop rivets, and all sorts of resin being employed last night. Dave Hodkin was alongside. Yes, he was showing me the hand throttle system he's got on his car, which is very interesting. Unfortunately, it rodded itself, the engine, yesterday, and he didn't have a spare with him. So it's back to the scrapper this week and invest another 30 quid. Good stuff. Anyway, these cars are fantastic. The 2 works coloured Darvies you see there in the middle of the field. Also, to see Conway Dorr, who's race hiring Dave Robson's star. And that's, I think, a good thing to see. Dave Robson, former champion of the 750 Formula.
Yeah, Conway Dorr has had a 4th place finish in that car this year.
That's the black car with the yellow splitter you can see just there. That's the star.
So that's a quick machine. But it's Mark Glover who leads the championship after yesterday by 7 points over Peter Bove. Neither driver has won a race this year. Glover's only had 3 podiums, but he's finished every race, which nobody else has done. He's had He's had a second, 2 thirds, 3 fourths, and a 5th so far this season. Peter Bove, who's 7 points behind, has had 2 seconds and 4 thirds. So every time he's finished, he's been on the podium.
Yeah, and it's his 67th birthday today. So Peter Bove, 7-time champion, first one. It's he said back in a long time back. Is it 2001? You said yesterday. Although I did miss some championships off my list. he started racing here at Snetterton, funnily enough, in a Hague 750, and was going to go and do some Formula Ford 2000 after that, after a couple of seasons, but had a massive accident testing at Brands Hatch, broke his legs, and decided that maybe he ought to reappraise his driving career. And return to his favourite, the 750 Formula.
So there he is on the second row in car 1, last year's champion, but it's Ed Piver who's only doing a part season. That car's doing the full season, but with 3 different drivers. David Bartholomew was in it. There's Bo we're looking at now. Happy birthday, Peter. Good luck for the race. But as I was saying, Piver sharing that car with David Bartholomew and Richard Rovery over the course of the season. So probably if you added all their points together, I think they would be leading the championship, but it doesn't work like that. Ed's going out for a win. Bill Cowley's always quick. He's won 3 races this season. He's still very much in the championship hunt behind Glover and Bove. It's a 15-minute race. Again, this is the start of the second half of the season for the Race Park 750 Formula Championship. It's round 8. The red lights are on. They go out, and it's a good start from Bill Cowley. A very good start again from Peter Bove. I think he's going to go from 4th to 1st by the time he gets to Ritchie's. It was a shocking start, really, for Ed Piver. He's dropped back, but it is Bove that leads.
And they're 4 abreast behind.
Let's hope they get through Ritchie's okay. There they are. I think it was Windley on the inside, Mark Windley on the inside of that 4-way movement through Ritchie's. But it's Cowley now trying to fight back on Peter Bove. Piver's down to 4th at the best. No, he's worse than that.
He's been hit as well, I think. I think there was a tug there because the car suddenly leapt out of line. That was a dreadful start from Ed Piver, but you can see the field there. Also moving up, I see is Jake Doherty. They stripped the diff in that yesterday. So his granddad, Bob Simpson, was replacing that last night. Had it said it was all finished this morning. But here it is then. Out front, it is Peter Bove, the 7-time champion. And the field jostles through Agostini. There's Jake Doherty, who's outside one of the works derbies with that blue and red livery we were so familiar with for so many years. And Peter Bove, who has got a tenuous lead of about 3 or 4 lengths, and behind Glover's third by the looks of things. Then it's the Shepherd car, isn't it? That's Richard Jenkins, that very pretty car built by Max Shepherd. Guy Shepherd, his brother, built another one. Their late father, Barry Shepherd, was the man behind the Rawson sports cars with designer Bob Curl. But down they come, and Peter Bove trying to keep it all really, really smooth. He made the dream start, pops out over the curb, and 5th only is Ed Pither at the moment, ahead of the 42 car. That's Andrew Kemp moving up well. He had a spin yesterday. And yeah, there is 7, which is Steve Boother.
And now for Pither, he's on terms with the Shepherd, isn't he, of Richard Jenkins, the local driver, who's had a pretty good start to the race because he started 7th with Jenkins, but he's gained some. But for the lead of the race, it is Peter Bove who's hanging on ahead of Bill Cowley. They had a good battle yesterday. Then Glover is 3rd, 4th is Pither, and he's 3 seconds behind the leader. So that's the chase gap for car 17 there. Ed Pither, who was the winner yesterday. There's Richard Jenkins in the Shepherd that Marcus has just been telling us about.
Jenkins lost that 4th place on the line just because Pither popped out of the slipstream. Andrew Kemp is 6th and Ray Barley is 7th.
Mick Harris is up to 8th, so he's made a good start. Not sure why he qualified so far back, but I think he's got more pace than that. We saw that yesterday. He worked his way up to 7th, and he's already up to 8th after 1 lap. The 10-time champion. And there is Pither then, right with Mark Glover, the twice champion in this race kit's Falcon. He's done some development on it since then, but Pither's car, which is so quick, is on the inside line. Glover trying to fight it on the outside line, but he's just not got the pace. Pither did a 209 yesterday, which was about a second and a half faster than anybody else managed. So if that replicates today, he should be able to go after the top 2.
Looks like the back of the Pither car has sustained some damage. The Venturi seems to be tweaked. It's not certainly not scarce. It's hanging off, isn't it? It's not properly attached.
Yeah, you said you thought he got hit at the hairpin on the first lap.
I'm sure he did. Because suddenly the car leapt, and there's another car with a rather lavish Venturi hanging on brackets underneath the bank. That's the Shepherd. But here's our leader.
Pither nearly with them already.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's already challenging Cowley. He was 2.5 seconds behind Cowley at the start of the lap. So the car, although maybe damaged, is still really quick. And I think it's going to be hard to keep Ed Pither at bay for Peter Bove and Bill Cowley.
Yeah, they're pretty much nose to tail the leaders now as they work lap 2. And there is Pither going up the inside of Bill Cowley.
It's easy, isn't it? I don't think Bill Cowley thought there was any point fighting that because that PRS is super rapid around this circuit.
Nothing to do with the PRS Formula Ford cars that appeared in 1978. But this is the Pither Rothery Special.
And is he going to have Peter Bove by Ritchie's? Maybe not quite. How quick of a lap has it been from Pither? A 209.7, which is pretty much equal to what he did yesterday. The record is with that car, but not the driver. David Bartholomew has done a 208.05 in that in the past, so that's what he's got to try and chase. Peter Bove, he wants to get that win today because he hasn't won yet this season. It would be great to do it on his birthday. But 10 minutes to go, Marcus. I just can't see how he's going to keep Ed Pither at bay. And no, they're side by side already.
Yeah, exactly. And so that you can still see that that Venturi jogging up and down on the back of the PRS. It probably can't help its stability in the quicker corners. Here he comes alongside Peter Bove. He's got his nose ahead. Bove will try to outbrake him back up the inside and does so. That's into Agostini, but he's not going to hold on for very long by the looks of things. They're still running abreast down to Hamilton, aren't they? And Bove just about prevails. He's having to work very, very hard. And Cowley's back on the scene as well. Cowley's amazing in some corners. That little car that his late grandfather, also Bill, developed from the late 1960s. Look at that, he's absolutely in the slipstream. And wherever the PRS goes, the Cowley will go with it.
Are they going to, two of them, be quicker together rather than both on the opposite side of the circuit? I think they might be, because, they've both gone past. So working as a pair, they had more straight line speed, and they've both jumped Peter Bove. And now that Ed Piver is in front, I think he will be able to go away. So despite that poor first couple of corners, he has got to the front on lap 3 of the race. Down at Brundle, the move was made, and he's going to leave the championship contenders behind to battle it amongst themselves. Bill Cowley, Peter Bove and Mark Glover. And Bove was saying yesterday he had a bit more straight line speed than Cowley, so we'll see if he can put that into use. But with the toe, it shows you how effective the slipstream is, Marcus.
Yeah, very much so. And look at this, he's left the rest of them standing. And Mark Glover's coming back towards them as well. So Mark Glover in 4th place in number 4 car, a previous champion. And Bove's given way to Cowley coming up into Rich's corner.
Yeah, Cowley defending after getting past with Biver at the S's, but Bove was quickly back on him down the long straight. So it looks like Bill Cowley's going to have to work hard to beat him. But these, because it's a pretty competitive championship this year, once drop scores are accounted for, Bill Cowley will be right back in contention. So every point potentially will matter come to the end of the year. So Bill's pretty keen, I should think, to keep Peter Bove at bay, but the straight line speed of that car has drawn him up alongside Cowley into the Agostini hairpin. Turn 4, but Cowley, I think he realises this is more of a race for him than Piver was, because he let Ed Piver through with no drama really. But now that Peter Bove is his challenger, he's much keener to keep him at bay. Like you're saying, Marcus, that was bringing Mark Glover towards them in the race kits behind, who's been really consistent this year, but only had those sort of 3 podiums out of the 7 races.
Did his best lap time last time round at 2:11.77, Mark Glover. And that compared with the 2:13s he was doing yesterday.
Yes, that's a big leap, isn't it, as well? So here comes Bove. He's on the inside of Cowley. So this is where Cowley passed Bove a lap ago with the assistance of Ed Piver. This time they're wheel to wheel into the right-hander at Nelson, the second part of the S's, and Cowley hangs on. And certainly Glover is even closer because of that. Cowley had a good look in his mirror before going down towards and turning into the bomb hole, making sure that Bove wasn't alongside him. This time, though, Bove is, as they go into Corham, he's almost there, but it's such a quick corner. It's pretty hard to make that stick, and Cowley hangs on, and we know how quick he is through these types of corners, Marcus.
Yeah, very much so. And look at this, Bill Cowley just rides up the curb on the exit. There's Peter Bove trying to keep it neat, but way now ahead is Ed Piver.
Yeah, Troy 9-1, quicker than he went yesterday. It's side by side for second, and Bove this time, again, is on the outside. But is he fully ahead before they get to Richie's? He's not. So Cowley's going to stick it out on the inside, brakes later, gets the car turned in, and he's still there in second. Glover right there this time. He's been getting closer. He's now in the fight. He looks to the inside of Bove. He looks to the outside. Cowley locks up. Glover locks up. They're all braking as late as they dare. Cowley braked way too late. He's out wide. He's let both of them through, therefore. A pretty rare mistake. We don't see Bill Cowley lock up very often. But I think it just showed what he was telling us yesterday. He needs to be quick through the corners because the cars are not as fast down the straights.
Yeah, so Bove and Glover both through past Bill Cowley. Stake at the sear pin, Wilson.
Yeah, so where Glover locked up, he didn't run as wide as Cowley did. Peter Bove was making himself very firm in the mirrors of Cowley. Let's put Bill off a little bit. So can Peter Bove pull clear of Glover? There's Cowley in 4th position in 77. Richard Jenkins is still 5th. Mick Harris is up to 6th, so he's had a good race.
Yeah, Chris Goff 9th from the back with the bodywork all tacked back together on the CGR Evo.
It's almost a length of the back straight now between Piver and Bove. Here comes Cowley. He's fighting back now on the inside of Mark Glover. Glover's car not very quick in a straight line. Looked like Cowley's got the move done before they got to the corner. Just wonder if that big bodywork on that race kit isn't really as
Funny,
efficient as it should be.
Because the PRS is not small through the air, but so they designed it to have that big sort of floor plan, which gives it more stiction, if you like, down the around the faster corners.
So now that Cowley's back to third, can he close back in what is a larger gap to Peter Bove? There's 2 laps to go. It'll be a 7-lap race. The leader, Ed Piver's done 5. There's 4 minutes on the clock, so as I say, be a 7-lap race. And the gap from Peter Bove to Bill Cowley is, what, 1.3 seconds. Bove's just on a personal best, a 2:11.9. There's Richard Jenkins in 5th. Richard Dixon telling me this morning he's hoping to get the second of these cars out to the next round at Anglesey that he's building up. So we should have 2 Shepherds on the grid again. Up across the line there we see Chris Goff, who Marcus was telling us about that damage that they've had to work on. He's up into 8th spot. Here's the Class B battle for the less experienced drivers. Mark Windley just ahead of Jake Doherty, so 69 Windley ahead, but only just. He's 36 years of age from Lincolnshire. Behind Jake Doherty, the 23-year-old from Greater London is on the outside line. A good look in the mirror from Windley because he sees that the ex-Bob Simpson car of Jake Doherty working his way up alongside, and he gets alongside. He's on the outside line, Marcus, coming up to Palmer.
Yeah, and he braved it out on the outside. The young man just prevailed. Jake Doherty with Grandad Bob Simpson in the pits. Bob on spanners as well. He learnt the ropes from his father back in the 1960s. They were competing in 750, which really is a remarkable run for the guys from West Drayton.
So fighting back is Mark Windley. He's on the inside line for Hamilton. This is very quick through here.
Oh, he gets a bit sideways as well, and Conway Door's right behind them as well in the Star, the Dave Robson built car.
That's right, Conway Door from Cambridgeshire.
Yeah, the Star built by Dave Robson, the railway engineer, and still run by him.
So there's Windley in this car that was originally built in 1973, the DNC, which is prepared by the Cowley team. So sort of the 2 cars that originated the earliest on the grid. Here
so that's Pither onto his last lap.
Doherty is still ahead, so he's made that stick. What's happened to Cowley? Bill Cowley's not come through in 3rd.
He's
past
4th.
Us.
Yeah, he's still 4th, but he's dropped back 1. Still there.
Yeah, Glover and Cowley both had slow laps, so whether they had an incident out of our view. But there's Bove in 2nd. You can see a much bigger gap behind.
And Mick Harris has now got Andrew Kemp right behind him.
Yeah, so if we stick with this shot and keep looking back, we'll be able to see the battle for 7th position that Marcus was just describing.
Here it is.
Yeah, Andrew Kemp is still challenging Mick Harris for 6th position. Andrew Kemp took his first ever win in the category at Cadwell Park a few weeks ago.
With all those fairings on it, it's like a sort of fly mode, doesn't it? Quite something, Andrew Kemp.
Then here were the 2 Darvies together, Marcus battling with Chris Goff.
Absolutely, and Chris Goff in 8th place with Steve Boother and Simon Bolter right up behind.
And Windley back ahead of Doherty in the Class B battle. So there are a lot of battles all the way through the field, which is excellent stuff. Here's Mick Harris then in his wife's car, but further ahead is Ed Piver. He's about half a lap from home now. He's 12 seconds ahead of Peter Bode, so this is massively dominant for Piver. It's hard to know where to watch all these dices. There's Chris Goff, he's in 8th. He's got Steve Boother and Simon Bolter behind him. Boother, who started racing back in 1999 in this category, had 20 years off and then came back a couple of years ago. But here's, again, Piver, our leader. They'll have to try and... Doherty's back ahead of Mark Windley in that battle, so they've changed position, I think, 3 times in a lap, basically. So that's going to go right to the checkered flag.
Oh, and Doherty got a little bit sideways into, I think that was Oggy's. Here's our leader, though, at the last corner. So yes, Doherty's got back past Windley. Windley comes up the outside though, and here comes Ed Pither in the PRS to win for the 2nd time this weekend. Can anybody stop him? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, so that is 4 this year. He started 4 races. He's won all of them. He won the 2 at Silverstone at the start of the year. for the Class B battle at the S's. Jake Doherty and Mark Windley are wheel to wheel, but Doherty's hanging on for now across the line, by the way. In second is Peter Bove, third is Mark Glover, and fourth is Bill Cowley. But we'll watch this Class B battle for the less experienced drivers, and it's Doherty ahead still. Mark Windley into Coram Curve. Can he do anything about the youngster? Through Coram, Doherty's been able to hang on to the line, but Windley looks to the inside, but it was blocked. So now it is a race to the line, a true Snetterton battle to the checkered flag. In the slipstream is Mark Windley. In the previous race we saw you can dart out of the toe, but I think Jake Doherty's got a good enough exit, so he will come home in what is 11th position, but one of the many great battles we had in that race.
Yeah, Doherty stuck to the side of the track near the pit wall, thinking, well, there's no room for him to go to my right, he's going to take the long way around. It didn't work.
The rest of the field coming through to take the flag. In fifth position was Richard Jenkins. That was a good run. Ahead of Mick Harris, who did hold off Andrew Kemp. Steve Boover got the better of Chris Goff, and we lost Simon Bolter in that battle on that final lap, unfortunately.
You've brought Jake Doherty to 10th.
Yeah. So Boover passed Goff, and we lost Bolter, who's in the pit lane. So Simon Bolter finishes the race, but in the pits. So I think we'll be able to have a look at the results in a moment for our second race of the day and the second race of the weekend for the race parts. 750 Formula Championship. So it was a win for number 17, Ed Piver, in the PRS by 13 seconds at the checkered flag over Peter Bove. It's another podium, but it's not a win yet. In third was Mark Glover, just ahead of Bill Cowley after we saw Cowley drop off on the penultimate lap. Fifth went the way of Richard Jenkins. Mick Harris sixth, ahead of Andrew Kemp and Steve Boover. Ninth was Chris Goff. The Class B winner was Jake Doherty after that great battle he had with Mark Windley. They finished ahead of Conway Dorr. David Reed, newcomer this year, was ahead of Matthew Unwin. Hugh Davies and James Affleck were finishers. Simon Bolter pitted at the end, and we lost Ian Barley as well halfway through the race. So that was the second race of 750 Formula. Light Sport Specials, we'll see them again this afternoon. And this time the top three cars have made their way down to Parc Ferme. So we'll be able to hear from Ed Piver after another win, but a much more difficult race that time. Let's hear how he found it with Chris Stevens downstairs.
Ed Piver continuing that 100% success record so far in the 750 Championship.
Yeah, I definitely made that a bit hard for myself. It bogged down off the line, so I had to do a bit more work, but it's good fun.
So what happened off the line there?
I just didn't get enough revs into it. It's very easy to spin up these new tyres when they're not so warm, and I just didn't give it enough and it bogged down.
And there are a couple of battle scars on your car as well, where Marcus was pointing out the damage on the rear as well, but it didn't seem to slow you down.
No, it didn't. I could feel it had lost a little bit of downforce in the fast corners, but it didn't slow it down too much, yeah.
And of course, one more race this afternoon. Can you make it 3 out of 3?
See what we can do. Let's repair the car first.
Good man, good man. All right, let's go and talk to our second place driver, Peter Bove. Just taking a moment to compose himself there. Another podium, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. It's my birthday. Obviously, Ed didn't get the message. But the opening couple of laps where he and I were dicing was great. Had a good battle with Bill, who's the master of defensive driving. Yesterday, it was me that threw away second place at a hairpin, breaking for a hairpin. Today it was Bill, so yeah, it was good.
Okay, yeah, we didn't quite see what happened to Bill, actually, but that fills in a blank for us.
He outbraked himself and then more or less did a long lap penalty. So I managed to get past him at that point.
Well, it's a fantastic drive, and again, the racing seems to be excellent. You were great on the defensive and on the attack.
Excuse me. Yeah, the first few corners, sorry, the battle with Ed was interesting because it went on for, it seemed like half a lap, but I'm sure it wasn't quite as long as that. And it was nice that we both gave each other space, and it was a good battle. Yeah. And that allowed Bill to catch, so then it almost became a four-car battle with Mark as well. So yeah, it was good.
Well, yeah, we've got another race to come. We're really looking forward to it. And happy birthday from all of us at the 750 Motor Club as well.
Thanks. I'm feeling every year of my 67 at the moment, so thanks.
Well done. Second place, let's go and chat to Mark Glover. Third place, well done.
Thank you.
How was that race for you? There was a good fight in there, especially with Bill towards the end?
Yeah, well, it was a good fight with both Pete and Bill. I was struggling with gears, though. I broke fifth gear yesterday and replaced it overnight. And I've got to do a bit of work on the clutch, I think, because I was struggling all the way through the race.
Okay. Is that something you can do between now and the next race?
Hopefully it's just bleeding it, but we'll see.
Okay, cool. What do you think's possible in the next race? You've been on the podium today. Can you make it one better or two better?
I think the car's got some pace, but we'll see. It's so difficult with these guys. It could be any one of the four of us, really.
Fair enough. Well, good luck with that, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you out a little bit later on. But Marcus, Josh, back up to you. Coming up next, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
Tin top action next then with the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship heading towards the grid. They will get a green flag lap, and then we look forward to this 34-car grid having their 15-minute race. Let's have a look how they will start. On pole position, yesterday's winner, number 45, is Dan Brown in his Honda Civic EK alongside the EP3 of Ryan Polly in 36 alongside. 37, Dan Sylvester will start third. He's racing 3 cars today over different categories. 67, Ben Morton is next in his Honda Integra. Great drive yesterday in his hot hatch debut for 137, Kevin Talbot from the back. He starts 5th today alongside 27, Scott Smith. On row 4 is 33, Sean Green, and 22, Tate Taverner. On row 5, 23, Mo Benalada, and 21 is David Walsh. He's on pole in Class B in his Renault Clio. On row 6 is 79 Jack Ashton and 69 Matthew Mandapira. On row 7 is 13 Stuart Kennedy in a Volkswagen Corrado. 57 Joel O'Gaies lost his championship lead yesterday. On the 8th row is 122 Shaker Vanna and 1 David Drinkwater, who was a Class C winner yesterday. Row 9 is 64 Adam Schaefer and 93 Charlie Hayes. On the 10th row is 14 Jared Coulson and 20 Martin Paget. He's the new championship leader. He's in a Class C Citroen Saxo. On row 11, 316 Ivor Mares and 72 Archie Stein, making his race debut this weekend in a Honda CRX. On row 12 is 81 Jason Bruff and 17 Will Bartup. Row 13 is 95 John Hobbs and 83 Paul Adams. And the 14th row, 65 Callum Perfect and 12 Warren Andrews. Row 15 is 5 Neil Frost and 53, which is Nick Haynes. A few cars that had incidents yesterday at the back. 98 Paul Warren, 43 Chris Woods, 34 Will Self, who had a mechanical, and 76 Jamie Naylard, who was excluded from yesterday's race for causing the collision. So there is this huge grid of cars sitting on the start line ahead of a green flag warming up lap. And there's the poleman then, Dan Brown in the 45 Honda Civic. He's taken 3 wins in a row now in the championship. He won both races last time out at Cadwell. He won yesterday as well. There's 137, Kevin Talbot, the hot hatch debutant, who's had to start from the back yesterday after an issue in qualifying, but he raced to 5th. Now he's in the front pack. We'll see whether Kevin Talbot can get himself up onto the podium. The championship, though, very, very tight because the top 5 drivers in the championship separated by just 11 points after yesterday's race. And as I said on that grid rundown, 20th on the grid, number 20, Martin Paget, the new championship leader. He's in Class C for the least powerful cars. He drives a Citroen Saxo. He's the only driver that's finished in the top 3 in every race this year within his class. He's had a couple of wins, 5 seconds, and a couple of thirds as well. So very consistent. He is now a point ahead of Joel O'Gaies in a Renault Clio. He starts, 14th today. He finished 4th yesterday within his class. He's had 4 wins over the course of the season, a couple of seconds and a third. And then a further 4 points back is David Drinkwater, the Class C pole position man after his win yesterday within that class. That was his 5th win of the season. He's had a couple of seconds as well. He starts 16th overall today. Further 4 points back is Callum Perfect, another Class C driver. He was involved in the incident yesterday, I think, and therefore finished much further down the order. But he is there on the grid. And then 2 points behind him is Dan Sylvester, who is the top driver in Class A in the championship. He's had a couple of overall wins, which came at Mallory Park. He's had 4 seconds and a couple of thirds as well, which he had yesterday. Not that much further behind the championship of Ryan Polly, Dan Brown and Matthew Mandapira as well. Only another 8 and 10 points behind. So it's a massively competitive championship season in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. They have a couple of meetings after today at Snetterton, 2 races today, and then double headers to round off the season at Anglesey and Silverstone. So it's going to go right down to the wire, I think, this year. In previous seasons, David Drinkwater has won the championship over the last 4 years. But he's got a much harder contest this year. So there on pole, Dan Brown, the Castle Combe regular in the past, alongside Ryan Polly, the Stock Cats champion, as well as Clio Championship, now racing this Mac Tools Polysport backed Honda Civic. It's great to have Ryan back on the grid this weekend. Then Dan Sylvester, he starts third in the car that Chris McCloy drove last season. Dan Sylvester set a new lap record in the category yesterday, a 2:09.91. And problems for number 98, Paul Warren. He was one of the drivers involved in the incident yesterday. They've worked overnight to get the car ready, but unfortunately for Paul Warren, the car hasn't gone very far at all, and he may not start. So the start line marshals will try and get him back going. Here's a look at some of the cars a bit further down. There's Callum Perfect, one of the championship contenders. He's out there in the BMW Compact. And if we look for car 20, just in the background, the Citroen Saxo, that's the championship leader, Martin Paget. Just going to go for our shot in a moment. The Saxo there, number 20. Our championship leader after another podium finish yesterday in his ultra consistent season he is having. Driver who's pretty new to racing. Have a look at some of the other cars. We've got a Ford Fiesta on the grid, a Citroen C2, Chris Woods. Will South is there at the back then in the Peugeot 205, just ahead of Jamie Naylard's Mini. But Will South, one to watch. He's pretty quick. He's had some good results this year in that Peugeot. There's Martin Paget, though, our new championship leader. We can see on our screen in that Citroen Saxo. Just behind him, the Honda CRX for Archie Stiant, the 17-year-old, making his racing debut this weekend. And there, just at the front of our shots, the driver second in the championship, Joel Ogaias in 57, just a point behind Martin Paget, the driver we can see now on our screens. So a very competitive season, as I was saying there, with 6 drivers, 5 drivers even, separated by 11 points in the championship. Heading into this weekend, 6 races to go, so we're in the second half of the season now. And an interesting racing prospect. There's the Metro, Jack Ashton. Always good to see that car on the grid after missing the last couple of meetings. Jack from Milton Keynes, the double Metro champion. The car didn't seem to be running terribly well yesterday. He dropped back, so we'll see if they've been able to sort that one for today's race, Marcus.
Yeah, it was quick away, wasn't it, the Metro? But then faded quite rapidly. But Dan Brown, certainly the man on form. And this curiously liveried EK Honda. Sort of with that black bonnet extending down into the front valance. That's the Taverner car, isn't it? Taverner in number 22. David Walsh had a great run yesterday, didn't he? So that's yeah, I think. And that kind of almost slipped the radar with me that Mandy Pira's car, which was red at the start of the season, is now grey. Yeah,
that tricked me last time out at Cadwell, where he crashed on the first lap of the day, and they had to fix the car. It was all tied up with all types of things, and then he got involved in another accident. The car was airborne, I think, at a time in the race. So he had a rather difficult Cadwell. And that's what's really opened the championship. And that's what's really allowed Martin Paget now to take the championship lead. He's only won his class twice, but he's been on the podium in every race, which nobody else has done. And at the end of the day, that's how you win championships, without having problems.
He was third yesterday in the class, wasn't he? And Paget doesn't seem to have the pace of David Drinkwater. He's been a pass master, anything he's ever driven. But where's he? He's not done all the rounds, has he, Drinkwater?
No, he missed a meeting, but he told me this morning he's doing the rest of the year. So he hasn't got. So he's right there in the championship. He's third in the championship, 5 points behind Paget. But he will have a lot less points to drop at this point. But he can't therefore afford a bad result where Paget, it wouldn't be the end of the world if he had one.
Exactly.
But yeah, he said he's doing the rest of the season. David Drinkwater. New regulation for this year is if you've had success as a champion in the past, you have success ballast for the whole season. So he's got a bit of a heavier car than he's had in the past years, but it only sort of makes
Back in the old special saloon days, that John Homewood won numerous championships in his in, but eventually they wrote the regulations to say that former champions couldn't compete. And the only Formula champion, I think, was John Homewood.
David was telling me this morning he was helping on Friday Martin Paget with coaching him over the course of the day. So he's a real competitor, isn't he,
nice.
David? He let his main competitor in the championship, he helps him out.
Arriving with the door open there.
And it sounded like somebody may have come in the pits, because it sounded like we heard from the pit siren go. But yeah, I think, although it's not the... Oh, it's 98 that's pitted. Paul Warren, who's the car that was involved in the incident yesterday and was slow off the line in the green flag lap. So I think, again, David Drinkwater was involved in trying to get that car ready overnight, but perhaps the damage was a little bit more than what they first anticipated. But yeah, this should be a good race. Sylvester was the fastest man yesterday, but had a few moments and I think had overheating problems. Yeah, lots of drivers with doors open. It's not the hottest day for August, but it's still obviously warm in these cars.
Yeah, a bit muggy, I would think.
And Kevin Talbot's going to be really interesting to watch, who came from the back yesterday to 5th. His pace is pretty similar to the front guys. So in a race situation, we'll see whether he can take it to them. The red lights are on. PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship is getting underway then, and it's a good start from Dan Brown from pole. Some better starts from a few further backs, where they're sort of 3 and 4 abreast perhaps in places.
Talbot squeezing up the right-hand side, isn't he, in the Integra?
Yeah, he's alongside Scott Smith.
He's arrived 4th, I think.
Ashton's about 6th or 7th, so he's made another good start in the Metro, but it is Brown that leads Polly. And then for 3rd position, Talbot is trying to get alongside Sylvester now. They're wheel-to-wheel, the Integra and the Civic. And then, yeah, the Metro's something like 6th, so Jack Ashton's made a super start. Paget's ahead of Drinkwater in Class C there, we can see. So David Drinkwater's not had a good start today. He's a side-by-side with Ivor Mares in another of the Class C cars. So that's going to be one to keep an eye on. There is 122, which is Shaker Vanner in a Clio. Will Self behind from the back. He must have passed about half the grid already, which is quite some effort. So they come down towards the hairpin. So look out for that Peugeot 205-34. There's a bit hanging off it, so I don't think it's been uneventful for Will Self. He's passed so many cars, Marcus.
Yeah, that's right. He's a rapid driver, Will Self. We see him quite a bit at Castle Combe and as well. And that Peugeot is a bit of a rocket ship. It's certainly going very well right now. And watch for the red. It's the red Peugeot, isn't it, the Will Self, making his way up the order. There he is, right behind... that's one of the 197s. That might be Argeas, I think.
Yeah, the driver who's just a point behind in the championship battle, behind Martin Paget as the field come through.
It's pretty frantic, isn't it? All the way down the order.
You're absolutely right. There's Nick Haynes and the only Ford Fiesta on the grid. Perhaps we see some more of those out as time goes on. Here's our Class B battle. The 2 Clios that are side by side. And Mandapira is ahead of David Walsh, yesterday's winner. So 69 Matthew Mandapira to the front in Class B, which has gone pretty well for him. Ben Morton's way back, the Integra that started on the second row, 67, is behind Will Self. And there's our 2 Class C leaders together. Martin Paget just ahead of David Drinkwater and Ivor Mares as well, just behind. The top 3 in Class C all together. But the Class A cars, they're making their way towards the end of the lap. So it's hard to know which of the class battles to look for. But Dan Brown for the overall lead is well ahead. So he's made a good opening lap. But Polly, Sylvester and Talbot all together. The Integra's got lots of straight line speed. He brakes earlier though, does Kevin Talbot. Decided not to go down the inside of Sylvester. Dan Brown leads. His mate though, Will Self, has got to top 10 already. He's 10th from the back of the grid. So he's passed more than 20 cars on that opening lap.
Ashton 11th to 6th. That's impressive. Eye-catching drive from Jack Ashton and that sort of Princess Diana purple Mini Metro.
We'll see whether he can... the Fiesta's off. I think that's pulled off at Coram. Thumbs up from driver Nick. So I think he's all right. Just a car issue. So racing can continue for the rest. But 1.6 seconds is Dan Brown's lead over the battle for second place, which is headed by Ryan Polly still, but Dan Sylvester chasing him as they go down towards Hamilton. And hopefully we'll pick up on that in a moment, with Kevin Talbot also involved in that dice. But Nick Haynes there out of the car in his Ford Fiesta, so let's have a look at some of the battle. There's a Honda CRX for the teenager, Archie Stiant. And it's great to have another model on the grid. And one car arrives backwards, which is far from ideal, which is 5, which is Neil Frost. There's Ivor Mares as Frost gets back going. So Ivor Mares who's 3rd in Class C. We just got a glimpse of in the Taylor Yates car. He's got Drinkwater ahead of him. So where's Martin Paget in all of this? Has he managed to escape? Quite possibly. And Stein can't get much closer to the back of Ivor Mares' car.
Ivor Mares is doing brilliantly in that car, to get near Drinkwater. I mean, Ivor's a very good driver. I mean, he raced in Formula Ford for years. The man from Coleraine in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, so here they come down towards the S's. Yeah, the Saxo's ahead. That's Paget. He's now got a couple of Class B cars between himself and Drinkwater, so he's going to try and use them to put a bit of space between him. There's Mares, the ex-Formula Ford man. In this compact, it's got a 2.5 litre engine, so a bigger engine than Drinkwater's has got, but that means it's heavier, which equalises out with that power to weight ratio formula that we're using hot hat to C2.
Gone off 43, that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, Chris Woods, who was involved in the incident yesterday, was making good progress. It's back on the circuit though after some grass tracking. There's Drinkwater, who we were just talking about, but these 2 Clios are just hampering his progress towards the back of Martin Paget. And where's Ivor Mares gone? He's lost a couple of places, so he's not quite with Drinkwater as he once was. For the lead of the race, Dan Brown is 3 seconds ahead of Ryan Polly now. Dan Sylvester is 3rd, Kevin Talbot is 4th, still Scott Smith and Jack Ashton complete the top 6. As Ivor Mares continues on, but yeah, he's a bit further behind Drinkwater now, but Drinkwater's coming under threat from Styant in the Honda, and he gets through as well, so that's now 3 cars between himself and Martin Paget. Paget, who's only won a couple of times in Class C this season, which came at once at Donington and once at Brands Hatch. But he's got a chance for a 3rd win today, I think, because Drinkwater is struggling amongst some of the powerful cars.
Yeah, that's right. He's stuck in that little tussle between Styant and the Honda. Ahead of him is Jason Brough. And that was a tap down the inside as Styant came past Brough, caught his front corner as he did so. And Drinkwater's gone off across the nose. He got on the grass on the inside and he's nosed into the barrier. Oh, that's the trouble of being mired in the centre of... he's got a big ding in the driver's door. You're mired in the centre of the pack. In the danger area, and that looks like it might not go much further because he's got bits hanging off it.
He was just telling me this morning how he needed to keep out of trouble today.
And you can see that the Honda's been bingled at the front where it clobbered the Clio.
Yeah, obviously a much experienced driver there, the CRX man, which is Archie Styant in his first meeting. So Martin Paget's got a big lead in Class C now, but David Drinkwater, it's all gone very wrong in this car that's had so many racing miles over the last few years. It's won the Burkitt a couple of times. For 2nd place, there's a change going up towards Ritchie's. It's pretty much side by side, but Dan Sylvester's got through into 2nd, so he's finally passed Polly. But in all of that, he's now best part of 5 seconds behind the leader. So Ivor Mares will be 2nd in C now, Class C, ahead of Callum Perfect, another championship contender. Callum Perfect, who's only 9 points behind Martin Paget. There's the Class B battle across the line, the 2 Clios heading up towards the first corner. It's 69, Matthew Mandapira ahead of 21, yesterday's winner David Walsh. So we're going to have a look at that now, I think. It's good to be able to have a look at these class battles, which sometimes we don't get to focus on. So there's 69, Mandapira, the Class B leader. He's also kind of in championship contender, although he's 8th in the championship. He's only 20 points behind, which is only just over a race win. So it's something that can come back towards him as the season concludes. He's ahead of David Walsh, who made his hot hatch debut yesterday. But Mandapira is ahead, and Stuart Kennedy 3rd in the class. Joel Ogaias 4th. So again, he's not progressing this weekend. Whether that's ill effects from the incident he had at Cadwell, not sure. But Matthew Mandapira's car certainly going better this weekend and ahead of David Walsh.
Yes, they're running, down in 12th and 13th places. Stuart Kennedy's next, then Joel Argaeus. Then it will be Shay Kavanagh behind them, and Charlie Hayes.
Now Charlie Hayes in a compact but with a 2.8 litre engine, so therefore fits into Class B.
It's not the former Can-Am racer Charlie Hayes, by the way. Both the a 91710 turbo Porsche.
Big weave there for Mandapira, which is interesting, but he's still ahead of David Walsh. So they bounce their way over the curbs.
Yeah, tenuously.
So Brown, the leader, goes through. Sylvester chasing with the fastest lap. So now he's clear of Polly. Sylvester's done the fastest lap, but he's 4.2 seconds back. They've done 4 laps. They did 7 yesterday, so 3 to go it should be. Jack Ashton's up to 5th, so the Metro speed is keeping up this time, which it didn't manage yesterday.
Yeah, Mandapira is having to work very, very hard to repel Walsh.
There's Ashton on our screens through Ritchie's, with Scott Smith behind. So this is the battle for 5th place.
Corner's very flat, the Ashton Metro, doesn't it? Which is some impressive suspension tuning.
Yeah, I suspect they've done quite a lot of work on that since they ran it originally in this specification, because they run the 1400 cc's, I think, in the Metro Championship, which he raced in previously with his brother Andrew, brother Paul as well, I think, raced in the championship before that. But now Jack, I think he fancied a different challenge, and it's only a challenge to get this Metro to go as quickly as this. Potentially other types of cars coming into the championship in the future. We heard a couple of weeks ago about a Renault Clio that's looking to have a V6 engine put into it from a Megane for next year. So we look forward to sort of see who can take on the Hondas, because it is Honda dominated.
It's going to become hotter, Hatch. If that happens.
Also got the Peugeot of Will Self as well, so there are people trying something different. And somebody's lost a bit of bodywork, so Doug, one of our start line marshals, is going to retrieve that. As Self is 7th now, I think. He's got past Tate Taverner by the looks of it in the background. Wonder if that's the bit of bumper that was trailing Will Self's Peugeot that's now let go, that has been retrieved. So we're going to have a lap to go at the end of this, I think. 2 laps to go at the end of this even. And can Dan Sylvester catch Dan Brown? Sylvester across the line. And he's into the 9s, just like he was yesterday. 300 slower than yesterday, a 2:09.94. And the gap is 3.6 seconds. He was, 6 tenths quicker than Brown. It needs to be a bit of a bigger gain than that. Brown he had 2 wheels sort of on the grass as he turned into the hairpin, which isn't really
not conducive to getting round it.
But he's using as much of the road as he dares. Now, if we lost Tate Taverner, he's dropped a couple of places, so he's behind Will Self and Ben Morton. He's dropped to 9th. There's Sylvester then in the chase. Dan Sylvester, who's also racing a Porsche Boxster today and a Audi RS3. There's Kevin Talbot, 4th. So he hasn't made so much progress this time, but that's to be expected now. He's against the quickest drivers. But there's Brown, who's on a full turn of form, because the start of the season didn't go that well. He had 4ths and 5ths and 8ths early in the season, and now he had a couple of wins, I think, at Mallory Park, and then he's won the 3 races since. So a real change in the middle part of the season for him.
I wonder what's turned the tide with that car, why it's suddenly really performing well now. What they've changed on it, or whether it just found a sweet spot in the handling.
Here's the Clio battle for the Class B win. It's still Matthew Mandapira ahead. They're battling for 12th overall, but a class win. And it's David Walsh chasing in 21. Left-hander at Hamilton. That takes you down towards Oggies. Oh, big moment for Walsh, but he's carried pretty good speed down towards the next corner, which is the right-hander at Oggies. Mandapira, though, is still ahead. So this has been a good defensive drive from him, because David Walsh maybe a little bit quicker. He was yesterday.
I think Drinkwater is running 7th in Class C by the looks of things.
It's still going.
Yeah.
He just did a personal best lap, didn't he, looking at that? So he's got pace, but it's not what he would have wanted. This is for 3rd, I think, in Class B, the Corrado of Stuart Kennedy. As the 2 class leaders are side by side, it's David Walsh looks to the inside of Matthew Mandapira. They are wheel to wheels. They turn into the right-hander at Nelson. Mandapira's got the better line. and they still have a lap to go at the end of this. The leaders have started their last lap. Sylvester set a new lap record now, a 2:09.86. Is less than 3 seconds behind the leader. This Class B battle is going to go all the way, Marcus.
Yeah, there's some light damage on the side of David Walsh's car. That might have been legacy of yesterday, for all I know. But these two are pretty much inseparable all around the circuit. But that was a very good challenge launched into Brundle by David Walsh.
Yeah, let's see if he can make the move. I think he only started racing last year. He raced in the Clio Sport Championship last season, where we have about half a grid of these 197s. And I think they're at Silverstone next week, part of another 750 Motor Club meeting. Here comes David Walsh. He can't quite get there into Ritchie, so I think Walsh's car probably is in Clio Sport specification, when Matthew Mandapira has tuned his to hot hatch Class B spec. But that's the whole point of these categories, where you can modify the cars as you wish to a pretty open rule set, but they have to fit into the power to weight ratio band. There's Kennedy.
Like the old Corrado, they're wonderful handling cars. I had one on the road for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was Stuart Kennedy in the Corrado, still battling with Joel Orgaiez, who's a Spaniard, I think. He does a lot. I think he probably lives in the UK. Does a lot of racing here. So there's Mandapira still ahead in that battle, which is going to go right to the line. We saw what Walsh was able to attack up to Brundle a lap ago, so I'm sure he'll try to do the same this time. Meanwhile, the checkered flag being prepared, because Dan Brown is making his way into the final corner. He's got a car to lap, but Sylvester's not far away now, but he's obviously not going to be close enough to challenge with so little of the race to go. It was a good chase, though. Dan Brown then will take 4 wins in a row in the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. His victory margin, though, only 1.1 seconds at the flag, so Sylvester half the gap on the last lap. Ryan Polly took third. Fourth went the way of Kevin Tolbert in the Integra, just 7.5 seconds between the 4 of them. Here's the Class B battle then. It's Matthew Mandapira that's still ahead of David Walsh. He's defending, though, Marcus, coming towards the final couple of corners.
Yeah, exactly. And Walsh hasn't given up. Mandapira's just watching his mirrors and probably breathing very heavily, because it gets hot and stuffy in there. And when you're under pressure, you really mustn't make the slightest mistake. Round Coram, he hugs a line which allows him to get his braking sorted and the car organised for Murray's, and the accelerates out. They should be pretty similar in a straight line, and I don't think Walsh is quite close enough to leap out of the slipstream and challenge on the line. He's not, and Mandapira wins the class then from Walsh, and the boots come up on this one. Number 14, is that? Yes, it is.
Jared Coulson. Yeah, and his Clio. That's a win number 4 of the season for Mandapira, by the way, in Class B. Where's our Class C leader? I think it's just behind Coulson, so the next car behind the open-booted Clio should be Martin Paget, who will extend his championship lead with his 3rd class win of the season.
Does that classify as a movable aerodynamic device on Coulson's car?
DRS of a different form.
That's the drag addition system. That's not DRS.
DAS. But yeah, it was Martin Paget who won Class C. Ivor Mayers was second, just ahead of Callum Perfect, who made a good comeback after his incident yesterday. David Drinkwater, I think, is going to get to the flag. He's in this next group, which is pretty racy to the line, but David Drinkwater not quite involved in that. But he's got the car home. He did a 2:21 in the end, which was pretty almost as quick as he did yesterday. So he scored some points, but he's going to lose out in the championship a little bit. But really good stuff again from the Hot Hats Championship. Great to have these huge grids. And all 3 classes, really something to race for, Marcus.
Very much so. And isn't that great? Because you can't all race for the win.
Yeah, let's have a look at the full results then. Lots of cars and drivers to talk about. Dan Brown, our winner, 45, won by 1.18 seconds from Dan Sylvester. 3rd was 36, Ryan Polly. 4th, 137, Kevin Tolbert. And 5th, 79, Jack Ashton, with Scott Smith. Will Sell from the back got 7th. Ben Morton, Tate Taverner and Sean Green completed the top 10. Class B in 12th position. The winner was Matthew Mandapira by less than half a second from David Walsh. And Stuart Kennedy was 3rd, ahead of Joel Orgaiez. who was the championship leader coming into the weekend. He beat Shay Kavanagh and Charlie Hayes. Class C winner was 21st. That was Martin Paget, our championship leader. He won the class by 6 seconds in the end over Ivor Mares, Callum Perfect, William Bartom, and John Hobbs completed the top 5 within Class C. And you can see the remainder of drivers on your screen. I think we only lost the Honda CRX during the course of that race and the Fiesta that pulled off on the first lap, but 31 cars, I think, got home. But the first of those was Dan Brown with another win. He's building up his chances of the championship now with this run in the middle half of the season. And he will very shortly, I think, be talking to Chris Stevens, who's down there in Parc Ferme. So we're here from Chris now, I think.
Dan Brown, back-to-back victories in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Looked like you were pulling away, but you were being closed in on towards the end.
Yeah, we're both running different tyres. I'm on different tyres than the other two top cars. Mine seemed better from the start, but from about lap 4, lap 5, I can really start to feel them go off. So I could see Danny and Mamira start to catch me, and I was a bit worried. Just got to make it 3 out of 3 now, haven't I?
Exactly, yeah. The pressure's on now. You've done 2 out of 2 so far this weekend. Can you make it 3 out of 3?
50-50. Coming into the weekend, I didn't think I'd get this far, so you never know. Wish me luck.
We certainly do wish you luck. Congratulations. Great victory for you. But let's go and talk to the people involved in the highlight of that race. Matthew Mandapira, who took an astonishing Class B victory. That was some battle you had with David Walsh.
Dave's a great driver. They're all great drivers in Hot Hatch. Yeah, just had to do my utmost to keep ahead of him, breaking the toe. He was doing a couple of nice manoeuvres to dive on the outside of me, but he just didn't quite have the traction. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. Great racing.
Because you're one apiece now this weekend, so who's going to come out on top in race 3?
We'll see.
Top man, brilliant stuff. That was a great battle to watch. And hopefully we have our Class C winner, Martin Paget, here. Championship leader, extending that advantage again.
Slowly. It's a massive shock to the system, but we're getting there. We're just pushing, keep pushing. So massive help from Retro Fabrication. They've just done so much work to help me get to where I am and testing. And to be fair, David last night just walked me through all my mistakes that I was doing, and he sort of helped me massively to get to where I am today. So yeah, absolutely massive, ecstatic.
Looked like a bit of a lonely race for you in terms of the class battle, but you were mixing it in with the B cars.
Yeah, I was trying to just keep a pull from the Bs, and they were just a bit quicker on the straights, obviously, but a little bit quicker around the corners, and just trying to keep with them and trying to keep a couple of Bs in between us to keep that buffer, really, to try and keep us sort of a bit of a gap. So yeah, no, I'm happy, really happy.
Great, congratulations, great class win. Marcus, Josh, back up to you. Coming up next, the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship.
So we carry on with tin top action. Now it's time for the cars from the late 80s and early 90s in the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch Championship on the penultimate event of the season for this championship. So we're very much in championship title deciding times. Let's have a look at the grid and then we'll talk about what we expect to come today. So on pole position is number 1, Chris Steer, the champion from last year, alongside the championship leader, number 87, Stuart Place. On the second row, 47 is Robert Campbell and 12, James Hazelhurst. Row 3 is 48 Neil Dudman and 36 Martin Rogers. Row 4 is 91 Finn Groom and 93 Ben Bateman. On row 5, 89 Richard Kelsall and 18 Darren Bassingthwaite. And on row 6, 92 is Rick Groom and 6 is Andy Philpotts. Row 7 for 49 Graham Rees and 58 Peter Osgerby. On row 8, 41 Jason Wood. I don't think he will be there. We'll have more news about him in a moment. And 14 David Shaky alongside. And on row 9 is 42 Terry Deer and 3 Andrew Thorpe. Again, another question mark whether he will be there or not. And hopefully the man that knows the answers to those questions is Paul Thorpe, who joins me in the commentary box.
I know many things, yes. No, I haven't seen Andrew Thorpe since his unfortunate rollover in qualifying. I think he's gone home now. As Jason Wood, we won't be seeing his car. His car is definitely a bit terminal, I'm afraid. He lost his brakes going in towards the hairpin, and purely by the grace of God, although he caught Neil Dubman, it could have been so much worse, but he ended up rolling the car onto the grass. There's quite some impressive in-car footage of that from both cars' perspectives, and it was quite a scary moment when the brakes disappear when you're approaching a corner at 100 miles an hour.
So, as I was making the point earlier, this is an important day in the championship. As far as I can work out, Chris Deere has to beat Stuart Place in both races to keep the championship alive going to Donington Park. And as he was...
It's getting that close. We're now definitely at the pointy end of our championship. I did a quick calculation myself, and yeah, it's all pretty tense there. I know that the pressure is on for Stuart Place. He's trying to get in his head what he can do, but as long as he keeps doing what he's doing, he should be okay. But Chris Deere will not be resting on his laurels. He will definitely want to retain that championship, and the focus will be on the start line between these two. But looking further back, another couple of guys to watch out is number 91 Finn Groom and number 93 Ben Bateman. Now, Ben Bateman started in a similar position yesterday and ended up coming third in the race. Cars number 91 and 93, they're our youngest drivers in the championship, and they're definitely proving a point. So there'll be two guys to keep a close eye on. There's also an excellent finish by local man Darren Bassingthwaite. He got 7th, and he's got a lot of his members of his family and friends here being his local track, egging him on, and it's really showing his knowledge of this circuit.
Neil Dudman back out. He was the other driver involved in that accident, Paul.
That's right. You'll see him. He's got a bit of damage there. It bent one of the steering arms, one of the lower arms. They managed to put a new arm, a bit of duct tape, and it's all ready to go. So, yes, he's raring to go, and he was doing very well up until that unfortunate moment.
So we won't have a green flag lap for these cars. We'll be straight into racing once the countdown begins. So Chris Deere on pole. He's had just the one win this season, which came at Brands Hatch. Stuart Place has had 7 wins this year. He starts alongside Chris Deere. Chris Deere's had 6 second places, quite often behind Stuart Place.
Quite often, yes. But they're carrying success ballast. Stuart Place is carrying 50 kilograms of success ballast. Chris Deere is carrying 45. So there's not a lot to choose between these two. It's going to be very tense the first lap or so.
Robert Campbell, good qualifying yesterday, didn't race so well. He's there on the second row, teammate to Chris Deere. James Hazelhurst alongside, who got into second, but then defended quite heavily, which I don't think quite worked out for him. He got roughed up a little bit and dropped back, so I don't think he may have learned from that a little bit. That's right, little tap out the
hairpin. I'm not quite sure what happened there. He got a little tap of the hairpin, sent him wide. And yes, but he'll be wanting to prove a point today. But like you say, Dubman there with 40. Neil Dubman is right behind Robert Campbell. Robert Campbell, like you say, he qualifies excellent. He's just having the trouble with his first lap. I don't know whether that's a mental thing in his head. He just cannot get his grip on the first lap, but hopefully he will get a better start and show what he can do in that car.
Car at the back there is 49, Graham Rees near the back. Is that the ex-Ben Leach car?
That's the ex-Ben Leach car, yes. It's actually ex-my car, actually. Yeah. Parts of that were my old car from when I raced that in 2013. I think I stopped racing that car, yes. So the bits of that. He did quite well during the race yesterday. He's starting to get the hang of this. He's still at his novice cross there, as you can see. That's that yellow square with the black X. You have to race 6 races and be clean and good driving, and then you can have that removed. And he'd be keen to do that. As you can see, there's quite a long hold there. I'm not sure we're having trouble getting some cars off the circuit, but this is holding them for a very long time. Like you say, we don't have a green flag lap, and you get so nervous at this point. The longer they leave it, the more nervous we become.
And drivers with doors open as well as they try and get some cool air. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's very humid. Obviously, we don't have sort of air conditioning in these cars, and it does get very warm in these tin tops. So it's, like you say, you can see the doors open there, waving away, trying to get some sort of air circulation. Part of that is nerves as well as we sit there. As you can see, it's really only the front 2 that have got the doors open, because I think they are the most nervous fellas on the circuit.
How is the temperature? Because I've been in here all day, so you don't really get to know
it's very nice in here. It's quite mild. We're at the 1 minute board just going out now. It's quite mild and humid. It's very muggy, very close. It's a bit cool in the breeze, but obviously with the doors closed, we don't get that breeze.
Yeah.
But obviously you've got your heart is pumping, and you're just getting warmer and warmer. We've got all these layers on as well to protect ourselves, and it gets very warm and hot and sweaty in those cars.
So the countdown now is almost there. For the start of the race then, this is, I think, round 11 of the championship for the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Hatch for the pre-1992 hatchback cars. The 5-second board is up. We're about to go racing for the first of 2 times for these competitors today. The red lights are on, the lights will go out and the race gets underway, and this time a much even start between the top 2, but up the gear Stuart Place has got the advantage, so Stuart Place will lead, but it's pretty tight behind. There's a couple of batches of cars going 3 abreast, but it's the championship leader, Stuart Place, who turns into Richie's as the leader. Deere is second, third is
three abreast!
who was third? Martin Rogers, I think, into third place. So a good start from him in the third of the Peugeot. Then you've got Robert Campbell. James Hazelhurst has got the better of him, I think. You've got Ben Bateman on the outside. But a really good start, actually, from Martin Rogers, 6th to 3rd.
I thought excellent start there. He really got that dug in, but looking further back, we did have the youngsters side by side. But at the moment, it looks like from the youngsters, Finn Groom has got the better of Ben Bateman there. They're currently in about 6th or 7th place there. But a great start there by Martin Rogers. I think he 6th or 7th on the grid, wasn't he? An excellent start indeed.
Yeah, so he hasn't had really the best of seasons, so he's hoping for a podium, I'm sure. 5 Peugeots in the top 5. What's
all
going
right,
on
don't rub it in. I'm rooting for the XR2. Come on, Finn.
Which is, yeah, something very quite rare, isn't it? This year has seemed to be a bit more Peugeot dominated than previous seasons. We had a Vauxhall win last time out at Cadwell. Here's Stuart Place, who turns into the left-hander at Hamilton with his rival Chris Deere behind. Then Rogers, Hazelhurst and Campbell. Robert Campbell, better start this time in 5th place. Let's see if he can sort of settle in now into a battle.
Now, I'm sure what he'd be doing, he'd be sitting behind these guys, just waiting. As you can see, those cars there of Rogers and Hazelhurst having a little battle. I'm sure he'll just sit back, follow them for a few laps and see what develops. There's Graham Rees there, just showing that he can get up there. He's starting to get the hang of this car. A little bit of a wiggle out there, but that's such a hard corner because you want to get that corner absolutely perfect for this straight. You need a maximum drive down this straight as Stuart Place, Chris Deere, Martin Rogers and James Hazelhurst go under the bridge.
So there's Stuart Place, the race leader, looking for win number 8 this season, ahead of Chris Deere, who, if anything's fallen into the clutches of those behind, being led by Martin Rogers. Martin Rogers, whose best result has been a 4th this season, which was yesterday, so he's having his best weekend of the season for sure.
It's like a little train there. I've never seen it this close on the first lap. This is 3 miles, and it's like a little train of all these cars. What an impressive start by everybody. Nice and clear. Oh, a little bit of puff of smoke there from a car further back. I think that was the dub machine as he braking for that corner. But look at this, a lovely line of wonderful classic vehicles.
And Chris Deere has re-caught Stuart Place, so he's back with him. So our 2 championship contenders, I think they're basically the only 2 that left who can win it. And they are in the top 2 positions, 0.3 of a second apart, but it is Place ahead.
Ooh, look at Ben Bateman there trying to get the inside line for the first corner, and he gets through, but will Finn be able to get the cutback as they go back down the straight? That was an incredible move.
And side by side behind as well between Andy Philpotts and Titch Kelsall, I think, but Hazelhurst is going for 3rd. He's on the inside of Rogers. There's the Bateman and Groom battle you were describing to us, Paul, and it's Bateman ahead.
Oh yes, Bateman's just got ahead there after that wonderful move on the first corner. Like you say, it looked like was it James Hazelhurst got the better of Martin Rogers there. Could have had a better exit into the corner for the hairpin, and there they go. Yes, there's James Hazelhurst. He's in front. He wants to prove a point after, like you say, he got a little bit muscled out towards the end of the race yesterday, and he's definitely itching. And there we are. We have those 2 youngsters side by side again as they go towards. Is that Nelson? Which corner is that?
Down to Agostini.
I don't know what the corners are. I just go around them. And there we go. And Ben Bateman's still on the inside line holding that. And there is that's Darren Bassingthwaite there in front of Andy Philpotts. So what a great move. And look at the front again. That's what a bit of sideways there by Martin Rogers, getting the pressure from Campbell. And Campbell has got right up his boot. Look at that. He's pushing him round the corner.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much, but Martin Rogers was able to hold on to it.
Oh, Finn Groom's got back on the inside of Ben Bateman further back. Oh, what a race. Look at this.
And Neil Dudman's involved in that battle as well. It's all 3 of them together. Robert Campbell just ahead in 47 for the lead, though it's still number 87. Stuart Place is still ahead of Chris Deere.
Oh, who's that gone over the grass?
That Finn Groom possibly gone grass tracking, bouncing back on. Hazelhurst is 3rd, so he did get past Rogers, then Campbell, then Bateman is 6th, Dudman is next. Finn Groom, after that off-track excursion, is coming under pressure from cars behind, so he's dropped back a little bit because of that.
That was incredible. Oh, a little bit wide there, and looking further back. Yeah, Ben Bateman got really onto the grass there, but there he is. Campbell there getting a much better start to this race. He's not that far behind Chris Deere at all. He'll be itching to get on the podium if he can. Looking further back, now you've got Ben Bateman there, and yes, he's managed to get 2 places. You've got Titch Kelsall, but he's all over the back of Finn Groom.
So they're going to come through to complete lap 2 of a 15-minute sprint race. There's Ben Bateman. Neil Dudman settling back in well after the incident yesterday. Neil, pretty inexperienced, hasn't done that much racing there. Stuart Place, who does not hug the pit wall like Chris Deere does, which is a more traditional racing line, but Place is a second quicker on that lap, so the gap is out to 1.4 seconds.
And there's Neil Dubman trying to get as close as he can towards Ben Bateman as they come towards the first corner. But there we go. There's Ben Bateman and Neil Dudman wanted to prove a point after yesterday because he was in about 3rd or 4th place when the unfortunate incident happened yesterday. And Finn Groom is not letting them get away. And Titch Kessel, another local man, it's great to see him back out there. He's all over the back of them as well.
So in this battle, you've got the Vauxhall Nova, the Peugeot 205 and a Ford Fiesta XR2. So 3 different types of cars battling. How do you think the 3 cars sort of compare to one another around the lap?
Well, it's very difficult because the XR2s are excellent at exiting the corners and taking the corners and breaking late for them. But then you've got the other cars, they've got the power, they've got the injection system, they've got much more power. So as it comes towards the bottom of the straights, the injection cars do get the better. I see a bit of a dent there in Finn Groom's door. I've never noticed that before. But here we go. And Finn Groom is trying to go round the outside of Neil Dubman. But he's going to hold it. How on earth have he done that? He's going to stick there. But the trouble is, Neil Dubman will have the inside line for this next corner, which is quite quick. But no, Finn Groom has got the place, and he's now got his eyes purely set on Ben Bateman again. Good grief, this is excellent racing, and this is not more common. It's very rare that the 205s have dominated in the past like they have today, but this shows you what we usually see, different marks battling bumper to bumper.
Yeah, Finn Groom's got that big dent in the door. I wonder if that happened a lap ago here when he was on the grass. I think that was involved in this battle, possibly with Neil Dudman.
A little bit wide there by Finn Groom. That's such a tough corner there, but he managed to hold on. He's definitely got the brains to keep on the track, but he's taken a slightly different line. Now he really wants to get behind here. The XR2 does struggle in the straight line, and he really could do with a toe. And there he is. He's gone behind Neil Dubman again. Dubman using the power of the GTI to get by him.
Yeah, that's right. Still with Ben Bateman, who hops up the curb. It's a line you used in the past,
that's mine. Yeah, there's lots of pictures of me on 2 wheels hitting that sausage curb, but yeah, it's quite scary. We had a roll about 10 years ago there, quite a bad roll of 205. Oh, Neil Dubman is going for the inside line on Ben Bateman, but is he going to make that pay? Ben will hold his much as he can. He's going to come round the outside of Corm. Such a difficult corner. You're going around at 80, 85 miles an hour, and then you have to brake for this tight left-hander. But no, we all got nice little lines, so Ben Bateman's managed to keep the place.
And they're catching Robert Campbell in 5th, so they're going after the car ahead for the lead of the race. Stuart Place is now 1.7 seconds ahead of Chris Deere as he continues to pull away, but it's side by side there. With Robert Campbell got a problem. He's been caught, and he looks like those behind are going ahead. Ben Bateman's gone ahead, Neil Dudman's gone ahead, and Robert Campbell's slotted in behind. So he's dropped to 7th. For some reason, he was slower down the straight, Paul.
I wonder if he had a little bit of an incident on that tight left-hander we were talking about. There is a sausage curb there as well. I wonder if it compromised his exit, and of course, you compromise your exit there, you can lose 5 miles an hour on the bottom of the straight, and that's why he's lost 2 places. That's what I suspect.
Okay, so he's now...
Oh, Finn Groom's got... actually, maybe he's got a problem. Because look at the way Finn Groom just drove alongside him. And he's got past him so easy. Like you say, I'm wondering if he's got a problem.
Looked like he waved him past. I think inside the cockpit, it looked like he waved him past. So obviously something going on for Robert Campbell. Although, on his last lap, he did do his personal best lap. So the cars behind are pretty quick. So the ones who are now ahead of him. So for Ben Bateman, he is over a second quicker than Martin Rogers. So let's see if Ben...
Ooh.
Yeah, they're almost with Martin Rogers already, actually. So they are chasing after the car for...
Oh, look at that. Finn Groom still making Neil Dubman work for that. Look at that car tripoding as it goes round the corner. We got our suspension set so stiff. You will see that quite a lot on these cars where they end up going tripod. Look there, you can just see on Finn's Groom, just a wheel just skipping over the ground, but it's all over the back. What a fantastic battle from these two.
So they turn their way through the right-hander there at Williams. This time I think Finn Groom didn't run too wide as he had on the last couple of laps. And they head their way down the Bentley Straight, where at the end of the straight where Stuart Place leads. He's got this advantage that is extending. It's Chris Deere dropping into the clutches of James Hazelhurst.
That's what it looks like. Look, yes, Hazelhurst there has really caught up. I'm wondering if maybe he has a problem. I mean, he has dropped off the back of Stuart Place, quite significant. Martin Rogers got a little bit wide there, but then we have this little gaggle of all these different marks. But yes, he's definitely dropping back, or maybe James has really, after yesterday, he really put out about the fact that he got knocked down. And there we go. James is all over the back of Chris Deere. I'm wondering if maybe the ballast weight that Chris Deere is carrying, he's carrying 45 kilos. I wonder if this is really starting to pay. I wonder if he overworked his tyres early in the race, and it's slowing him up. He's definitely well in the clutches of James Hazelhurst.
So here they come through with probably 3 laps to go. So we had 4 laps so far. Stuart Place has gone through. Now, interestingly, Place's lap times are going up. They did a 24, then a 25, then a 26, where James Hazelhurst is getting quicker and quicker, and he's caught up with Chris Deere. Obviously, we've mentioned about these new tyres these cars are running. A few people telling me yesterday. They're struggling with the tyres this weekend, perhaps understeering a bit, and James Hazelhurst is up the inside, an easy move in the end to get past Chris Deere, last year's champion.
That was incredibly easy. Like you say, I'm wondering if he does have a problem, and now it's going to be damage limitation. Now, this is really going to hurt his championship retention hopes here. But he'll try and stay behind James. Maybe he's just thought that maybe the problem, he'll try and nurse it back. He's only got about sort of 3 or 4 seconds back to the next Martin Rogers, Ben Bateman and Neil Dudman battle. So let's hope he doesn't fall in the clutches of him. But Ben Bateman has got by. Has he got by? He has got by Martin Rogers, hasn't he?
And he was 2 seconds quicker than Chris Deere on the last lap, but James Hazelhurst is locked up and he's run wide, so Chris Deere's got a chance to fight back, but I think Hazelhurst has just about been able to hang on. But yeah, Ben Bateman 2 seconds quicker than Chris Deere on the last lap.
Oh, Chris Deere just gave him a bit of a love tap there to get him moving. It looks like Chris Deere has resigned himself to ending in that position, because he didn't really fight for that position, where in the past, if his car was 100%, he would have done so.
Yeah, so both Place and Deere are getting slower as the race is going on. They're both lapping 2 seconds slower than they did in the early stages. So I wonder, is that that ballast, the tyres going off a bit quicker than the others?
Possibly. You mentioned about these tyres. These tyres aren't quite as good as the 048 Yokis that we used to use. These tyres don't need a lot of warming up, and what tends to happen is, as you get towards the latter half of the race, the front tyres on these that work so hard start to go off a bit. So it is definitely tyre management having to come into place. Because, a little bit of a puff of smoke there from the rear tyre as it got a bit light.
There's a black and orange mechanical warning flag going out to 42, Terry Deere. So the Metro has a problem, which is the officials want Terry to make his way down the pit lane and check that out.
Maybe it was the pizza we had last night. I don't know. We'll have to check that out later on. But Stuart Place, I think he's well comfortable here. He's just taking it easy. But yes, James has got away, and this will be a great finish for this young man. After yesterday, he was so put out. He was on a podium yesterday, and he's going to be so chuffed. And there's Chris Deere. He'll be trying to get his calculator out to see what he can do to claim his championship. But he's definitely heading Stuart Places. This will be his 8th win of the season, Josh. I've never heard of anything like this in this championship. I've been involved since 2011. I've never seen someone drive like this.
The Hazelhurst is quicker than Stuart Place. The gap is 3.2 seconds. There's 2 laps to go. Obviously, Hazelhurst had to get past Chris Deere, and he made a small mistake on the last lap, but he was still a couple of attempts quicker. Here's Terry Deere's car, Paul, so can we work out what might be wrong with the Metro?
Just looking there, I can't see it. Something does look a bit low on the front there, but I can't see anything worrying. Maybe something's rubbing at the back. We can't see anything. I wonder if it's maybe dropping fluid, because we definitely can't see anything. Looks like the exhaust. No, I can't see any issue there, so I'm not quite sure what that's about, Josh. I can't see anything obvious.
Okay, so that's one for you for over lunch to find out.
Find out, yes.
So the Chris Deere versus to Ben Bateman gap, that's less than 3 seconds. Bateman was over a second quicker on the last lap. Behind them, Neil Dudman's got the better of Martin Rogers. His bonnet started to come loose.
He's got a little bonnet issue. Now he may get a flag for that, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But what a great showing after what was quite a scary moment for him yesterday. But he's definitely got the better of Martin Rogers there. There's Martin Rogers. He's from up near Brigg, and he's been racing quite a few years now, yes, and he's very quick. I know myself. We had a great battles last year, and he pipped me to the 3rd place in the championship last year, which was very frustrating for me. But yeah, we can just see that bonnet just flapping away. That's obviously something from the incident yesterday, and there he is. He's definitely going to want to keep his sights on that Neil Dudman machine, just in case that it does present itself as more of a problem.
So there's Stuart Place. He's still got a good gap over Hazelhurst. We're 3rd to 4th. Chris Deere to Ben Bateman. And lights flashing on Finn
here we
Groom.
go, Finn Groom. I don't think that's going to work, Finn. But I like your effort there. He's flashing there, trying to put him off, I think. But Finn, he's our youngest on there, and he's definitely shown that he can mess it. But then we see that it's only really on the faster bits where that starts flapping. So maybe they're not quite, marshals haven't noticed that. But there he is, Mike Rogers. They're still coming there. But like you say, Ben Bateman, he is getting closer, but I don't think he'll be close enough to Chris Deere because we're coming up now.
The gap was 3 seconds though, Portman. He's almost caught that on this lap, so he's massively quicker, Ben Bateman, than Chris Deere.
I'm desperately trying to see if we got the last lap board going out.
Yeah, I think so. No checking flag this time, so 1 lap to go for Stuart Place to get another step closer to the championship. It won't be done in this race, but it could be done later.
Yo, look at that, Josh. Yes, you're quite right. He's not very far at all. What's that? He's about less than a second behind him.
Yeah, Bateman was 2.3 seconds quicker than Chris Deere on that lap, so Ben Bateman snatched the podium at the end of the previous race. Let's see if he can get the better of Chris Deere again today.
Oh, this will really hurt Chris Deere. He's trying to make that. He's right up behind him for the hairpin.
Yeah,
I think he's caught him right up. He's right up his boot. Now, Chris Deere has obviously got a problem. And it looks like Ben Bateman is going to get the better bit. Another podium. And now the 2:2:05s there have got together as well. But as we look at the third place battle is the one we're trying to look at. Here we go. Ben Bateman's got the inside. Now, Chris has made that really easy. He's definitely got an issue because I wouldn't expect Chris Deere to go wide there to let Ben. He's making a suggestion that he might go past, but I think he's resigned himself to just finishing the race.
Yeah, he doesn't have a look to the inside. So perhaps Ben Bateman had a better exit to the hairpin. We didn't see that. He managed to get alongside, but certainly Chris Deere was on a wider line. He's certainly fighting back now, so I wonder if it was just Ben Bateman.
Oh, he's pushing him.
I wonder if Ben Bateman just got a better exit, Paul, and got down the inside.
That's what it looks like, but Ben's got away a bit wide there. It's a little bit of bump drafting there by Chris Deere, but I don't think he's got an answer for this man. Like I say, he's a good second lap quicker, which is quite significant. And, well, that'll be another podium for that young man.
Yeah, Ben Bateman's had a couple of thirds this year. James Hazelhurst has had 3 thirds. He's not had a better than that, though. So this second place, assuming he stays there on this last half a lap, will be his best result of the season for James Hazelhurst. But Stuart Place, again, is uncatchable for the rest. So here he comes in 87. Oh, it's Neil Dudman. Perhaps he's had that problem with the bonnet. He's had to pull off.
Yeah.
So he was 5th, which that's another real shame for him. But yeah, Stuart Place, this has been an exceptional season as he turns his way with a couple of corners to go. Just got to get the car home. Through Coram he comes. It's be win number 8 of 11 this season, so he's only been beaten 3 times. He's had a second and a couple of fourths as well, which were last time out at Cadwell. But into Murray's he comes. It's going to be another step closer to the championship. It's not quite done yet, though. That's going to potentially come later. The checkered flag is going to go out for win number 8 of the season then for Stuart Place, who accelerates up to the checkered flag and takes the victory. Second place will go the way of James Hazelhurst, and third for Ben Bateman, both drivers who progressed well in that race.
Wow, look at that gap, 4 seconds from second place with all that to wait on board. Now, that's really interesting because he's going to have yet another 25 kilos added to his weight. I've got to work out exactly what he's got to carry for the race this afternoon, but I think by my calculations, Josh, he may be able to wrap this up. The last race, I'm looking further back. Oh, that was just looking at a battle there between Campbell and Finn Groom there. That was pretty close across the line there, but what a fantastic race that was for Stuart Place to come first. James Hazelhurst making amends for yesterday, getting a second place, his best finish ever, and then Ben Bateman getting another podium in third.
I reckon Stuart Place needs a top 5 finish later on to win the championship.
Top 5. Oh well, that'll honestly that'll be a breeze for him. I mean, he's got eight. That's his 8th victory now. And yes, as long as he sort of keeps focused, I know as each race goes by, he's getting more and more nervous. I know he's really nervous about the championship. He's been so close before in the past and got too nervous and it's gone wrong for him. But it's looked very promising. He could wrap this up this afternoon, Josh.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Thanks, Paul. We'll see you later.
That's no problem. Thank you so much.
Potentially an important race of the championship later on in Classic Stock Catch. Let's see if we can have a look at the results then of this morning's race. So let's take a look at the win by 4.7 seconds by number 87 Stuart Place. Second was 12 James Hazelhurst. Third was 93 Ben Bateman. Fourth one Chris Deere, who dropped away. Fifth for 39 Martin Rogers, and sixth was 91 Finn Groom. The top 10 completed by Richard Kelsall, Darren Battingthwaite, Andy Philpotts and Rick Groom, with Robert Campbell. He dropped to 11th in the end. Peter Osgerby, Graham Rees and David Sheekey were the remaining finishers. Problems for Neil Dudman and Terry Deere meant they retired right near the end. But the top 3 drivers have made their way down to Parc Ferme. We've got a couple of more races to go this morning before lunch, by the way. They will be for Sports 1000s and Porsches, so we look forward to those in a few moments' time. We just wait for our drivers from the Classic Stock Hatches to make their way out of the car, and then we will be able to head down to Chris Stevens to have a chat with Stuart Place, with James Hazelhurst and with Ben Bateman as well, to have a word with them. Stuart Place is making his way towards Chris, so we'll be very shortly heading down to Chris Stevens with the race winner Stuart Place.
Stuart Place, back-to-back victories and an important one as well. You've put one hand on the championship trophy.
Yeah, I'm so pleased that these two guys followed me behind. Yeah, I managed to work a gap. They occupied Chris for me. They've made it harder for him now. I've just got to keep my head, keep pedalling, get on with it. But yeah, it's we're nearly there. Nearly there.
Yes, it could be done this afternoon. Is the mentality the same? Just go out there, try and win the race?
Just want to win. I don't know. I don't know about points. I don't know about any of it. All I said to my wife was, tell me when it's over. And when it's done, it's done. Hopefully it's today. If it's not, we'll keep going.
Well, good luck with that. It's been another fantastic drive. Congratulations on the win. We'll go and talk to James Hazelhurst, second place. Well done.
Thank you.
How was it for you? You had to come through the pack. You had a little battle with Chris as well.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to get past Chris at any point, but yeah, made it past and then just tried to stay clear of everyone, really. Stuart was too quick for me to catch him, so it was almost pointless trying, but I gave it a go anyway.
Is this the kind of result you can get in race 3 as well?
I think so, yeah. Seeing as we're starting second as well, so as long as we get through the first corners right, and I should be fine. Yeah.
Awesome. We look forward to seeing that. Congratulations, second place in the Racing Pride supported car as well. Lovely touch. Ben Bateman, another third place finish for you. How was that?
That was tiring again, as yesterday. Again, working tremendously hard from back there, but it was good. The car's good. I'm happy.
Good. I mean, you came past Chris towards the latter stages of that race. Did anything seem wrong with his car from what you could see?
Not tremendously. I mean, we were still racing, but no, we had a good tussle. So.
Well, you've done 2 podiums, 2 third-place finishes in the 2 races so far. Can you make it another one this afternoon?
Well, yeah, hope so.
All right, well, good luck with that, mate.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, another podium for you. And Marcus and Josh, back up to you, because coming up next is the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship.
So we look forward to our sports car action, sports prototype action with the Sports 1000s coming up next. They have no green flag lap, so we shall have a look at the grid. And on pole position after setting the fastest lap yesterday is the championship leader, number 54, Ryan Yarrow. 26, Dan Gore, making his series debut this weekend, is second alongside. On the second row is 8, Dan Clues, who moves up to second in the championship. And alongside him, third in the championship, 98, John Cutmore. On the third row, 63, Colin Chapman, and 44, Cole Austin. Row 4 is 43, Paul Rogers, and 72, Johnny McGill. On the fifth row, 11, Stephen Hullock, and 42, Clint Newman, newcomer this year. On the sixth row is 69, Ian Hutchinson, and 21, Phil Hutchings. On the 7th row, 33, Daniel Ashby, and 88, Richard Webb, the top Cup 200 car. On the 8th row, 85, Dave Watson, and 28, Charlie Sladden. On row 9, 34, Stephen Dean, and 40, Lewis Ward. Row 10 is 80, Cole Alavan, and 15, Chris Wilkinson. On the 11th row, 9, Nassim Hack, and 66, Ben Britton. Row 12 is 20, Mark Goodwin, and 24, Rich Miles. And on row 13, 83, Alexander Alora, and 87, Tom Johnston, makes up a 26-car grid. And after another podium finish yesterday, Ryan Yarrow's championship lead now 38 points after Dan Clues. He's had 4 wins this season. Clues did win yesterday, so he moves ahead of John Cutmore in the championship into second. Yesterday's race, Marcus, was a bit scrappy, so with a very little racing laps. But Ryan Yarrow was very impressive in that time.
He was. He burst through from a lowly grid position after a gearbox issue. And then, of course, there was a sort of had to do it all again. And he looks very, very strong. He's well placed, and he's in a good place mentally. He's worked his way back to the front where he belongs, and he looks as though he could do this today. You've got Dan Gore alongside, enjoying his first run in one of the Works Mattels. Of course, he runs an F1000 with Mattel, and also has run in Bike Sports too. And then we've got number 8 on the second row, which is the Dan Clues car. We've got Dan Gore and Dan Clues in Mattels, and John Cutmore starting from a better place today in the 98, the Works Spire. And John, the local man from Burston Evans, the house builder, is a doughty competitor, and looks like maybe he's in for a better finish today. Yesterday's race featured some good scrapping between the Cup cars as well, which have bolstered the grid really nicely. and they look. This really takes the series back towards the old days of front and rear engine cars, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. They have slightly bigger engines, the Cup 200 cars, but like you say, they fit in nicely. And that the RGB Championship, the Road Going Bike Engine Championship, as this series started out 20 years ago, was probably then more front engine heavy. Then the rear engine cars came in.
It's kind of a bit of a brainchild of Robin Knight, wasn't it? He kind of pioneered it all when he was running the competition department of the 750 Motor Club.
I guess that was the start of bike engined racing cars, and then we've got more and more of them now within the 750 Motor Club, with, as you mentioned, F1000 and bike sports as well. So it's probably about 60 plus bike engine racing cars with the 750 Motor Club racing regularly.
It's a good looking grid, and here we are looking down over the shoulder of the 83 driver there. That's Alexandra Aloro, who didn't finish yesterday.
No, it's good to see. I think all those cars that had non-finishes yesterday are there. So Richard Miles, for example, he should be pretty quick in 24.
Yeah, absolutely. White and orange car. Watch Richard Miles to come through. He is a quick driver and an experienced driver as well.
And the countdown is on. No green flag lap. The 5-second board is shown. We're about to go racing for 20 minutes. A longer race for this category. And the red lights will come on now, and once they go out, racing will get underway for the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. This time Ryan Yarrow doesn't make as good of a start as yesterday, but it's still all right to be alongside Dan Gore on the run up towards Richie's corner. Richard Webb's made massive progress in his MK, but for the lead, Gore trying to go with Yarrow. Cutmore is 30, somebody way over the curbs, and 34 is off, which is Stephen Dean. He's come off a bit further back on the left-hand side of the circuit, but I wonder if he wasn't the only one, because there was cars going all over the place. Colin Chapman is there in 5th, so hopefully everybody survived Richie's. I think we may have got away with it apart from Stephen Dean.
Yeah, I think Cutmore was 3rd, behind Yarrow and Dan Gore when they got to the corner. Oh, somebody flying off here.
Watson, possibly Dave Watson in 85. Yes, it was Dave Watson, the second of the Cup 200 cars. Those cars seem to make quicker starts than the rear engine machines. The rescue crew trying to get Stephen Dean back going up there at Richie's. I think that. And although they've done that, we've gone red lights by the looks. Have we or not? Everyone seemed to
yellow's flashing, haven't we?
No, perhaps yellows, yeah.
The rescue unit's up there.
Yeah, perhaps it's safety car then. It looks like we've gone safety car. So whether there is more cars around the corner, because there was a lot of cars that fitted into a small area going into Richie's, and I wasn't sure whether we were going to get round.
The vehicle up there is now moving back into the the slot behind the barrier, so that's not an issue at that point.
So not unless we jumped to safety car perhaps a bit earlier than we needed to. I wonder. This weekend has not gone to plan for Sports 1000. I think it's fair to say we didn't get many racing laps yesterday, and we start with a caution again today, which is disappointing. So there's Yarrow. So he didn't make his super start that he did yesterday, but he made a pretty good one, and that's kept him ahead of Dan Gore. There, Richard Webb is behind Dan Clue, so that is an extraordinary start from what was 14th on the grid. He's 5th, I think.
How's he managed that?
He's led races in the past, so I think those MKs get off the line a lot better, but still it's finding that space.
Yeah, they're heavier, they've got lots of grunts. Once they put the power down well, clearly, and we know Rich Webb is a very, very quick driver.
Ex-motorbike racer too, so he's not lacking commitment, that's for sure. Rich Webb, who is the director of RLM Racing, who built a lot of the engines for the category, he's 37 from Leicestershire. He's raced cars in Magnificent 7s before racing in RGB and Sport 1000. And he's helping develop this new series. But the safety car is out, so that is why everyone's slowed. Assuming there are no more cars off, this should be a very short safety car period, but it's a shame that it has been needed. Like yesterday. There's Richard Miles. So in about 3 corners, he went from 24th to 15th. So that was, again, a pretty impressive feat. So the second Cup 200 car is 12th. That's Lewis Ward. He went from 18th to 12th. We saw him out in his Westfield earlier. But it's 54 Ryan Yarrow that leads. Second is 26 Dan Gore. Third is 98 John Cutmore. Fourth is 63 Colin Chapman. Fifth is 8 Dan Clues. And Richard Webb 6th in 88 in the MK.
Yesterday, Paul Rogers was on pole, wasn't he? And he's running 10th in this race. he spun out of yesterday, and he had a spin at one point during the race.
Yeah, he's not had the weekend that looked like he might have done when he got pole yesterday. Paul Rogers, the driver from Attleborough down the road, who's been racing this championship since 2006, so pretty new since its start. He was the overall champion in 2011 in the Contour, which is being driven this season by Stephen Hullock, who's in 11th position. Stephen had a good result yesterday when he was 7th. A new driver this season, who is from North Yorkshire, former MX5 racer. So there he is, 11 in the Contour. Stephen Hullock, just ahead of Lewis Ward. Lewis Ward, the RAF engineer, former MR2 man. It's obviously enjoying these 7S type race cars after racing the Westfield for the last couple of years, now trying out this machine. And we had, all 26 cars got to the line, so it looks like the safety car was called in the expectation they weren't going to get Stephen Dean going, but they were able to. So we should get the safety car in this time, Marcus, I'd hope.
Yeah, let's hope so, and get a decent slug of racing in for the Sports 2000s. Lights are off in the safety car, so we'll see that one or two of the drivers just trying to get a little heat back into their tyres and have lost temperature over the slow lap. And we can see one or two down the field trying to weave a little bit more. Jump one or two around you when you get back to the timing line. That would be pretty useful. But Ryan Yarrow, Dan Gore and John Cutmore are the three leaders at this point, with the cars still in Crocodile. So Yarrow in his Spire, Gore in a Mattel, and Cutmore in a Spire as well. Fourth is Colin Chapman, who is in a Spire. And here they come.
Yeah, good restart from Dan Gore. He's right on the tail of Ryan Yarrow, heading up towards Ritchie's with 14 minutes of the race to go. He goes around the outside, does Gore, but I don't think he's quite got there. Behind Dan Clues has jumped Colin Chapman into the first corner, so his progress has started immediately from not the best of starts for the driver that's challenging Yarrow for the championship. Here they come down into the hairpin, but a good restart from Dan Gore, but not quite good enough to grab the lead, Marcus.
No, he's a very competitive character, is Dan Gore, and we've seen it in F1000, we've seen it in Bike Sports as well. And here he is in the 26 Mattel, and he's been very faithful to the Mattel racing crew in recent years. And he's run a little bit wide. He's run too wide into Agostini, as a result of which John Cutmore has dived down the inside, snatched second place away. And it's now Spires 1 and 2. One of the Cup cars is in the pits.
Richard Webb, apparently,
has
not made the second lap. So after his exceptional start, the driver who's been dominated the Cup class this year is out. Richard Webb back to the paddock. So that promotes Lewis Ward on his first weekend in the car to the top spot. But here comes Yarrow. He's getting away. He is mighty round this circuit, it would seem. He was had gear problem yesterday, and that was fixed for the race, and he stormed from 12th on the grid to 2nd, and now that he's at the front today, he's seemingly going to be hard to beat. But for second place, Dan Gore trying to fight back now against John Cutmore. Cutmore, who's actually never won the overall championship, but twice a class champion in the days when the championship could come from either of the front or rear engine classes. There's Colin Chapman going with them, who's again another long-time competitor of this series. But Ryan Yarrow's first flying lap, a 2:01.8, and leads by 2 seconds from John Cutmore up towards Ritchie's. He's clear of Dan Gore and Clues as well, involved in that battle. But back to Colin Chapman, who's 5th. Well, Austin is 6th. Jonathan McGill is 7th, ahead of Clint Newman 8th. Paul Rogers 9th, and Stephen Hullock completes the top 10. Battle, though, continues for second place. So they go through the hairpin. And a real battle pack developing here, Marcus, with Colin Chapman going with these guys as well.
Yes, he's been around a long time in this series, and he leads the Sporting Cup section. He's rarely been beaten in that. and he is running a very solid 5th ahead of Carl Austin. And looking down the order, Lewis Ward in the best of the Cup cars is running in 12th. That's car number 40.
It'll be interesting to see if this is a one-off for Lewis or whether he might do some more. He's obviously got a busy day, 3 races today, 5 over the weekend with the Westfield in Sports Specials. Be interesting to hear how they compare as well with I think Duratec engine in the Westfield, and then obviously this Hayabusa motorcycle engine. Yeah. There he is in 40, Lewis Ward, right amongst some of the sports prototypes.
That's right.
Ian Hutchinson, I think, ahead. Phil Hutchings just behind.
He's not doing quite as many races as Dan Sylvester, is he?
Not quite. And more similar cars, probably.
Yeah.
Although I guess the power band will be quite different from the Duratec engine to this. He's got Phil Hutchins in the Mattel trying to come around the outside, and he gets there. So I guess the slippery bodywork of the sports car is able to get down the straight quicker. Because not much aerodynamics on a 7S type car, is there?
No, you do hit an aerodynamic brick wall with those relatively quickly, but you take a lot of speed elsewhere. There goes Ryan Yarrow.
Across the line, his gap stays at 2 seconds, so the chasing pack from the leader lapping at a similar rate now. So those cars have come up across the line.
And Gore that time was just a few hundredths slower than Cutmore, so there's still nothing really between those two. It's about 0.3 of a second.
Lewis Ward, I think, is about to lose another spot, but back to this battle at the front with Cole Austin is joining in on now. And a big dive up the inside from Clint Newman. That didn't work. And now he's involved in an incident because he tries to rejoin. Paul Rogers alongside him, they're still making contact.
And Rogers in the wall.
And Clint Newman almost took some more cars out as he went through. So I think his inexperience might have shown there, I'm afraid.
Rogers' car spun into the Recticel type barrier.
Yeah, so Paul Rogers' weekend has been terrible since he got his pole position. It looked like it was going to be such a good weekend for the driver from Attleborough. Battle here is Ian Hutchinson and Phil Hutchings, somewhat confusingly. Phil Hutchings from Scotland, chasing Ian Hutchinson from Lincolnshire. Spire versus Mattel. The Mattel that Hutchings is in is the ex-Chippy Wesmail car that won the championship. But up front, it's Ryan Yarrow, who still leads by a couple of seconds. John Cutmore can't shake off the intentions of Dan Gore and Dan Clues. There's Stephen Dean. Remember, he was involved in that incident at the start. He's recovering. He was 23rd, I think, at the start of the lap. But he's still in the race. Stephen Dean, who I think took a pole at Croft a few years ago, when lots of other drivers got penalties.
Wasn't he a kit car racer at some point back in the day, or Sports Specials, or Stephen Dean?
Yeah, it might have been. So again, he's been in this championship for quite a while now. Years go by quicker than you sort of remember.
They do. He's in the sort of Duracell battery-coloured car.
Race leaders have come up across the line. Ryan Yarrow set up the fastest lap at 2 minutes .97, so extends his lead out to over 3 seconds. Here's Cutmore in second, with Dan Gore right behind. Another good battle behind is Rich Miles. The driver from the back of the grid is 8th, as Paul Rogers is out of the car. So Rich Miles making good progress into 8th position. He's battling Johnny McGill, but about of a second place through the hairpin. Clues tries to get alongside Dan Gore. Can't make it though. Gore potentially going to be taking points away from his teammate Clues here. Dan Gore's just here for a good result, I think. 7.5 minutes to go. And Colin Chapman and Stephen Dean and Cole Austin even haven't fallen that far away. Clues looks to the inside. Can't quite make it though. Clues the 2020 F1000 champion. And now concentrating on Sports 1000s this season. But can't get the better of Gore at this stage. Clues, who has been a winner this year at Croft, at Alton Park as well. And he turns his way out onto the Bentley Straight for the 6th time.
There's a lot of steering input into these cars, isn't there? You'd thought with these sort of prototypes, you imagine them all running on sort of slick tyres and being nailed to the ground, but they're not. And they have to, the drivers have to balance them really well. And it's interesting to see now as Dan Gore in 26 and Dan Clues in 8 battle. They'd been dropped just a tad by Cutmore in the silver and Dayglow Spire, who's still chasing our leader, which is Ryan Yarrow in the 54 car.
Yeah, Gore started racing Caterhams before he moved to the Jedi F1000 cars. So it'll be interesting to see how they sort of hear from him how they compare. Lead gap now 3.5 seconds. Yarrow to Cutmore. Cutmore still under pressure from Gore.
Top 3 all under 62 last time. 62 seconds. 2:01.52 for Yarrow. 2:01.90 for Cutmore. 2:01.96 for Dan Gore.
And the next 4 aren't much slower, are they? Clues, Chapman, Austin and Miles, all just over 2 minutes 2. Now Cutmore pulled away again in the first couple of corners on the Mattels. There's Colin Chapman and Cole Austin. Cole Austin goes pretty well nowadays in that car that won the championship in the past in the hands of Matt Higginson. There's Richard Miles, a driver from the back of the grid, the ex-tin top driver. He seems to come out for 1 or 2 races a season, but he's always pretty quick. So he's there in 7th place. Now he's got past Jonathan McGill recently.
Looks like Gore is quicker than Clues towards the end of the lap. And Clues at some point gangs up on him, but he breaks away again.
And there's Cole Austin. He's had a podium this year. He had a 2nd place finish earlier in the season at Croft. And he's had a 5th and a couple of 6ths as well. We might add another one of those today. On this lap, Cutmore's then pulled all clear again, hasn't he? As you say, they seem to be quicker on different parts of the lap.
Yeah.
But particularly on this lap, that gap is, I think, probably the biggest it's been from Gore. And Clues. Turn through Coram Curve and up towards Murray's. And then that gap, is it coming down again?
Yeah, it comes down again at this end of the lap.
Very strange. But different cars and different drivers perhaps quicker at different parts of the lap. Another fastest lap for Yarrow, 2 minutes 0.81. So he leads by 4 seconds now. The 3 behind, they'll all do personal best. Big challenge behind for 5th. Let's see if we can catch up on that because Cole Austin's going up the inside of Colin Chapman. They're wheel to wheel as they go into Richie's corner. Chapman on the outside, Austin on the inside will grab the position. So good move there from Cole Austin. The driver from Devon is through and ahead of Colin Chapman from Worcestershire. Cole Austin, who's in his 4th season of racing now. And you get Cutmore right back under pressure from Dan Gore again as they start lap 8 of the race, Marcus.
Yeah, it's interesting. Every time they come round, I mean, Gore seems to, over the timing line, he's lost a couple of hundredths only to Cutmore. It's been the last sort of pattern, the last 2 or 3 laps. But he's looking strong. And that last time round, Clues lapped quicker than them both. But 2:01.51 for Clues. A 2:01.52 for Cutmore and a 2:01.54 for Gore. So nothing between them.
Richard Miles has equalled Ryan Yarrow's best lap to the closest 10th of a second anyway. He's on a 2 minutes 0.8. So there's Richard Miles on your screen now. He's catching pretty rapidly Colin Chapman and Cole Austin, who are battling ahead. He was a 1.5 seconds quicker on the last lap. So they turn their way through towards the end of the 8th lap they're on now. There's our leader, Ryan Yarrow. Haven't seen much of him because he has been pretty dominant. He's had 4 wins this year, a couple of seconds and a 3rd as his 7 finishes so far this season. So he heads up towards Coram, 4 seconds clear of Cutmore, then Gore, then Clues. They're all pretty much back together.
And Gore looks closer to Cutmore through Coram this time.
This is where he's been a bit quicker, isn't it?
Yeah.
So can he challenge? Not here, but Cutmore's made a bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, he takes more speed out of it. I think Cutmore's a little bit tail happy coming out.
Yeah, it's right underneath him now and pulls out of the toe to the left-hand side of the circuit, which is the outside line for Ritchie's. I think we might squeeze in a lap at the end of this. Be pretty tight, but for Gore, he's right around the outside, Marcus.
That was a real last the late breakers move from Dan Gore, and that's exposed Cutmore to Dan Clues up the inside of the hairpin.
still will to will as they come out the corner. I was a bit concerned there when Dangor turned in whether the other two were going to be alongside him as they braked so late, but they weren't. And Cutmore somehow held on to third in all of that on the outside line. There's a big challenge from Clue. So can Cutmore, on the part of the track he is quicker on, go back after Dangor for P2? So it's good now we've got a good long run in this race to have some great racing develop, even if Ryan Yarrow's been able to pull away and set another fastest lap at 2 minutes 0.5. His battle for second place. It has seen that great move by Dangor around the outside at Ritchie's to grab the lead, which compromised Cutmore, but he was able to hang on to third in the end. So I think we might squeeze potentially another lap in. The checkered flag is being prepared, so we'll see what happens, if this is the last lap or not. Behind, Colin Chapman is back into fifth. He's back ahead of Cole Austin, and Richard Miles has caught them. The second quickest driver in this race is almost on Yarrow's pace, but all those problems yesterday has hampered his day a little bit. So for second place, Dangor back ahead of John Cutmore. Through Nelson they come, and Cutmore right on terms with Gore. Possibly only a couple of corners to go with the checkered flag prepared just underneath the commentary box. So this looks good for Ryan Yarrow to take his fifth win of the season. Is the flag going to go out this time? It's not. We are going to get another lap with 10 seconds on the clock. Ryan Yarrow will get another lap, and he's into the 59. So 1 minute 59.96 for Ryan Yarrow. For second place, Gore still ahead of Cutmore. They're 8 seconds behind the leader now, but having this dice. Then for fifth place, the next three are together because Colin Chapman, Cole Austin and Richard Miles still battling there at Ritchie's corner, and that could well change at the next corner. So let's have a look. Here they come, down to the hairpin. Colin Chapman is ahead of now Richard Miles, who's got the better of Cole Austin. And I wouldn't be surprised... Miles gets hit, so he is not too impressed, I don't think, with that.
You can see where the tyres scraped him, and not happy at all. Far from gruntled.
Yes, I was literally about to say Richard Miles, I would think, will get fifth as Cutmore's going for second. I'm not sure if it's a commentator curse if you thought it and didn't say it. but for Richard Miles, it's not going to be a fifth. It may not be a finish if he can't get back going. But for the battle here, Dangor may not finish second yet because John Cutmore is right on his tail as they come through the right-hander at Oggies. Joanne Clue's not far behind. So in these cars, Marcus, I guess not so many overtaking chances. A bit of understeer perhaps there for John Cutmore, because they do have a bit of aero wash, I think, these cars.
Yeah, I think they do, and right now into Brundle, I think there's a couple of lengths in that foreshortening angle of the camera between Dangor in second place in number 26 with that penguin on the front of the cockpit section, his lucky penguin, and he stays ahead of Cutmore. There, though, is our race leader. It's 54, it's Ryan Yarrow. Second yesterday from way down the grid, and here he comes up the centre straight then to take the checkered flag at the end of this absolute alignment. Sports 1000 race, he wins it. Who's going to be next? It's going to be Dangor in second place. Third is John Cutmore, and fourth is Dan Clues.
They all did, Gore and Cutmore both did personal bests on that last lap. They were pushing. But it was Yarrow won by 8.5 seconds in the end. Again, he was over a second quicker than anybody else today. He got into the 159s.
Yep. Chapman is in fifth place in 63. Sixth is Austin in 44. Then it's McGill. McGill in seventh. And Stephen Hullock moves up into eighth place.
Richard Miles did get that going. He finished ninth in the end, ahead of Clint Newman. Something to look out for will be the Cup 200 victory, because Lewis Ward has been caught by David Watson, who went off on the first lap. And they are the cars coming through Coram now. They're pretty much tied together. So we'll see if we can get a view of that into the final corner, because Lewis Ward is under threat from David Watson. These cars will get a big tow to the line. There they are. So they come out of the final bend. Can David Watson, after an off on the opening lap, get it there side by side as they come up towards the line? It's going to be a dead heat finish, I think. Watson gets it by a nose. So David Watson takes the Cup 200 win, and it's classified as 100th of a second between the two of them. So a good comeback there from Dave Watson. the man behind Atomic Racing, who run the series. So that was a pretty good effort there. But Ryan Yarrow is sort of back where he was a few years ago, Marcus, dominating these races.
Yeah, very much so. And he'll be thrilled with that after yesterday's dramas. And what a result.
Yeah, let's see if we can have a look at the results, because the winner's already down in Parc Ferme. So the winner was number 54, Ryan Yarrow, and he won by 8.5 seconds over 26, Dan Gore. Third was 98, John Cutmore. Fourth, 8, Dan Clues. Fifth for 63, Colin Chapman, and sixth, 44, Cole Austin. Jonathan McGill, Stephen Hullock, a frustrated Richard Miles, and Clint Newman completed the top 10, with Phil Hutchings, Ian Hutchinson, Dan Ashby and Charlie Sladden completing our first page of timing. The Cup 200 cars come next. It was David Watson who just took the win on the line over Lewis Ward. Mark Goodwin was third, ahead of Colt Alaban and Ben Britton, Chris Wilkinson, Alexander Oloro, the next cars in the Cup 200 part of the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, which we have concluded our Snetterton round for this championship. A triple header at Anglesey is up next, and then the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit will be where the championship will be decided. But Ryan Yarrow certainly the favourite, as he has extended his championship lead with his 5th win of the season. His championship lead will be now out over 40 points. And Chris Stevens is down in Parc Ferme with him.
Ryan Yarrow, a dominant display in the second race for the weekend. I mean, were you troubled at any point?
I was a bit worried about the safety car, but luckily it was only one lap. I never actually saw what caused it because it was cleared up that quickly. So yeah, I didn't actually do a very good job of the restart, and I had Dan right up behind me, so I had to defend for a couple of corners and then just tried to get my head down. The hardest thing when you're driving around like that is I was kind of chipping away every lap, and then I thought, you need to be careful now, because I had one big moment on my own. There was no need for it whatsoever, and I just thought, right, calm down now. So that was the main thing, just kind of, I was pushing for a lap time then, just because why not? But yeah, I kind of, it wasn't too bad, but I was kind of overcooked it a little bit. I think it might have been Agostini into there, and I just thought, right, I need to, need to just bring it home now. But yeah, no, I was pleased with the car. That's probably the best it's driven all weekend. And after the drama yesterday, I wanted a boring race from my point of view. So that, yeah, it was good.
Well done, and you got into the 59s in that race as well. So yeah, unbelievable pace.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny if you look back historically, we were doing better times than that, but things have changed. The cars are heavier, you've got different tyres and all that. So, I think the benchmarks changed a little bit, and I was pleased to be able to break into that because I've been struggling to get there all weekend. So yeah, that's a nice way to end it.
Congratulations. Fantastic victory for Ryan Yarrow. Let's go and find our second place driver, Dan Gore, number 26 from the Mattel team. Dan, that was quite an intense fight you had towards the end of that race.
Yeah, it was a great race with John. Yeah, I knew John by reputation, so I knew I could race close with him. I didn't warm the brakes up enough on the first lap, so he was the same as yesterday, so he got by on the first lap, but he was quicker than me in the slow stuff. I was quicker than him in the fast stuff, and he made a bit of a mistake coming onto the main straight, and I managed to sneak by.
It looked very close at the start and on the restart as well. You challenged Ryan for a little bit, but just couldn't find a way through. Yeah,
I'm just not used to not having a green flag lap, so the tyres are cold, the brakes are cold, and these guys know the cars better than I do. So I need to, if I do this again, I need to work in the first lap.
And again, another great result for you. Do you think you can make it another good one in the if you come back?
Yeah, I'd hope so. It'd be nice to win one, but Ryan's bloody quick, so it'd be a tough job to try and beat Ryan around here.
All right, awesome. Well, congratulations. Another great result and a fantastic debut weekend for Dan Gore. And now David Watson, our cup winner, has wandered off, and he's slowly wandering back to me. And I'm going to try and grab his attention and get him over here. David Watson, incredible fight in the cup class.
Yeah, it was. It was interesting, right down to the wire. Had an all right start, and then just through a complete lack of talent, managed to chuck it into the scenery, and then I was pretty much last. So good drive back through the field, just utilising the toe off the other cup cars where I could to drop back onto the back of Lewis. Saw the last lap board, tried to make my move down the Bentley straight, but Lewis's racecraft's excellent, so he kind of kicked me into touch there, and then I just had to sit tight and try and just drag race him to the finish line on the start of the Senna.
And how has it been driving with these Cup 200 cars? Obviously, it's a bit of a proof of concept for this year, but it seems to be a fantastic form of racing.
Yeah, it's you just can't stop smiling when you're in them. It's just great fun. They're a handful to drive, but just mega fun. It's not just about racing. It's about the strategy you put into play as well, because you don't want to be leading on the last lap, as Lewis just proved.
Fantastic. I mean, congratulations, a mega fight and a great class win there for David Watson. And let's grab a very, very quick word with our third place finisher, John Cutmore. Excuse me. Hey, well done, third place.
Yeah, it was a bit better race today, wasn't it? Yesterday was a disaster. Limp mode failed, but Ryan, my God, he's quick, isn't he? He's run away with it.
He's been fantastic. Obviously, great result for you. I'd love to chat more about your podium finish, but we've already got the cars lined up for the last race before we take a lunch break. It's the Calm All Porsche Trophy.
So it's our final race of the morning here at Snetterton, and it's our first pit stop race of the day with a 40-minute race for the campaign against Livery and Middlesbrough All Porsche Trophy. So let's have a look at the grid for how they will line up. On the front row is 165 Warren Allen and 47 James Coleman, both in Cayman. On the second row is 15, which is Dominic McGee and Colin Tester. We wait for a confirmation of who are starting the cars, not necessarily who we're seeing on our screens at the moment. Alongside is number 7, which is Christian Walker. On the third row will be 50, which is Lucas Hutchings, and 90, which is Roger Coy and Callum Lockie's 968. Most of the others around them are Boxsters. On the fourth row is 5, which is John Walker, and 80, which is James and Bill Cayley. On the fifth row is 72, James Brodie, and 46, which is Gary Goodwin and Michael Goodwin. On the sixth row is 40, which is James Harvey and Daniel Sylvester, and 35 is Daniel and Alvaro Craigo. On the 7th row is 56, which is Thomas McHugh, and 60, which is Mark Callahan. On the 8th row is 28 and 30. 28 is Andy Baker and Lee Ketteridge, and alongside is 30, which is Clayton and Edward Sampson. On the 9th row is 20, which is Rich Gravestock, and 3 is Fernando Gattino and Gary Martin. On the 10th row is 23, which is Stuart Ings, and 155 is Stuart Potts. On the 11th row is 36, which is Hugh Pert, and 115, which is Philip Waters and Cole Roslin. On the 12th row is 42, which is Darren Constant, and 1, which is Paul Hicks with Trevor Bale. On the 13th row is 903, Ken Van Houwen's 911, and 661, which is Andrew Juice with Richard Neal. On the 14th row is 21, which is Andy Whiting, and 25, which is Jamie McHugh, and on the 15th row is 44, which is Sam Callahan. So that is 29 Porsches on the grid ahead of their green flag lap, and I now have some start drivers, so let's give those to you. In 28 will be Andy Baker, and so Andy Baker starts 28. James Cayley will be starting car number 80. 35 will be Daniel Craigo to drive solo. And Andrew Juice will start 661. Gary Goodwin starts 46. Daniel Sylvester will start 40. Paul Hicks will start number 1. Fernando Gattino starts number 3. Dominic McGee starts number 15. And Philip Waters starts 115. And to our final page. Oh, no, I think that's... So we haven't got... It's quite confusing how this has been laid out. So I'm trying to work out... Oh, here we go. Roger Coy starts 90. I think that's the last one we needed, isn't it? Pretty much. 9:30 is the one we haven't got Clayton Sampson perhaps to drive solo by the looks of this. So I think that's so the important ones then towards the front, who are double driven as the car's gone to the green flag lap, is 15, which is Dominic McGee. He shares with Colin Tester, who will take over in the second half. And 90 is Roger Coy, who will hand over to Callum Lockie. So we saw this in the first of the sprint races yesterday. Those cars potentially might drop back a little bit in the first half. The pit stop window in this race will be between 15 and 25 minutes in this 40-minute race, and each car has to be stationary in the pits for 60 seconds. So an interesting race in prospect, with quite a vast range between the quickest and slowest cars in this series, Marcus. Lap traffic will certainly come into the race.
Yeah, lots of tactics in an enduro, and it's all about being there at the end, isn't it? That's the point, and those first few laps particularly are going to be a bit busy, particularly down the order, and I hope that we'll see a good clean race. Certainly the Boxsters were impressive yesterday, chasing the two Caymans which were out front. Warren Allen and James Coleman winning one race apiece yesterday, the short sprint races, and they're going to be at the sharp end again today. They sound wonderful when those exhaust notes meld into one going up the centre straight. Just brilliant.
Yeah, we had two races for these cars yesterday, and James Coleman won the first one after Warren Allen had a spin, and then they had a really close race in the second sprint race, and Warren Allen won by less than half a second. But a much longer race today, of course, so it'll be interesting to see how the two compare. James Coleman was kind of making the point that Warren Allen's car was a little bit quicker in a straight line, but whether that will be the case over 40 minutes, we shall see.
There wasn't a lot in it, in fairness, was there?
It's like half a mile per hour. The drivers will make a point of it, won't they?
Oh, yes.
And then, the Boxsters. So we've got most of the front of the Boxsters are solo-driven cars. So Christian Walker, Lucas Hutchings, John Walker, I think the three particularly quick ones. But, of course, Dominic McGee, new driver this season. He shares with Colin Tester, much more experienced driver, who was very quick yesterday. And then the Kayleys, father and son team, they will share, but they're pretty similarly paced. In the 80 car, and then of course the Class 3 pole sitter Roger Coy, who shares with Callum Lockie. Callum Lockie will be rapid in the second half in the 9:68 that starts on the third row of the grid.
Yes, and Roger Coy yesterday, he started that first race from the position that Callum had qualified the car. He dropped back a little bit, but Callum was flying in the second stanza.
I think Roger Coy was telling me last year, because he's had some time off. I think he raced Formula Ford, Kent engine Formula Ford in the late 80s, and did a bit of Porsche racing then, I think, as well, and then had some time off and has returned last season with the assistance of Callum.
Just more comebacks than Frank Sinatra.
And we're trying to look out as well for the 924s that run in Class 4 towards the back. Stephen Potts won the second of the races yesterday within that category.
Yes, it was Potts from Peart, Roslin and Constant, and they were lapping in the 28s, the mid 28s to the low 29s, so nothing much on the lap times between them. And Potts and Peart again, with Carl Roslin trying to get among them.
Yeah, and he has a co-driver, Philip Waters, so that's one double-driven car, and I think it was Waters who won the first race yesterday, and it would be Waters to start this one, so we'll see how that goes throughout the distance of the 40-minute race. There is, from near the back, car involved in an incident yesterday, I think Jamie McHugh will be coming through the field in his Boxster.
Yeah, Waters beat Potts by about 7 seconds, I think, in the first short race.
Okay, and then Roslin was about 7 seconds behind in the second, so that could work its way out over the duration. Standing start for the Porsches, and about 2/3 of the grid in place. There's number 3 near the back. That's the Fernando Gattino to start his Boxster that he shares with Gary Martin, alongside number 20, Novice Cross on the back for Rich Gravestocks, 9:44. And last few cars to come, including McHugh, who didn't finish yesterday. Don't think Sam Callahan is there at the back, who also involved in an incident. I think we've got 28 cars, and maybe one missing a bit further up, but otherwise it's a pretty full grid. Great to see the increased size in the grid for this series for 2023. The revs rise because the 5-second board has already been shown to the drivers. The red lights are on, and the race gets underway. Now a big launch from pole from Warren Allen, so he launches into the lead. Good start too from Christian Walker. Roger Coy's made a bad start, so he's dropping back into the pack. But an excellent start from Chris Walker. It's Allen, though, that leads. Coleman's back to second, using the power of the K. Oh, there's contact there. 46 is going wide because of it. Gary Goodwin, but I think he might have got it back into shape, which is good news for him. But it's the two Caymans back out front. Walker third. Fourth challenge. James Cayley trying to come round the outside. He wasn't really involved in the battles yesterday, but he's right up there. As the rest of the pack come through. Someone's had a spin to our right-hand side of our shot. There it is. The car that's facing the wrong way is 23, I think, which is the 944 of Stuart Ings, but he should get back going, Marcus.
Yeah, the Golf Team Ings car, and that was 903 running at the back, which is Ken Van Houen with that spectacular supercharged 911. But out front in the thick of the action, see that there are, I think there's 4 of the Ashgood sort of martini striped boxers in the race. One of them got a little bit bingled yesterday, but there we've got the Warren Allen Cayman. See the yellow repeater lights flashing in the background, and that might just be localised. Let's hope so.
Yeah, I wonder if that car hasn't got back going just yet up at the hairpin. Hopefully it will do, though. As the pack flow their way through. Oh, that's McHugh from the back of the grid. Jamie McHugh in 25 has passed a lot of cars.
He looks like he's probably up about a dozen places already.
Yeah, so that's we've seen quite a lot of that this weekend. Quick drivers from the back, making strong progress.
So there's lots of corners on this 300 circuit, aren't there? Lots of places you can dive from the opposition if you're much quicker.
This is a good opening lap from Dominic McGee, new driver. He's got a big clump of boxers chasing him. Oh, there is 23 Ing, so he didn't get back going, but he has got the car off the road. So hopefully, as Marcus said, localised yellows perhaps for a lap, and then with a bit of luck, we'll be able to carry on racing, perhaps just with a warning board for the drivers.
That's off on the inside, isn't it? We've got somebody auto-crossing there.
Now, who was that? One of the boxers.
Black car with a blue tail.
Let's see if we can pick up on that in a moment. I wonder if it was Dominic McGee, who I said made a good start. He wasn't. Oh, no, he's there still.
It's the one running behind McHugh. That's the car that's had the moment on the grass. There we go. That one here.
Right, that's 40, wasn't it? I think, which was Dan Sylvester.
Was it?
In the car that James Harvey shares with him.
He's not showing on the screen, so I wonder whether there's a transponder issue there.
Yeah, I think it's the 40 car. For some reason, we're only getting one driver being shown on our screens rather than who are double driven, which is going to get confusing, I imagine, over the course of this race. And Sylvester's pulling wide, so perhaps that off-track excursion was rather than a mistake, a problem with the car. He's indicating left. Looks like that car may not go much further.
Yes, so towards the end of Coram, he was driving on the grass.
Yes, I think unless that sorts itself out, it's going to be for the pits before the pit window opens. There's Jamie McHugh, so he got to 13th, didn't he, from the back of the grid? He's gained more positions since then, though he's ahead of Roger Coy, I see. So there's Dominic McGee, who originally made a good start. He dropped to 6th, and he's lost quite a few positions since then. He's behind the Gary Goodwin car, and ahead of the Crago machine, which I think is Daniel Crago for this one. And then McHugh, who's going to find his way through. McHugh normally drives a front-engine car, but it's in this rear-engined Boxster today. There's one of the Ashgood cars, 72, that's James Brodie. He's ahead of Lucas Hutchings, who's had not the best of starts, the Brands Hatch winner last time out. All the races before that were won by Steve Hewson, but his car, or the car he raced, is going to be in the hands of Matt Fazy and Club Enduro later on today. Across the line come the leaders. The gap between Warren Allen and James Coleman is just like yesterday. It's half a second. quicker than yesterday, though, for Warren Allen. A 2 minutes 10.27, so a few tenths quicker than yesterday's pace. Christian.
That's for the higher fuel load as well.
Yeah, good point. We've seen quite a few quicker laps today. I wonder if lower. Well, now the sun's starting to shine. Up to big challenge on a contact.
Squeeze, and that's another tab between those two. The two Caymans out front have touched, and the 47 car just pinged the leader round.
You notice there he waited for Aaron to get it going. So I think James Coleman realised his mistake and very gentlemanly let him get back going before continuing. But if there was a brush yesterday and there was a little bit of angst, I think, after that, there might be a bit more this time.
This time it was on the tarmac, yesterday on the grass
yes,
at Murray's.
So Warren Allen still leads. We'll see how that evolves. Now Christian Walker much closer to them, but still behind. John Walker 4, Chris's dad, and then in 5th position is James Cayley, who's going well in the car that he shares with Bill. And James Brodie is 6th, who's having a good run. And then Lucas Hutchings, who was saying not making such a good start this time. In 8th is Gary Goodwin. And I think Dan Sylvester did bring the 40 car into the pits. He's getting a track limit warning, but I think he went off the track to let others past.
Yeah.
So the 3rd lap is going to be completed before too much longer. Having a look at Roger Coy there. He's dropped to 13th, just a couple of positions ahead of him is Dominic McGee. They've got Mark Callahan between them, who I think is making his debut this weekend in that Boxster. And the leaders are back together as they turn their way through Coram. It's going to be a slow lap, obviously, from the two of them. But yeah, we were talking about the lap times, weren't we? Being a bit, Warren Allen has a big slide, being a bit quicker today, potentially lower track temperatures. A bit of damage to the Sylvester and Harvey car after that opening lap. Problems, there's Dan out of the car, but across the line come the leaders. They lost 7 seconds in that collision, but they're still going up front. Into Ritchie's corner they come. Now, is James Coleman going to try again to go past down at the hairpin? That's where he had a couple of goes yesterday. Again, he looks to the inside, so he's not pulling out of that move despite the incident on the previous lap. They turn right through the hairpin. And behind the Walker family. Then the shared Cayley family car. Lucas Hutchings there in 6th. His teammate behind, James Brodie, is starting to come under pressure from Gary Goodwin. Then Jamie McHugh is 9th, so that progress continues from the back of the grid. Jamie McHugh a bit quicker than James Brodie, who is continuing to come under pressure from Gary Goodwin. Goodwin's got damage, hasn't he, to the front of his car, I think. Let's see if we can have a look at the 46 car down at the next corner. Possibly some damage there, Marcus.
Just looking in to see.
The bonnet rippled a bit.
Yes, it is. It's pumped up, isn't it? It's been deranged.
Now, was he involved with Dan Sylvester, I wonder?
Yeah, possibly. I wonder whether that it needs investigation back at the pits, because we're picking up air underneath the sides of that. It's still pinned at the bottom by the looks of things.
Yeah, pit windows doesn't open for 6 more minutes, so a long time to wait till then. Otherwise, a lot more damage could be done. The 924s, the Class 4 cars, making their way down here into the Wilson hairpin. Class 4 being led at this stage by the 115 car, so that is Philip Waters, I think, started that with Cole Roslin, and he's 13 seconds ahead of Darren Constant, then Steve Potts 4th. So that has rather spread out early on in this race.
You see McHugh there at the back of a group on the screen catching this pair, and McHugh in the splendidly sort of anti-camouflaged car is now right with 72.
That's James Brodie in the Ashgood car, and 46 is Gary Goodwin, who has got past as well. So they've both got past Brodie, haven't they? James Brodie, I don't think does huge amounts of racing nowadays. Son of Dave Brodie, legendary touring car driver of 1980s.
Oh, it goes back before that. Remember him in his Ford Escort long before you were born, Josh.
I think James was driving Dave's car at the Super Touring meeting on a demo at Brands Hatch a month ago. But for Jamie McHugh, he's still trying to get past Gary Goodwin. Gary Goodwin from Buckinghamshire. He's been racing this boxer for a while now, who shares with his brother Michael. And Jamie McHugh still behind. He's having a little look to the inside at the Agostini hairpin. This is the battle for 7th place. But no way to get through there for now. Just ahead of them, battle going on, I think. Meanwhile, a bit further back, we have a look at car 1, which is Paul Hicks and his Cayman coming through. He is in a lower position. Something like 23rd, I think. But here are the leaders back together. And James Coleman continues this chase of Warren Allen. They're still only 3 seconds ahead of Chris Walker, whose pace is really good. I guess Chris Walker knows he needs to keep pushing because he's aware that Colin Tester's going to get in one of the other cars later, so he's got to build a gap.
And Tester was super quick yesterday, as we'd expect, from a very, very experienced instructor. So here comes James Coleman then tucking into the slipstream. You'll hear those engine notes. They race past us in the box. Dives down the inside into Riches, does Coleman, but he's not quite close enough. It was all just a little show, signal intent. Warren Allen holds on.
It's a bit more defensive down at Wilson now since that incident a couple of laps ago. On par with their pace is Christian Walker in 3rd.
Yes, he's in the 211s as well. Both of the Caymans out front have been in the 10s, a 2:10.27 from Warren Allen, the leader, and the 165, and the 47, James Coleman, a 2:10.30. So just 300s between them. Doing a great job behind is Christian Walker.
Yeah, pit stops, and when they happen, will be pretty important here. Getting as close to that 60-second minimum as they can. Oh, big twitch there coming out of the hairpin as James Coleman put the power on out of the Agostini hairpin. They've got lap traffic will begin on this lap because Ken Van Howen's 911 is just ahead of them. Coleman there telling us yesterday a new car to him this weekend, I think. They've got Van Howen's car that's sticking to the inside, so they'll have to go around him at the Williams corner. And potentially that's benefited Warren Allen, if anybody.
And Van Howen did exactly what you're supposed to do. You just stick to your line and let the quicker competitors find a way past you safely. That's exactly what you need to do. No point looking in the mirror and then darting around in second guessing them.
Here's the Crago family 968. I think the Crago family who own the Charles Ivey firm nowadays, who back the championship. And I believe it's Daniel, who I think is the son, who drives today. Alvaro did the 2 sprint races yesterday. Dan Sylvester's car's gone back into the race after some work on it. Obviously many laps down. Something like 3 laps down, there it is. So Dan Sylvester will get some more laps. James Harvey, the car owner, will drive it in the second half. And the leaders come through to complete another lap. Still only half a second between them. Christian Walker 3rd. He's lost about a second on that lap. There's a lot more traffic to deal with now, Marcus, on the next lap.
It's interesting. James Coleman behind Warren Allen. He leaves his braking later into Rich's corner. But whether he gets the car turned and back onto the power doesn't matter. The lap times are very, very similar. A couple of tenths in it only.
Have we lost John Walker, who was 4th? John Walker hasn't come through. The pit window is not opened yet, so it would be a problem if he has come into the pits.
He had problems yesterday, didn't he, in one of the races?
Yeah, in the first race, and came from the back high up the order. So had lots of tyre squill at the hairpin. I wonder if someone had gone for a spin or not. But yeah, no John Walker, I'm afraid. So up to 4th has gone Lucas Hutchings, who's managed to get himself up ahead of James Cayley.
Yeah, and Jamie McHugh from the back to 6th now. His best lap time, a 2:13.6 last time round, which is quicker by a chunk than the car ahead of him, but he's currently about 5.5 seconds behind it.
Yeah, that's the car we're looking at now, the father and son duo, James and Bill Cayley, who tend to race more powerful cars in the Porsche Club Championship. So having a go in their Boxster this weekend, battling with Lucas Hutchings, who was new to the championship last year. I think he's done some Citroen C1 racing before, but a big step up to this Boxster and going well. And he then continues to be chased by James Cayley. Pit window is now open, 15 minutes into the race, so we'll see how quickly the leaders opt to pit. You're not going to have many chances, are you? It's going to a 4-lap window, 10-minute window in the middle third of the race.
Yeah, that's right. And it gets pretty busy in the pit lane, and I wonder whether the leaders will treat us to coming in at the same time, or whether they'll leave us to guess where the others are going to come out. And there's a bit more of a gap that time through for Warren Allen in 165. 1.25, that's the biggest gap he's had, probably down to the traffic they've seen on that last lap.
Christian Walker is now 15 seconds ahead of anybody else in Class 2, so it's been a very impressive drive from him, with Lucas Hutchings dropping away in his battle with James Cayley. In 6th position, Jamie McHugh catching them. He's about a second quicker. He's just done a personal best of 2:12.9. Into the pits. There is John Walker, but we think he might have pitted a lap early. And he's been in there for a little while, so these problems persist with his Boxster for the 59-year-old from Berkshire. In this Charles Ivy prepared Porsche Boxster S. Nothing other than tyre pressure is really being checked at the moment, so that would suggest perhaps whatever the problem was has been solved, and maybe he will get back out into the race. But long way down, more cars are pitting. You can see in the background there's a couple of others in, and including, I think, Dominic McGee has pitted, so Colin Tester's going to get in immediately, and he'll have a good 20 minutes to try and chase and see how high up the order he can get. Sylvester continues, so that seems to have been fixed in the 40 car. There are the leaders, they've just lapped him. They're 1.2 seconds apart. As Marcus said, that's the biggest gap we've seen all race. And there is Colin Tester getting into the Super Tune Motorsport prepared Porsche Boxster that Dom McGee started. John Walker makes lots of noise as he goes out of the pits.
That's a great noise, isn't it? Just beautiful.
A little bit more circumspect for the next car to go out, which is Trevor Bale, who takes over from Paul Hicks. Having a look here at Chris Walker, the driver in 3rd place. Turns his way through Murray's. Really good drive this again from Chris Walker, who has been the man to beat in Class 2. He's won Class 2 4 times this season. He's had a couple of seconds and a third as well, and overall he's always been in the top 4 in all the 7 races we've had. He is there in 3rd position, and he came into the pit. So Chris Walker, the first of our front runners to pit, out of 3rd position. There he is with the Charles Ivy team, who run Porsches at Le Mans in the 1970s and 80s. High pressures being checked, potentially altered. Chris Walker, who is 19, he's a university student, started racing in a Mazda RX-8 before swapping to this Boxster, and now racing solo this year. Raced with his dad last year with pretty good success, and it looks like he's a little bit quicker than his dad nowadays. And John Walker's not slow, so that's a pretty good feat for Chris.
I think that often happens, doesn't it?
There's one of the 924s. That's Steve Potts, who's returning to 924s this weekend. There's the 115 cars. That's Philip Waters, who is the man behind the series and helps to raise money for the campaign against living miserably charity. And he will hand over to Cole Roslin.
Van Howen in the background comes into the pits with the yellow supercharged 911.
Chris Walker back into the race in 13th. All the cars ahead of him yet to pit. So we've had half the race. pit window open for just over another 5 minutes.
Watch for Callum Lockie in the 90, the 968, because that will go very quickly.
Don't think Roger Coy's pitted yet, so
No.
that car stayed out a bit longer. There's that 911, the supercharged car, Marcus.
Yeah, I think what will happen is that Callum Lockie will be more interested in giving his customer as much of the race as he can. He'll just jump in at the end for a bit of fun.
Yeah, Roger Coy's leading the class 3.
Has
battle.
Warren Allen pitted now? Does that mean?
Yes.
Yes.
He's making his way in. So James Coleman's carried on. So this is an important lap for Coleman to be quick. And Warren Allen has got to make sure this pit stop really doesn't take much longer than 60 seconds. He can't be less, otherwise they get a penalty. But can't really afford to be much more either.
That was a film back in the day, Gone in 60 Seconds.
But not less here, otherwise you're in trouble.
Indeed. What is the sanction if you stop short?
I think it's usually a drive-through plus how many seconds you are short.
So it's something fairly draconian, which it needs to be. I mean, if that's the rule, that's the rule.
It's even more than that by the looks of it. It's a 1 minute stop-go penalty, so yeah, you don't want to make that mistake. The Cayley family driver change. So Bill is getting into the car that James Cayley drove really well at the start. So they race against each other regularly, but getting the chance today to share a car, which is always good to see.
It's got a good old bingle down the side of it.
That was the Cayley car.
The Cayley car. This is Roger Coy coming in, isn't it?
Yeah. Callum Lockie standing beside, ready to get in. He should be well used to driver changes. He's done a lot over his time.
Mainline timber. Porsche 968, number 90.
And no one's helping Callum with his belt. He knows how to do that, doesn't he? Oh, now Roger might give him a hand as he's got to the other side.
Roger Coy partnership. Partnership today includes Callum Lockie, the Scott, long-time BRDC member. British Racing Drivers Club, based at Silverstone. You can see the logo, the shield on the arm of his overalls.
Of course, with the 2 driver teams, it's a bit more difficult to do your pit stop in 60 seconds other than somebody who's driving solo and just sits there for the pits and then gets back going. So Warren Allen come out the pits in 4th. He is still ahead of Chris Walker by probably about a similar gap than it was. Lucas Hutchings has made his pit stop. Now John Walker's been put back into 7th, but I thought he pitted a bit earlier than the pit window. But we shall see. He's there in 7th then, ahead of the Cayley car.
But quite a lot of cars will have stopped in between as well, so that might be a slightly misleading screen right now.
Coleman is in, so this is he's got, oh, that's on the contact, isn't it? The dent there in the tyre mark on the front left corner. So this is going to be where we find out if it's going to be Coleman or Allen in the lead. SW Engineering running this car, and they're now trying to pull out the dent. Experienced Porsche preparers. So where's Warren Allen? He's not yet at Coram, I don't think. Is that him there? Yeah, he's going through Coram now. I think James Coleman might well have jumped him in the stalk, or he's got to come right down the pit lane on the pit speed limit. And it's a long way down, and then he's got to get back up to speed. I think he has got through Marcus ahead of Warren Allen, possibly.
There you go. And there is Warren Allen over the line. Absolutely flat chat. And he can see up ahead of him his quarry at Riches.
So we've got the opposite chase now, haven't we? We've got Coleman ahead of Allen for the first time since the first race, when it wasn't really a chase because there was quite a big gap between them.
This is Coleman's sort of standing start lap, effectively. He's got to get back into the rhythm, and Warren Allen has been going now. He's completed his out lap, effectively, and he will be charging back towards that gunmetal and Leighton House coloured car. There's the 25, one of the best liveries in the field.
He leads because he hasn't stopped, but he'll do that this time, I should think. And he's going to get a penalty. He's going to get a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits.
It's not overly subtle, that livery, is it? It's a sort of the look at me anti-camouflage.
Yes, and therefore, if you are exceeding track limits, you're going to be noted.
Exactly.
So, I wonder, with these longer races, you're more likely to get caught as well, aren't you? With quite a lot more laps. 21 there in the pits. That's Andy Whiting in his Porsche 924S, making his racing debut, I think, this weekend. Driver from Northamptonshire.
Here comes the 25 car.
Just a few seconds before the pit window closed, so he timed out okay. There's a team member having a quick chat. So everyone spread out the pit stops quite nicely, didn't they? So the pit lane wasn't overly busy at any one point.
Yeah, that's good. It's always good to see, particularly somewhere like Snetterton. Of course, at Goodwood, it's absolutely desperate. It's a really, really narrow pit lane, which you'll see when you go there next month for the revival.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bit more space here. Well, there wasn't in the past, was there? Because the pit lane widened at one point, didn't it? So the start line got narrower rather than the lane.
Back in the day, of course, there wasn't a pit wall. And the non-championship Formula 1 races here in the 1960s, there was kind of a line of human arm code, which was a bit sort of terrifying.
Yeah. Ian Titchmarsh was telling me about the Autosport 3-hour race he attended here when it was really, really wet.
Oh, yes.
Which I guess would have been a similar case back then, what it was like.
There was the incredibly foggy one, wasn't there, when Jack Sears managed to triumph, and as a local farmer, he sort of skirted round the fog. He made light of it, and he was able to close them all down.
The lead gap's 0.2 of a second again, so James Coleman under pressure from Warren Allen. We're watching the battle where for 5th position, because Lucas Hutchings under pressure from John Walker. Jamie McHugh has jumped them in the pit stops, so he's 4th, but has got a penalty, and John Walker's back to 5th, so he's got himself up ahead of Lucas Hutchings.
Yes, Christian Walker is only 6 seconds behind the leaders.
Yeah, so that...
really, really good transition for him.
He's pretty much 20 seconds ahead of the rest. So it's 47 that leads, James Coleman. Second's 165, Warren Allen. 37, Chris Walker. 4th is 25, Jamie McHugh. 5th is 50, Lucas Hutchings. Although now it's 5, John Walker, who's just got past. 7 is now 46, who's Michael Goodwin, taken over from his brother Gary. 8th is 80, which is now Bill Cayley, who's taken over from James. And James Brodie is 9th. And 10th is 661. Which is now Richard Neal, who's taken over from Andrew Juice, and that's a car that's come through the order a little bit. The quick cars to look out for, Callum Lockie is in 12th, Colin Tester is 15th, so see if they can progress into the top 10 in these final 13 minutes of the race. Here are the leaders, and James Coleman still just ahead of Warren Allen. So Allen caught that second or so pretty quickly, as you wondered if he might do on that first lap. Coleman was out of the pits. Now Coleman was never really able to pass Warren Allen on the track. We'll see if Warren Allen can do what James Coleman couldn't and get through. So through Coram they come. Quite a lot of braking there, partly because there's a very slow car on the right hand side of the circuit they have to get around, which they have. So they've lapped everybody up to about 16th position now, but it's Coleman ahead. Can Warren Allen use his straight line speed to challenge up towards Ritchie's? As you were suggesting, Marcus, quite little in it, I think. So Warren Allen has a look to the inside, but nothing terribly serious.
He's 3 or 4 lengths down, isn't he? He's not quite close enough to consider it, but he is. When you come to a hairpin, you find a slower car ahead of you.
Coleman, the lead, is getting a driving standards flag, so he can't afford to exceed track limits again. There's Allen behind. They pass the 1 car, I think, so that's Trevor Bale. It goes down another lap.
So that's the other Cayman.
Yeah, not right on the pace of these two. Down into the Agostini hairpin. Allen, a bit of a tighter line. But then runs a little bit wider, perhaps because of that.
And their best laps were a couple of tenths apart. The last laps were 100th of a second apart.
And a couple of seconds slower than they were earlier, perhaps because of the traffic. But still a bit quicker than Chris Walker is, 7 seconds behind, who's 20 ahead of Jamie McHugh, who's being caught rapidly by John Walker. John Walker's just on a PB, a 2:11.98. quicker than the leaders did on that particular lap. Callum Lockie has just got the Class 3 lead away from Daniel Crago. He was 6 seconds quicker on that lap, was Lockie, than Crago was, to grab the Class 3 lead. Now, is this a car in the pit lane? Ah, it's leaking fluid, isn't it? Is that brake fluid? Possibly from where it's coming from. That's the free Boxster, which was Gary Martin at the wheel.
Oh yeah, maybe a pipe split. It's everywhere. Look, it's all around the wheel.
And that's not going to be going any further in this race. So the race leaders coming out of the final corner and towards the line with 10 minutes to go. So he could squeeze 5 more laps in, I think. And it's still James Coleman who is ahead. Up towards Richie as they go. And Warren Allen a bit closer, looked to the inside, but braked earlier. They've got a slower car to lap again, going down towards the hairpin.
So 924 they're catching, isn't it? The black 924.
They get past that pretty quickly. Slot up the inside. And Warren Allen tries to move back to the racing line to get the optimal position for going through and out the corner. The quickest drivers on the circuit now are McHugh and Walker in 4th and 5th. They're in the 11s. Well, the leaders on that lap were in the 13s, but they're 25 seconds behind. And all that could be traffic induced and be involved in this battle as well. I'm not sure if the optimal lines are being taken by these two. They're not bothered by the lap times at this point.
No, I think they might be in about, about 5 minutes' time when it boils down to the nitty-gritty of the last couple of laps.
Yeah, that's for sure. 42 goes a lap down. That is Darren Constance, 924. Quite a healthy Porsche 924 championship at one point, wasn't there?
Absolutely, and a few have run in historic races as well in 70s road sports.
Warren Allen looked like he was going to challenge. So if we can possibly, here we go. Yeah, here he comes to the outside. He had a better run. He's fully alongside, but he's got a big slide there. He wasn't fully committed, I don't think, to going around the outside of James Coleman, who hangs on.
That was into Brundle, wasn't it?
That's right. That was possibly the biggest challenge we've seen in this race from Warren Allen.
Yeah, they have one apiece so far in the sprint races. All to play for over the remaining 7 3/4 minutes. Warren Allen looking really menacing now, and he ducks up the inside, but the gap is closed, and they've compromised themselves coming out. I think there was a bit of a fumble over gears there, and it looks like the lead has changed because James Coleman was slow out of Murray's, and Warren Allen's got ahead.
Yeah, it got a bit clumsy, didn't it? They were almost stopped as they went through Murray, so both on an awkward line. But as Marcus said, Warren Allen is through into the lead, but I think James Coleman's going to fight back immediately. Looks to the inside for Wilson. This is where he's stronger, I think, through the slower corners. Warren Allen's a little wider. But now James Coleman's got the wake-up call. He is pushing on to try and get that move back after losing it. With that mistake, perhaps because of the slower speed, he was in the wrong gear for the final corner.
What he can't afford is more contact. Otherwise, the sword of Damocles may fall. He's run very wide there, hasn't he?
I think
Agostini. He's got a handling issue.
If he braked a bit late, but yeah, it's only ended up very wide.
Just out of tyres.
Yeah, it could well be, because the lap times haven't been as close to their fast laps. They were 4 seconds off on the last lap. That was partially because of the last corner.
He's trying to hang on, is James Coleman.
And sliding around is Warren Allen in front. So, yeah, wouldn't be surprised if the tyre grip is going. These run on treaded tyres. There's a lot of power to put through the wheels.
Cayley in the 80 has come up into 7th place. I had a good win that lap. That's a change. Slower lap for Goodwin, a 2:16 to a long 2:13.
Yeah, Michael Goodwin, I think, now taking over from Gary. I'm not sure if Michael's quite as quick.
Ooh, running up over the curb at the bomb hole. Allen and Coleman behind him. And
Up in.
It's the 30 inside them, isn't it? That's Clayton Sampson.
9.68. And this could hold Coleman up through the final corner and put a bit more daylight between Warren Allen and James Coleman with 3 to go, I think. 3 laps to go at the end of this. And the gap, which was 0.4 of a second, it's out to 1.1 seconds. And that was a better lap for Warren Allen, a 2:11, as Darren Constant in 42 had stopped on the track at Bombhole, which is...
That's a bit concerning, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder if he can't get back going, whether that might bring an early close to the race. Because I can't see they want to leave that car there for another 5 minutes. Oh, this is a battle for 4th. John Walker's on the inside of Jamie McHugh. McHugh, who has got a 5-second penalty, so it's not really going to be a battle in reality.
Academic, isn't it?
But it's an enjoyable one to watch as John Walker slices up the inside of Jamie McHugh. John Walker in this part of the race has consistently been the quickest driver in the 2:11s, impressively. And he grabs 4th position then, ahead of 25, Jamie McHugh, who's been the standout driver, really, from the back of the grid. Carved his way through in the first part and has kept up good pace in the second half. Down into the Agostini hairpin. Walker ahead. Long way behind his son, 17 seconds, so he's not going to get a class win today, John Walker. John hasn't won the class yet this year. He's had 4 podiums. There's Jamie McHugh, who's having his first run in this Boxster. Raced a Class 3 car previously. Had a best result this year of a 4th. Well, he's just lost that position on this lap. There's the Class 4 leader, Steve Potts, in 1:55. Steve Potts, who does a bit of historic racing as well. I think he's raced at Goodwood a few times. I think in Austin A35. So honestly likes cars that don't have huge amounts of power. And he's got Warren Allen, the leader, diving down the inside at Coleman. James Coleman's re-caught the leader.
Yes, he has, and that's interesting because the leader, Warren Allen, had to slow for the Potts car. Nothing wrong with that.
Checkered flag has gone out, I think. Although I think the leader's missed it, but the flag has gone out with that car off. So although they haven't seen the flag, Warren Allen is the race winner in the 3rd of the Carmel Porsche Trophy race here at Snetterton by 75 hundredths of a second, 3/4 of a second between him and James Coleman. So it's been super competitive between those two Caymans all weekend. Chris Walker 3rd and the Class 2 winner in his Boxster.
Where's John Walker?
He's slow across the line, which means he has dropped.
Where's John Walker?
I'm sure that's him across the line there. Yeah, now now he's shown, but yeah, he did keep within 5 seconds of Jamie McHugh, but he was slow. So he's obviously got a transponder issue as well. Perhaps that's why he dropped down the time screen at one stage. So Jamie McHugh 4th, 5th for John Walker, although they switch around at the end with the penalty for McHugh. Lucas Hutchings was 6th, the Cayley family 7th, the Goodman family 8th. James Brodie should be 9th. Can Callum Lockie get into the top 10? He started the lap 3 seconds behind Richard Neal in Andrew Juice's Boxster. Here is Lockie, the Class 3 winner. He's still behind the Boxster, so he might not quite get a top 10. But a chase right to the flag and a class win regardless for Callum Lockie and Roger Coy. And just missed out on the top 10 by half a second. Interestingly, Colin Tester today not as quick as Chris Walker. Actually, John Walker set the fastest lap in Class 2, a 2:11.6 when he was going well. Class 4, that's going to go the way of Steve Potts. He's 14 seconds ahead within that category. That's the reason for the early finish, the Porsche 924 that had pulled off down there at the bottom of the circuit, the left-hand side of the circuit at Bombhole. And that concludes our morning's racing, or the first part of our day. This afternoon is due to begin in about 3/4 of an hour, so a short lunch break. And then a lot of the races we saw this morning will run again. Sports Special, 750 Formula, Hot Hatch and Classic Stock Hatch. Austin Sevens will have after lunch, and the day will be rounded out by the Club Enduro Championships. So lots more racing to come this afternoon.
That's over 2 hours, isn't it, at the end of the afternoon, Josh?
Yeah, that should be good. I think it was pretty competitive qualifying. and this circuit will really show some cars better on different parts of the track to others. So we look forward to that later. But let's have a look at the results of this race, the final race before lunch. The winner, 165, Warren Allen, by 3/4 of a second over James Coleman. So 165 from 47. 7 was third. Chris Walker is the Class 2 winner. On revised results, John Walker in 5 should have 4th, and 25. Jamie McHugh 5th, and Lucas Hutchings in 6th. Ahead of Bill Cayley, Gary Goodwin, and James Brodie. Andrew Juice with Richard Neal was 10th. Callum Lockie with Roger Coy, win Class 3. Second in that class was Daniel Crago, and third, Tom McHugh. Cars a lap down included the Class 4 winners, and that was Stephen Potts. He beat Carl Roslin by 14 seconds, and then Andy Whiting was third within Class 4, and that concludes racing this year for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. I think they've got an away day at Spa in October, and then there'll be lots of teams from this category in the Burkitt Relay at the end of October. Entries open now for that great 750 Motor Club Relay event, 6 hours on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit on the last day before the clocks change, and that's only a couple of months away now, as the season is coming towards its conclusion. But congratulations to Warren Allen, our winner on Sunday, the endurance race for the All Porsche Trophy. He's down in Parc Ferme, and in a moment we'll be able to hear from him with Chris Stevens.
Warren Allen, another superb victory for you this weekend, and another super intense battle with James.
Do you know what? That's the most enjoyable race I've had for quite some time. Even though we had a little bit of a coming together, I actually enjoyed that race. It was amazing.
And we saw the camaraderie before we went live down here between the two of you. Everything seems good despite the incident that you had up there earlier.
This is a hobby, guys. This is for fun. That's really how it should be taken at all times. So nothing too aggressive, I think. We raced each other very hard. We were very close to each other. I had a little bit of luck coming around Coram at the end, where I made him turn in and made him slow coming out, which meant I could overtake him on the straight. But no, I had a good race on this beautiful day at Snetterton. And a big hello, Charlie and Megan. How you doing?
Lovely. Congratulations on the victory. Amazing job again.
Can I just say a big thanks to Danny and Vince, who come with me racing. So thanks, guys.
Of course. Well done again. Let's go and talk to Christian. He's over here. Christian Walker, Class 2 win again. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it was good, though. It was hot, and got a good start, and then sort of tried to keep the gap. I could see Dad's always good at starts, so I was a little bit worried that if I have a dodgy start, he'd be right there. He was only a couple of places back, so yeah. Then he very quickly got into second. I think we were just sort of holding it there, and the pit stops, everything goes out the window. Anyone could be anywhere, and I heard on the radio that he might have just got P2. So good stuff. Bring Charles Ivy cars 1 and 2. Beautiful, and 3 actually. I think Jamie was third, wasn't he? So 3 cars in the top 3 for Charles Ivy.
Fantastic stuff. Obviously, longer race today, twice the length that we had yesterday, and it's a bit hotter today as well, but there doesn't seem to be a bead of sweat on you.
Oh, there is. It's coming down your face, it's going down my eyes, what you're wiping out your eyes, and it's, yeah, trying to get the wind in through the window, but they do nothing, so, yeah, need some water and I'll be fine.
Good stuff. All right, well, we look forward to seeing you out throughout the rest of the season. Great stuff, Class 2 battle. Now, where is Callum Lockie? Where have we had? Callum. There we are. Hello.
Hello.
A Class 3 win. Fantastic.
Yeah, we're really chuffed. It was a bit of a close shave because when we came to do reprep this morning, I discovered a serious situation with the cam belt, and we couldn't run with it like that for risk of blowing the engine up. So typical Calm All Porsche Trophy. We got a cam belt from Matty. We got help from Daniel Crago, and got it done with about 5 minutes before the call, and it finished, so we're delighted. So we've had a brilliant weekend. Roger's driven really well. We've had 3 poles, 3 fastest laps, and 3 wins in Class 3, so delighted.
Fantastic stuff, and of course, yeah, getting help from Daniel Craig, who you were then racing for the class win as well.
But that's, I helped him out at Anglesey because I had a rear wheel bearing and he couldn't race without that. So we all, we're always helping each other out, which is how motor racing should be.
Absolutely, it's been brilliant stuff, and
really
congratulations.
Thank you to 750 for putting it on, and all the marshals, because we can't go racing without the marshals and the officials.
Absolutely seconded. Congratulations, great class win
for
you out there, and we look forward to seeing more. And then lastly is Steve Potts, who won the Class 4.
I did.
How did it go?
It was tough. It was just me in the car, so 40 minutes. And I haven't raced since Goodwood last year. I was in the members meeting, so I've had a long time out of the seat. So it was quite challenging. But car ran faultlessly, and really enjoyed it. Great race.
And can we expect to see you at a few more meetings maybe this season?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, I haven't driven the 924 for about 4 years, but I've just this weekend I've got back into it, and I've discovered again what a great racing car the 924 is. They're getting historic themselves now, nearly 40 years old, but great to drive. Great bunch of guys in the Calm series. 750 is a great club. I'll definitely be back.
Great. We look forward to seeing you back. Wonderful. Congratulations again on the class win.
Thank you very much.
So that wraps up all this morning's action and another fantastic race from the Calm All Porsche Trophy. We are going to take a bit of a break now, but we'll be back with more racing action in about 45 minutes' time.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
So we're shortly about to get the afternoon racing here at Snetterton underway for this 750 Motor Club race weekend, the 4th day of racing we've had at this circuit over the last couple of weeks. And we have 6 races to look forward to. The cars already coming to the grid for our first race this afternoon, which is for the Austin 7s, celebrating last year 100 years of this type of car and the backbone of the 750 Motor Club, and how it's got its name some 70 plus years ago now. So we'll have a look at the grid for this race in just a moment, and a reminder of what else is coming up this morning for this afternoon. I should say Sports Specials, 750 Formula, Hot Hatch, Classic Stock Hatch and Club Enduro as well. We can see there though on the grid Christian Pedersen and Tim Roebuck in the 2 quickest cars on this grid. 11 cars we are expecting. There'll be no green flag lap for these cars. We'll be straight into racing. So let's tell you about the grid. On the pole position is 201, which is Christian Pedersen in Miss Green. A very quick Austin 7 monoposto. Alongside is number 18, Tim Roebuck in his supercharged special. On the second row is 11, which is James Miles, and 6, Richard Verheyden. On the third row is 1, Greg Fruston, and 30, Ben Mile. On the fourth row, 22, Charlie Plain-Jones, and 8, Peter Marsh. On the fifth row, 555 is Matthew Edwards, and 9 is Tom Emden. And on row 6 is number 60, which is Clive Neal. And there you can see Clive at the back of the 11-car grid. And I think we're quickly going to get the afternoon's racing underway, because the countdown has already begun. This is a 15-minute race for these Austin 7s. Second run-in of this race we've had at Snetterton, which we began last year with the 100th anniversary race for this type of car. Some of these cars were racing yesterday in the historic 750 Formula. We've gained, I think, a couple for this race, including the pole position car, Christian Pedersen, who's won so many races in this car. And the 5-second board goes out, so 15 minutes of racing about to get underway. See a couple of novice crosses there at the back of the grid, so drivers new to racing here, but the much more experienced Christian Pedersen on pole as the lights go out and the racing gets underway. It's a better start by Tim Roebuck, but the more powerful machine of Christian Pedersen claims the lead by the time the cars get up towards Ritchie's. Pedersen was quick in qualifying. He did a 2 minutes 30, which was best part of 9 seconds quicker than the rest. But the more standard cars, you can see going through there, which have a lot less power, a lot less development, but they are pretty closely matched. There was sort of 5 cars separated by a few seconds in that second group, so we hope for some battles at that end of the grid, including there number 22, which is Charlie Plain-Jones in the Cowley Special. He's battling with 555, Matthew Edwards, who wasn't here yesterday, so that's another car we've gained from the historic 750 races. There's James Miles in his supercharged car, similar supercharged machine behind of Greg and Fruston. So that's about the third position, but Christian Pedersen and Timothy Roebuck, as expected, getting away on this opening lap, what should be a 6-lap race. And a few battles and a spin, I think, there. We look like Matthew Edwards, if we go back to that previous shot, may have had a rotation. It was only very sideways as he went through Agostini, but there he is, he has rotated. Novice driver Matthew Edwards in the Austin 7 rag. He gets back going, but it's Christian Pedersen that leads the way, Marcus, in probably the ultimate Austin 7. It's a super quick car.
Yeah, that's right, and he was on pole by a huge amount, wasn't he, this morning, about 9 seconds, I think. So Christian Pedersen, the Midlands-based Dane, in that very quick car that he's developed. It's quick, but it has been recalcitrant over many years. It's kind of right on the edge, so hopefully they've backed it off a little bit, and it's brilliant. So these monoposto Austin 7s are the type that was raced back in the pre-war era, and Christian is super quick.
He's been racing this car for a while now, I think.
Donkey's years.
Yeah.
It's a supercharged 750cc engine, and he just loves driving it.
I was saying earlier, this is sort of what started 750 Motor Club, the Austin 7. The club's gone a long way since then.
Yes,
but
1939 was not a really good year in which to start a sort of a racing club, but of course it was from the Austin 7 that the 750 formula was derived, first run in 1950, and Christian Pedersen storms through. He's got a little fluffy top end misfire, as you can hear as he goes through. Chasing him, of course, is Tim Roebuck in the car, developed by Lotus Formula One racer John Miles. And then there's, talking of Miles, that's James Miles, who's in third place, Greg and Thruston in fourth, both in supercharged cars. Charlie Plain Jones is next in the Cowley Austin 7. That's the first 6, and the rest are a long way back, headed by the Mile team, Pigsty Racing Austin 7 Special. It's Ben Mile driving it today. Dad Tim drove it yesterday. And here come 2 more monos. Marsh has gone through. That's Matthew Edwards and Clive Neal in their monoposto cars.
I don't think Thomas Emden took the start, so he had 10 in the end.
He was in the pits at the end of the qualifying session. That's 555 Matthew Edwards. Kind of UDT laced all green colour. Ahead of him Peter Marsh in the Greased Weasel, as it's known, car that won yesterday's handicap race. His first race win at the age of 73.
May not win one again, so I'm sure that will be remembered, won't it, for Peter Marsh?
Very much so.
And why the handicap is always a good idea. James Miles leaning out of the car as he went through Hamilton. Not quite the same actions as he goes through Oggies. Having a good look round to see where Greg and Thurston is. Where Greg and Thurston is in 4th position in the Super Accessories Austin 7. There he is, number 1. Getting a bit closer to James Miles, perhaps. James Miles from West Sussex, there in 3rd place. He's raced with the Vintage Sports Car Club for a while, and with 750 Motor Club. This is a 1936 Austin 7 Monoposto, which he built in the last decade. And it's got a 750 side valve supercharged engine.
Thruston's coming up behind him in his mirrors, if he's got any. Tiny ones on the side of the cockpit. There's Pedersen, that's his first flying lap, a 2:32.
So a pretty quick time, isn't it? A couple of seconds off his quali time, but I think as quick as anyone really went yesterday in the historic 750 races. They're side by side coming down to Murray's, and Greg and Thruston got very sideways as he turned the car into Murray's, and that he came right out of the attack mode really to make sure he didn't have a spin. He was going well in the handicap yesterday, and the car broke at the last corner, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So he saved himself from a spin there, but he has lost some time to James Miles.
Yeah, he was on that wider line coming in, looking for a bit of a cutback. Was going a bit too quickly to actually turn across towards the apex.
Yeah, Thruston lapping about 4 seconds quicker than he did in qualifying this morning, and that has allowed him to be ahead of Richard Verheyden, which he wasn't this morning. And Richard Verheyden is the first of the non-supercharged cars in 5th, who is 5 seconds ahead of Charlie Plain Jones. We're watching the car that had the spin on the first lap, Matthew Edwards turning through Coram. Another of these single-seater Austin 7s. I guess these single-seater cars would have raced at Brooklyn, some of them in period.
Absolutely, and there's even a sort of series been run for 7s over the years for the Burt Hadley Memorial Trophy.
Yeah. Obviously, Brooklyn's a totally different circuit to anything anyone would recognise nowadays.
That's right. The world's first purpose-built race circuit at Weybridge in Surrey.
I did get to visit it over the winter. First time I'd been there. Had a good to see what the history
built by
is.
Hugh Locke King in the first decade of the last century. And that amazing outer speed bowl.
It covers such a big distance as well, doesn't it? Which some of it now has a house and estate on.
And a supermarket, I think.
But some of it's still there, which you can have you can see, and there's quite a few pre-war racing cars on display, including the Napier Railton, which set the record there.
It's an extraordinary 140 odd miles an hour.
Have you ever had a go in a pre-war car? Or?
I've raced a pre-war car at Talbot, but yeah, nothing sort of really huge big bangerish.
You're quite glad about that?
No, I loved it.
Yeah.
It was great fun.
Is it, when you drive these cars, obviously no seatbelt, does that put you off at all, or?
Really fast, where there's no sensors, no feeling. It's fine. No, it was good fun to do. And what was more interesting was the pre-selector gearbox, where you actually move the gear quadrant to the next gear you want, up or down. When you actually want it, you just tap what is effectively a clutch pedal, and it changes gear very rapidly for you. So managed to finish third in a big race at Silverstone, BRDC 500 reenactment. With Josh Sadler, the Porsche man, who's got more experience in that sort of car than I have.
Obviously, you've raced a range of cars. Sort of, what's your best memory of racing, Marcus?
There's so many on the list that there's overtaking here. So many on the list that it's horses for courses. I mean, there are some cars which are great in some circumstances and not so good in others. But I mean, for me, I suppose racing at Spa in 1991, my favourite circuit, in a Chevron B8, my favourite car, was just very, very special. But there have been many, and I've enjoyed racing with the 750 Club in a kit car race at Silverstone years back. I've enjoyed Formula 3 cars, Formula 5000 cars, Formula 2 cars, and to have actually co-owned one or two really fabulous cars has been very special down the years. For someone who was just an enthusiast as a lad, and I went to Marshall, then went to do journalism, and developed into commentary as well. So it's so much more than the hobby for me.
It's great to have someone that's done sort of everything be able to be with us and have somebody like you being such a good supporter of the 750 Motor Club. We are on lap 4 of the race. Christian Pedersen now leads by 20 seconds over Tim Roebuck. James Mild is still third. Gregan Fruston has not come through at the end of the 4th lap. So we had that moment, and he's had that problem yesterday as well. So Richard Verheyden is 4th now in the best of the non.
Here's Gregan Fruston in the pits.
Okay, so that's where he's got to. There he is. You can see going back to the paddock. A shame there for Gregan, a long-standing 750 Motor Club competitor. So Richard Verheyden and Charlie Plain Jones, the two best non-supercharged cars, have done identical lap times for the 100th of a second. They've both done a 2 minutes 55.44 in number 6 and 22. They are 5 seconds apart, but you don't see that very often, do you?
No, exactly.
Ben Mile is 6th. Who we are watching now. So he raced the historic 750 car yesterday
the Gerald, that's right.
And now stepping back into car that his dad raced yesterday.
That's the brainchild of Stuart Gerald, who was a front runner in the championships back in the 1960s.
And that is the great thing about the 750 Motor Club, isn't it? Is that the history that dates back, and the club keep the history going with races like this. Although there are new parts of the club nowadays with the saloon car racing.
Peter Marsh has come in as well. Yesterday's handicap winner.
I wonder if 3 races for some of these cars over a weekend is a little bit more than they can handle. Because traditionally, most events until quite recently were just single headers. Wouldn't do more than one race. Yes. And probably shorter races as well in some cases. Sort of round somewhere like Brands Hatch, a short circuit, 10 laps would be the most you would have got until quite recently.
Yeah, absolutely. But the current trend for kind of multiple races does take its toll on cars, particularly the older ones.
Did they do longer races like on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit? First it's a longer lap, or were they again?
These sort of cars wouldn't generally race on the Grand Prix circuit. Lots of high revs for sustained periods don't really do them a lot of good.
Did Silverstone have a short circuit from right from the early days?
There were lots of different circuits. The early, the first of the Burkitt 6-hour relays was on an amazing circuit that ran effectively from what is now Copse Corner down to Stowe, and then did 180 right, and then have one long straight all the way back to the inside of Copse.
So 2 free corners.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I suppose there was a sort of the sort of kink at
Yeah.
sort of threw maggots into Beckett's, but
Snetterton's had a few variations over the years.
for sure.
But this part we see the infield was put in just over a decade ago now, which added length to it. But sort of back in the 70s, it was a longer circuit when it went down the Norwich Straight and out of the current perimeter of the circuit. Christian Pedersen goes on to his final lap. Of course,
Just lapped Edwards, hasn't he, Matthew Edwards?
Of course, the last corner, known as Russell, that was quite a fearsome corner at one point.
That was terrifyingly quick at one point. Yeah, it was really quite something back in the 1970s.
Was it a British Formula 3 race here? Someone finished across the line backwards after they had a big moment.
There have been all sorts of things. Certainly at Silverstone, it was Bev Bond certainly finished backwards in a Formula 3 race at Silverstone.
I want to say it was Mika Hakkinen, but that might not be accurate. Before I was born.
There's Miss Green, continuing on its merry way.
It seems to be going well today, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a beautifully engineered little car, and you can see that Christian is just driving it very, very neatly.
Because when he does other races, like with the Vintage Sports Car Club, he's sort of as quick as pre-war Grand Prix cars.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because it weighs 3/5 of nothing, which doesn't hinder. It's got quite a bit of power. I guess that little slot behind his left ear is some sort of onboard camera, but it's typically it's been all faired in so that it doesn't interrupt the airflow too much. Can't risk drag for an extra bit of camera. You might lose 100th of a second over a course of a race.
He's a half a minute ahead of Tim Roebuck, who's just done a personal best, a 2:39.4.
Yeah, Roebuck's a rapid driver in that car, it has to be said. He's really intrepid.
I'm not sure if he did any racing before he raced his car a couple of years ago or not, but he was immediately quick in it.
Right.
And like you say, car was originally developed by John Miles, who again was a long time 750 Motor Club supporter.
So after his death, the car, it's good to see it come back out.
And 750 Motor Club still run the John Miles Award for young drivers in memory of his name.
Well, John Miles was son of Sir Bernard Miles, who was a sort of musical entrepreneur. What do they call them these days? Impresario, I think, is the actual term that is used. So he was a great jazz musician and fan, John Miles. Loved all that.
Christian Pedersen takes the checkered flag then and wins the Austin 7 race, and he does his fastest lap on the last lap, a 2 minutes 31.8. So like that car going well.
Did a 2:32.5 on his first flying lap. So I mean, 7/10 quicker, super consistent for the Great Dane.
And then we wait. Tim Roebuck will be through as the next in second. There's a lapped car to come first. There he is, just coming out in that John Miles special. And he comes up across the line, takes the checkered flag in P2. And he does his personal best on the last lap too, a 2:38.8, 39 seconds behind, but a very different type of car to Pedersen's.
Yes, Pedersen's an all-out racer.
The car that finished a lap down, I think, was Matthew Edwards. This is Clive Neal, who's going to finish 8th. Did we see Clive yesterday? Not sure if we did.
Don't think so.
No, that's not. There's quite a few people that have come just to do this one special race, which is good.
I suppose a one day to do an Austin 7 only race is a bucket list job for a lot of people who have this sort of car.
So Clive's going to take 8th across the line, and then I think he's not that far ahead of James Miles, who's going to be 3rd. The historic 750 Formula, by the way, which ran yesterday, they've got another meeting to go, which will be at Donington Park in a few weeks' time.
That was James Miles, incidentally, home in third place.
Now, this is the battle for the non-supercharged top runner. Richard Verheyden is being caught over the last couple of laps by Charlie Plain-Jones, but it's going to be a little bit too late for Charlie in the Cowley special.
Other car from the Bill Cowley stable.
There he nearly caught Verheyden at the flag, and Richard Verheyden's delighted. A big punch of the air. He came out on top by just a fraction under a second, but Plain-Jones on that last lap doing his best, a 2 minutes 53.18, which is some 6 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying. Let's take a look at the results then for that Austin 7 special race here at Snetterton, which was won by car 201, Christian Pedersen, by 39 seconds from 18, Tim Roebuck. In third place was number 11, James Miles. Fourth for number 6, Richard Verheyden. Fifth was 22, Charlie Plain-Jones. Sixth for 30, Ben Mile. Seventh was 555, Matthew Edwards. And eighth, number 60, Clive Neal, with Gregan Fruston. And Peter Marsh not making it to the end of that 6-lap race. Christian Pedersen is already down in Parc Ferme and out of the car. And it looks like he is ready to speak to Chris Stevens in a moment.
Christian Pedersen, a dominant display there in the Austin 7 race. How was it out there?
It was a bit lonely. We didn't have that many cars on the grid today, which was a shame. But Snetterton is a lovely track, so I enjoyed it thoroughly.
I mean, I've got to say, I'm loving seeing some of the stuff on this car right now. I mean, it's so night and day compared to some of the other stuff we've got out here. You've got this lever out here. What's that, handbrake?
Handbrake, my emergency brake, yeah.
This is great as well. You've got like some of the exposed engine here as well. It was rotating still when you came in.
Yeah, that's the water pump. The supercharger is on the other side. We run the car on methanol, so we got just around 100 horsepower.
Okay. And of course the skinny tyres as well, all the cross ply there. And what have we got here? This bit around the front that connects to the front.
Oh, this is the steering arm. Which all of the bits, as we've developed the cars over the years, when I've been racing with the 750, we have continually had to build it up and get it stronger and stronger as the car has gotten faster.
Christian, it's been great learning about this car with you. Congratulations on the win. Fantastic stuff out there. Marcus, Josh, back up to you. It is time for the final race of the weekend for the Freaky Parts Sports Special Championship.
And the car's already on the grid then for the sports specials, the final race of their weekend. They've been one of the highlights of the weekend. So we're going to be straight into racing with no green flag lap. Not sure if we can take a look at the grid. So let's have a look at how this is going to line up. And the results of the earlier race: 15, Clive Hudson on pole, 17, Paul Boyd alongside. Row 2 is 53, Andy Hiley, and 11, Paul Collingwood. On the third row, 4, Lewis Ward, and 82, Rob Johnston. On the fourth row, 64, Anton Landon, and 66, Neil Turner on pole in Class B. On row 5, 7, Stuart Much, Class C poleman, and 76 alongside is David Hughes. On the sixth row, 1, Stuart Thompson, and 27, Andrew Hayward. On the seventh row, 158, Doug Hanna, the championship leader, and 10, Nigel Brown. On the eighth row, 18, Colin Benham, and 58, Mickey Scott. On the ninth row, 65, Martin Hayward, and 69, Gerard O'Donoghue. On the 10th row, 35, David Winter, and 41, Oliver Gemmell. On the 11th row, 69, Sylvia Much, and 70, Trevor Harbour. And on row 12, 199, which is Nigel Liddell. So we're about to go racing for the final time this weekend for sports specials. And the countdown has already begun. Championship lead, by the way, has come down since the earlier race. It's now, 9 points between Doug Hanna and Neil Turner, both Class B competitors. Red lights are on. Racing is about to get underway. The lights go out, and it's a pretty good start from Paul Boyd, but the second row starters are better, so the top four are absolutely together as they go up towards Ritchie's corner. They're all over the circuit, basically. They're free abreast as they turn into Ritchie's corner.
Yeah, and it was Clive Hudson on the inside who managed to prevail. There were 3 of the Eclipses were side by side going to that. Hudson from Boyd. In third place is Lewis Ward. Collingwood stuck out on the outside, I see. And, well, that was a fabulous start. That's one of the Cyanas there making its way back up the order. I think it's lost some places, but I'm watching. That's the white one, which is...
that championship leader, Doug Hannah, off the road. That's the championship leader. He's off at Ritchie's. It's not been a good weekend for him. So that's our Class B driver, and the championship leader is out of the race on lap 1. He's had a consistent season up till now. He won the first 4 races of the season, but it's all gone wrong here. But meanwhile, the leader, by the looks of it, has got away. This is Paul Boyd versus Lewis Ward, with Ward up the inside in the Westfield. So that's for second, is it? Yeah, so it's Hudson that leads. Boyd is second. Ward is third. Collingwood fourth. Hiley fifth. Neil Turner sixth. The driver who's second in the championship. He leads Class B. And with Doug Hannah out, this could be the chance for Neil Turner, who missed the first meeting, to take the championship lead, Marcus.
Yeah, that's right. And I was seeing that Andy Hiley, another cautious start in the dark car with the white central part in the wing here on the nose coming through. And he's running in 5th place at the moment, but he's always very cautious off the line so as not to risk the transmission on that car. But out front, and gunning for 3 from 3 is the man who has been, I wouldn't say dominant this weekend, but certainly he's been impervious to pressure once he's been out front. Clive Hudson, the mechanical designer of these cars, the guy did the aero, runs in second. That's Paul Boyd.
Safety car is missed the leader. It's been scrambled, but Clive Hudson went through, and some of the others are following, so this is going to take a little while to work out. So that, I guess, would be with Doug Hannah's car for Ritchie's, but that was quite a late call. Not that something else has happened further around the lap. And so has Clive Hudson realised what's happened? No, he hasn't, so I think he's shot away. So Doug Hannah is off at Ritchie's, I think, at turn 1. And
it looks to be sort of somewhere on a sort of grassy kind of escarpment, but...
Yes, the safety car's caught the 4th place car, and this is going to take a while to work out, I'm afraid. It went so well this weekend, hasn't it, for this championship? It's been a great couple of races they've had, but just an unfortunate, obviously, moment there at the start has now turned into a little bit of a problem there. Yeah, he's pulled a long way off the circuit, hasn't he? He's basically behind the barriers. So that is not really sure why we've got the safety car out there for.
Maybe it is something else. Maybe there's another issue, but are they all...
They're all, the rest of them come through. So yeah, I don't really know what's going to happen now, because the leaders have gone away. Yeah, so the safety car was basically called as the leader come through, so therefore they accelerated past.
3 ahead. There's Clive Hudson, Paul Boyd and Lewis Ward.
That's right. So yeah, they're the top 3. 4th there is Collingwood behind the safety car. 5th is Andy Hiley. 6th the Class B leader, Neil Turner. 7th is Stuart Much, the Class C leader. 8th is Rob Johnston. Him and Anton Landon dropped away on that first lap. He's 8th. Landon is 10th. Between them is David Hughes.
I can see Landon trying to pick his way through in the white Sienna. There's the safety car.
In 11th position is Andrew Hayward. He's the second of the Class B cars, just ahead of Stuart Thompson, last year's champ. Mickey Scott is 13th. Nigel Brown 14th. Colin Benham 15th. I think former champion Colin Benham back in 2013. So the top 3 are now coming up across the line. It's about half a lap around the circuit. It's the safety car queue.
Stuart Thompson is, 3rd in B behind Andrew Hayward.
He's not had he had a good race yesterday, but hasn't had a great season, Stuart Thompson. He's only had...
so they've been given a green now, these 3.
And the rest are half a lap behind. So the race has resumed for the top 3, it would seem, because they've been given a green flag, at least at Ritchie's. Now the safety car boards are flashing again. So I'm afraid this has not gone well.
Are they getting the rev up to join the back of the queue, then there'll be a wave through until they find the leader again.
And
the trouble is, it's a 3-mile wave through, isn't it?
And it's a series that doesn't have a car to radio to driver communication. But yeah, the green flag is being prepared for the rest. But yeah, I'm afraid this has gone against any plan, I think. So Paul Collingwood in 4th place will definitely take a green flag, because that's now waving here with 9 minutes of the race to go. So the Class B and C battle might be interesting, because they're all still together. It's Neil Turner then across the line, who's got a couple of cars accelerating past him. Hits the Class B leader, the 66 Caterham there on the inside line. He's been passed by Stuart Much, at least. Local driver Neil Turner, who had 23 years out of racing, returned to racing in the very car he raced all those years ago, this Caterham 7. It's a 1995 model, which runs a Duratec engine. Neil Turner, who's from Great Yarmouth. Yeah, he's had those 23 years out and then returned in exactly the same car he left in. And he's very rapid in it. He's being looked after by Martin Ward, long-time 750 Motor Club competitor. The lead of the race is coming towards the line, so there is actually still a battle for the win. Clive Hudson, Paul Boyd and Lewis Ward is going to be between, because they're a minute ahead of the rest. It's Hudson then who comes up across the line as the leader by, 7/10 of a second over Paul Boyd and Lewis Ward. I don't want to be the person who has to tell Paul Collingwood and Andy Hiley what's happened here, because I suspect they're going to be slightly frustrated about the circumstances that have arisen. Here's Stuart Much, he leads Class C around the outside of Rob Johnston. There's Neil Turner, the Class B leader in his Caterham. How close is Stuart Thompson and Andrew Hayward to him, I wonder? Further back, so there's the Caterham. Yeah, I don't think he's that far ahead of Hayward and Thompson, his Class B rivals. We saw a good battle between them yesterday.
Looking at the Mev in a straight line, it's not quite as slippery as the Sienna, is it? But it's got some big presence in the corner.
Stuart Much has strapped his bodywork down, which came adrift in front of us this morning.
Anton Landon has just, I think, cleared him, hasn't he? Well, Johnston's cleared him, Landon's cleared him the other side.
That's right. So both Johnston and Landon, both, I think, previous champions. They've gone through ahead of Stuart Much, and then the Class B leader Neil Turner just behind. Here they come, up across the line. Good battle for 6th position. Stuart Much's car is pretty powerful, isn't it? Because it draws back alongside Anton Landon's car in a straight line and goes through into Richie's corner. Stuart Much, who come from MX5 racing, so used to close quarters racing. Here's the battle of a second in Class B. Stuart Thompson on the inside of Andrew Hayward in the background. There he is. Stuart Thompson goes through then. Driver from Felixstowe across the border in Suffolk. Ex-short oval man, then raced Caterhams before moving to Sport Specials. There's Andrew Hayward, the 21-year-old, so one of the youngest drivers on the grid. Started racing a few seasons ago. There's Landon back ahead of Stuart Much. David Hughes behind in the other Mev.
2:00:45 for Clive Hudson that time. His best in the last race was 2:00:22. So very, very close to that pace.
So there's Thompson, last year's champion, in this car that won the championship a few years ago in the hands of Matthew Booth. He's with Neil Turner now, isn't he? So I think we're going to get a battle for the Class B win.
Turner can't clear David Hughes in that in the Mev.
So it's going a bit the way in Class B of the first race, where Neil Turner had a big gap to start off, but the others have caught as Neil Turner gets involved with the more powerful cars, but perhaps he's a bit quicker than them through the corners, but can't use that extra momentum because he's stuck behind. So you've got the Caterham example and then the MK, both 7S type cars.
Yeah, the Caterham's really good in the corners, but it hasn't got the grunt of the Mevs up ahead.
And where it's quick, there's not really a place to get past, is there? Like there into Murray's.
They go out of the corner, so that's on alongside. This is a total drag race. You've got neither of these cars are particularly efficient through the air, these types of car, but the Mevs are quicker in a straight line.
Yeah, turbocharged cars they are. There's David Hughes. He's got a class to win himself because he's just behind Stuart Much, his class rival. And then behind them, the Class B battle. Stuart Thompson now right there with Neil Turner. Neil Turner, the 56-year-old man from Norfolk and Stuart Thompson from Suffolk. So we've got the Norfolk-Suffolk battle here at Snetterton. 61 years of age is Stu Thompson, last year's champion. So you've got the Duratec engined car, both of them. Just ahead. Oh, Boyd's done a 1:59.1. That's the fastest lap of the weekend. So that means he's right with Hudson. Here they are, to the top two in the race, down into Agostini's. And have we lost Lewis Ward? Because he hasn't come through in third. But for the win, Paul Boyd has just done a mighty lap, a whole second quicker than Clive Hudson. We have probably 2 laps to go still. Yeah, we will have 2 more laps to go, at least. And there's traffic to deal with. So that is a really strong lap, averaging just under 90 miles per hour for Paul Boyd.
There you go, Hudson picking his way through. Gone past one car, now he's got Sylvia Much to get past as well. Another of those MEVs.
Oh, and Boyd gets a tighter line out of Oggies, which means he can get on the power earlier. And he's chucked up right behind Hudson. No, so he should be in the slipstream here, all the way down the Bentley straight. So he'll be closing in all the way down this very long straight, accelerating all the time. He pops out of the toe. That'll be the inside line for Brundle. Hudson can see he's coming, so he gives him a bit of space. And Paul Boyd's done it. He's taken the lead away from double race winner this weekend, Clive Hudson. So Paul Boyd in his patched up Eclipse, back under pressure. Hudson looks back down the inside. Can't get there though through Bombhole, but that's just compromised Boyd a little bit because he couldn't turn into the corner where he wanted to. So Hudson's back with him. There's going to be quite a bit of traffic to deal with, which I haven't really had to worry about in earlier races. Question mark whether it'll be 1 or 2 more laps to go at this stage. They may squeeze 2 in. And Boyd is slower off the corner. So Hudson pulled to the left-hand side of the circuit. I think they were both a bit compromised there because of that, and they're going to be wheel to wheel up across the line, Marcus.
Yeah, they are, and it's absolutely nothing in it over the line. They are absolutely equal as they went through, still with the yellow car of Boyd hanging on the inside.
You've got lots of traffic. You've got the Mazda 7 ahead. David Winter, regular in that category with the 750 Motor Club. So here go a lap down in a moment. He pulls to the right.
Are we going to get 1 more lap out of this or not?
Well, they crossed the line with 2 minutes and 10 to go, so it depends if they flag it a few seconds early or not.
Yeah, they might well.
But we didn't get a last lap board, which they tend to do here, so might get 2 more.
A couple more cars to be negotiated. 17, Paul Boyd, and then got 15, which is Clive Hudson. Quicker off the corner, one senses. They've got 2 cars ahead of them into... That's Hamilton, isn't it? Wow, this is tight.
65, Martin Hayward, they squeezed past successfully.
They got between the pair of them, but they're still behind the bright green car there, which is number 41, Oliver Gemmell, novice driver.
So back in the tow is Hudson, so he's repeating what Boyd did to him a lap ago. Boyd perhaps not giving Hudson as much as Hudson did though, so Boyd is able to hang on down there into Brundle and Nelson.
You got the impression though that the Hudson car had a bit more traction last time round, and as they go through the bomb hole, Hudson using a bit more of the circuit, trying to carry a little bit more speed, but has Boyd made a decisive break here?
In Class B, Marcus, Stuart Thompson's ahead of Neil Turner, so a change for the lead in Class B. But yeah, Boyd has got a bit of a bigger gap, and he hasn't mucked up Murray's like he did a lap ago. So you look quicker through those final couple of corners, as you suggested. So they are going to get another lap. The gap between them is 0.6 of a second.
About 9 seconds to go before the time runs out. Boyd would have liked to have seen that checker, I suspect.
Yeah, after getting that advantage.
Because Hudson's going to be behind onto the Bentley straight in all probability.
Yeah, he needs to be a little bit closer, I think, if he's going to challenge.
He does.
But there is more traffic to deal with, and that could be the opportunity to make that work. There's Boyd. He'd be desperate to win this because I think he's had the fastest lap over the weekend earlier, and then he went even quicker in this race. But his mate, Clive Hudson, has beat him on both occasions, but he continued to pull clear So I think Boyd looks pretty good here. But he's got Colin Benham, I think, possibly the next car to lap. And then be a little bit more clear road for them to battle. So
yeah, Colin Benham and the CB Fury.
Here's the Class B leaders side by side. That's Stuart Thompson on the inside. Neil Turner goes right round the outside and grabs it. They're going to get another lap, though, when they get to the end of this lap, where Boyd and Hudson are on their final tour of the circuit. And here they are. Boyd is ahead. There's a car between them. So the CB Fury of Benham is between them. So I think Boyd may have done enough here, Marcus.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to turn the tables on his old buddy. But there are a couple more cars ahead. They might just get up to them at Murray's.
And that's not a great place to catch a slower car, is it? If Boyd could be significantly compromised if he catches it in the middle of the corner, which he's pretty close to doing. And out of the final corner they come. Hudson's maybe a little bit closer, but he's a bit sideways. So Paul Boyd is going to win for the second time this year. He won in the damp at Cadwell Park. Now he's won in the dry at a slightly confusing race at Snetterton. And he takes the victory by 0.8 of a second. So now it would be good if we can have a look at the Class B and C battles, because the Class C leaders, Stuart Much and David Hughes, were side by side across the line, and Neil Turner and Stuart Thompson weren't much further apart. They're at Palmer at turn 3 at the moment. I can see out of the commentary box window. And the two Mevs are together. The Caterham's ahead, so Neil Turner's back ahead of Stuart Thompson, going down towards Agostini. The second hairpin is where the Class B leaders are. And here they are on our screens then. So Hughes has got down the inside of Stuart Much and through. And he slows through the middle of the corner. Neil Turner squeezes through to take... And both the Mevs are off on the grass. Stuart Much and David Hughes there got compromised each other. So the Clue Class B cars have got through now with Neil Turner ahead of Stuart Thompson. And if Turner can stay there, he'll take the championship lead going away from Snetterton. So that got rather dicey down there at the hairpin. So down out of Williams, they will come. The Caterham will be ahead, but that may be not ideal because the slipstream given to Stuart Thompson will be pretty significant. He'll be catching in a straight line. He pulls to the left-hand side of the circuit. Is he close enough to challenge here? He brakes as late as he dares on the inside line. He can't get there, though, as the Mevs behind are just as close as they were before. But it's Turner ahead of Thompson and then Hughes ahead of Much. Meanwhile, across the line, Andy Hiley has come home third. Paul Collingwood has took fourth. But 2 corners to go for Neil Turner to try and take his second win of the day. Stu Thompson, last year's champion, right there. If he can get a good run out of the final corner, he might be able to slipstream through.
And it's Hughes ahead of Much behind, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks that way. And they had a close finish earlier too. So both of these are going to be races to the line for class wins. And Neil Turner, I think, is just about done enough. So he's going to take Class B from Stuart Thompson. The Mevs come across the line just like the previous race, side by side. That time, I don't think I could tell a difference between them. And they are given identical times. Much and Hughes have been given identical times. So therefore, our timekeepers and judges of facts are going to have to work that out. Yeah, absolutely. So they had a complex last lap because they were both off the circuit at Agostini. But good that we had... Really, all 3 classes still had a battle there, despite the shenanigans that went on earlier in the race. But Paul Boyd, the winner in Class A, the Class B winner, Neil Turner, takes the championship lead, and the Class C winner. On the line, we don't really have a utter confirmation because Stuart Much and David Hughes given the same race time so far. Let's have a look at the results as we have them at the moment. Well, certainly the front runners are confirmed. The winner, number 17, was Paul Boyd. Second for 15, Clive Hudson. 0.8 of a second, the gap. Third was 53, Andy Hiley. Fourth was 11, Paul Collingwood. And fifth, 64, Anton Landon. Sixth was 82, Rob Johnson. The Class B winner was 7th, 66, Neil Turner. He was 4 tenths ahead of number 1, Stuart Thompson. And we're yet, I think, to have official confirmation of who won Class C. It was either 7, Stuart Much, or 76, David Hughes. And a bit further back, Andrew Hayward was 3rd in Class B, ahead of Colin Benham, and Gerard O'Donoghue completed the podium within Class C. Lewis Ward was a major retirement halfway through that race. He would have had the podium otherwise. David Winter and Mickey Scott also retirements towards the end of the race. And of course, the big factor on lap 1 was when we lost the erstwhile championship leader, Doug Hanna, at the first corner. But that completes the Sports Specials race races for this weekend, Marcus, and
they've been hugely entertaining, haven't they?
Absolutely. Championship's really come alive this weekend because and Stuart Much's car's caught on fire, I think, in Parc Fermé. There's a lot of smoke coming from it, so he's setting off the internal fire extinguishers. So the drama continues down in this Sports Specials race. An interesting one to write about, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely. I said we could do 1,000 words on one of the races yesterday, and I've got 1,000 words, but to cover 22.
I think the internal extinguisher has, done its job on Stuart Much's car. It's certainly pretty hot, isn't it, after that race?
Extinguishers are arriving.
Yeah, Bob Blackmore, our chief scrutineer there, just on hand in case.
Yes, I think they need to attend to that fairly rapidly.
He'd had that off-track moment on the last lap, didn't he? So I wonder if a bit of
whether it's damaged to the oil pipe or something.
But more racing to come today. Hopefully some of the future races are a bit more simple than that one. 750 Formula is up next. That will have a green flag lap, as will Hot Hatch. Classic Stock Hatch will be up a bit later on, and then our final race, a 2-hour Tigera Club Enduro race.
Our man on the spot, Smokey Stevens, is down there.
Yeah, there's work still going on Stuart Much's car, so this is why we're not getting interviews at the moment while that is ongoing. I think Neil Turner, our Class B winner, is down there, so I think once the dramas, which Stuart Much now ripping his car apart, trying to get to the...
Literally.
We will, once it's safe to do so, be able to have a word, hopefully, with our Class B winner, Neil Turner. We haven't heard from him this weekend. He's the new championship leader as well, after missing the first meeting. And I think discussions ongoing whether we will be able to hear from him or not. But as I say, after that we will move on to Hot Hatch. I think the fire's out now, isn't it? So I think what could have been more dramatic than it was is all under control. .750 Motor Club scrutineers on hand to assist. You can see the marshals already preparing for our next race because cars are coming towards the grid. So the cars for our next race coming towards the grid for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. So I think we might be moving our attentions towards that. The third run for the 750 Formula cars this weekend. And a recap of what's going on in the championship before we look at the grid. After that latest race, Mark Glover's championship lead comes down to 5 points. He's on 152, Peter Bove on 147, Bill Cowley on 118. Despite only having done 4 of the 8 races, Ed Piver is now 4th in the championship, quite remarkably. When drop scores are accounted for, I would suspect Bill Cowley is going to be right with Glover and Bove, so that's all pretty tight. There's still 6 races to go, so there's still lots of races to go to start thinking about that.
So we've got 1 race today.
Yeah.
And then we've got...
I think 3 at Anglesey.
Yeah.
And then a couple at Alton Park to conclude the season in October. And yeah, I think it's going to be unless the guys to let Ed Piver do the rest of the season, because that would put him right in contention, I think. I think it's going to be Glover, Bove and Cowley for the championship battle. I suspect Cowley's car will be a bit stronger at Anglesey, because it's a pretty tight circuit, although it's got that one long stretch. Otherwise, it's very technical there. And I think the slowest average speed of any circuit in the UK. So the cars will shortly be going on to the green flag lap. The grid for this race set by the results of the earlier race we had, which Ed Piver was victorious in. So we look forward to this race parts 750 Formula Championship race, and the cars go on to their green flag lap, and let's have a look then at how they will line up. So on pole position is number 17, which is Ed Piver, who was the winner earlier in the PRS. Alongside is number 1, Peter Bove, 67th birthday today. He drives the Derby. On the second row, number 4, Mark Glover in the race kit, starts alongside 77, Bill Cowley in the Cowley Mark IV. On row 3 is 9, Richard Jenkins in the Shepherd, and 27, Mick Harris in the Derby, sits alongside. On the fourth row is 42, Andrew Kemp in a race kit, 7, alongside Steve Boover in another Derby. On the fifth row, 2 is Chris Goff in the CGR, and 7, Steve Boover in 5 alongside Chris Goff. 2 and 5. 5 is Jake Doherty in the Simpsons Special. On the sixth row is 69, Mark Windley in the MWR, and alongside is 12, Conway Dorr in the Star. Alongside is, on the 7th row I should say, is 31, David Reed, newcomer this year in the race kits, alongside the similar car, 39, Matthew Unwin. On the 8th row is 21, Hugh Davies in the Phoenix. Alongside is number 16, James Asfleck, and he is in the GRM. On the 9th row is number 6, Simon Bolter in the Derby. 11, Ian Barley alongside in the race kits. And we don't think we'll be seeing Dave Hodkin, will we, in the HRD, and possibly not Martin Depper either, because we haven't seen much of him this weekend in the Centaur. But I think we should have 18 cars.
I saw the Barley car was back in action, the red
good.
race kits Falcon.
He's had a pretty good season. Raymond Barley, who likes to be known as Ian, he has had a pretty successful season. He's had a 4th, a few 5ths and 6ths as well this year. But be interested to see how Ed Piver gets away this time, Marcus, because he made a pretty sluggish start earlier, but still had lots of speed to come through.
Yes, he's had plenty in sort of hand, hasn't he? Once the car's up to its race speed, and it hasn't taken him too long to charge through.
And then I thought those guys battling for the championship, they had a good dice, didn't they? Bove, Glover and Cowley.
What's great, you've got some of the traditional type sort of shaped cars and the modern things, the race kits Falcons that seems to be individually honed by their owners. They all look slightly different, all veered away from the early spec.
And that's really good, because most racing nowadays is
kind of strictly one make, isn't it?
Very much, or even if it's not one make, it's very either similar looking cars or GT racing, which isn't, but everything's sort of to a spec. You don't get any specials nowadays in top level racing, and even like LMP2 now is single make, which is quite remarkable really. But at least the top class now of sports car racing is a bit more diverse, although again it's not really a development category like it once was. But sports car racing in a good place, and it's sort of coming down to club racing now, because a lot of people racing sports cars are up. The single seaters, which always used to be the most popular, has gone away a little bit in club racing.
And there must be literally hundreds of cars lurking in garages unused for many, many years.
Yeah, that's right. Like how many one-make series has there been of cars, and as soon as that championship finishes, the cars don't appear again. But that's not a concern here at all. So the cars all coming into place. It's like Mark said, we've got Ian Barley at the back, not Simon Bolter though, who went missing towards the end of the race. So we've got 17, I think. So considering they've got 3 races this weekend, there's a good number left.
Yeah, they've done well.
5-second board is going out. So race is about to get underway then for the race part 750 Formula Championship. Lights are on, and the lights go out, and racing gets underway. A great launch from Peter Bove. But better starts from the second row, guys, of Glover and Cowley. Ed Piver's made a better start in the first race. Somehow Hugh Davies is facing the wrong way opposite us in 21, so I'm not sure what happened a bit further back with watching the leaders. So Hugh Davies is reversing back onto the circuit and will get going. So we won't need a safety car. And Peter Bove leads coming down towards Wilson. But Ed Piver's mighty quick into the corner, so I think he's going to be challenging as they come out of the hairpin. Looks like Mark Glover, the championship leader, has lost time. He's alongside Steve Boover. There's Davies, who had a bizarre accident at the beginning. Didn't see that. Presumably contact was involved.
Bill Cowley's right on the tail of Bove. Does that mean that Piver's ahead? It does. And Pither now with a lead of about 6 or 7 lengths into Agostini. And Bove, the birthday boy, so the Shepherd diving up the inside. That's Richard Jenkins having a good run through Agostini. But it's Pither who's scarpering up front. Bove is second. Jake Doherty and Matthew Unwin there having a bit of a tussle.
How much is Ed Pither going to win by this time? He was a long way ahead by the end of the earlier race when he wasn't at the front at this stage.
Mark Glover dives up the inside of the surviving sort of works derby. That's Steve Boother. He's coming through.
There's a 31, which is David Reed. That's the car that Oliver Collett drove so well last season.
And that's got a modified body on it as well, sort of carbon fibre body.
Yeah, that's right. And Collett won races last year, I think, including here at Snetterton. David Reed new to racing this year, so here take a few races to get up to speed.
Jenkins is going well in the Shepherd, isn't he? He's and Glover dropping back. He's been gobbled up by a couple of cars coming up.
He was saying he lost a gear, didn't he, in the earlier races? Yes. So I wonder if it's happened immediately this time. And this is, like the previous race, drama for a championship leader. And Glover's season is kind of being based on consistent results throughout. And this may not be one which carries that form on, because Glover's been in the top 5 in every race, but he's not there at the moment. It's Ed Pither that leads by a long way from Peter Bove, Bill Cowley, then Jenkins. There's Marcus A. Richard Jenkins in the Shepherd going really well. Andrew Kemp is up next in 5th. Mick Harris is 6th and Mark Glover 7th. So he's dropping away. So this is a good chance for Peter Bove to take the championship lead. Cowley putting him under pressure. Bove, who's I think not feeling 100% this weekend. Probably, if anything, it's going to be a toll on him rather than the car, doing 3 races over the course of the weekend, I think. But he's battling on and scoring important points for the championship. There's Cowley in P3 in the car originally designed back, 50, 60 years ago now.
Yeah, back in the 1960s.
You forget that it's 1960s was 60 years ago, don't you? Which is there's Jenkins in that in the Shepherd. He's from Norwich, so a short journey to the track this morning for Richard Jenkins in this car that was designed and built by Max Shepherd. He's just behind Bill Cowley, so I'm sure Richard Jenkins will be delighted to be able to go with these guys. He's gone pretty well in the wet in that car, but I don't think we've seen him right up with the front runners in dry conditions, but he looks like he's got a good chance of that this time, the ex-low-cost driver.
Trying to assert his sort of home rule, isn't he? He's obviously very familiar with Snetterton, and the car looks really good. From a distance, it has that sort of Chevron B19 stroke look to it, a little bit from the side, like a Pilbeam MP43 car made in Lincolnshire.
So there's Cowley, like earlier, quick through the corners particularly, hasn't quite got the straight line speed.
He's hustling along, isn't he, Bill Cowley?
He's making his intentions known in the mirrors of Peter Bove.
These days you have to have a weight of the car and the driver. Peter Bove was saying he carries about 25 kilos of ballast. And round the outside, and diving into Murray's, getting the place, is Bill Cowley. Peter Bove gets out a little bit quicker, tries to draw up alongside.
It's very rare a move at Murray's worked all the way down the centre straight, and that might be a similar situation. Both back through it. Cowley immediately gets back into the slipstream, then darts back out of the toe to challenge into Richie's on the inside line. He's later on the brakes and he's back ahead. So that was really good driving by Bill Cowley. I think he realised he didn't have the exit speed, but knew as soon as Bove was clear, he would duck back in the toe just to give him that extra mile per hour or two to challenge into Richie's, and he's back ahead of Peter Bove.
And it's really encouraging for Richard Jenkins to be able to watch these two guys who have won many, many races between them. Andrew Kemp into the pits in the 42. His race kits Falcon, he's the man behind the race kits company.
I think we've lost
Mark Windley's as well.
Oh yeah, there he is in the pits, yep. He went well earlier, battling with Jake Doherty. Out of the hairpin comes this battle for second. Well, Cowley's getting away. I think Bove closer to Richard Jenkins rather than to Cowley ahead of him. So there goes Bill. I guess he's been racing now for more than 10 years, hasn't he? It was at Cadwell Park in the wet, I think, where he got his first ever win.
Yes, I remember him in the wet. He was fantastic there. And moving up the order, Ray Barley, or Ian Barley. likes to be known, as you say, up into 8th from the back of the grid in car number 11, the red and white Race Kits Falcon.
Yeah, he's got a bit more pace than Steve Boover, so he might gain another one at least before the flag. Mark Glover still going in 6th, isn't he? And there he is, challenging in the background.
Yeah,
Mick Harris.
Yep.
2 more champions in that battle. I'm not sure if Piver won a title, because I don't think he's really done a full season, has he? I think Bartholomew won the championship in the car.
Yes.
And obviously Richard Jenkins not a champion, not a winner yet in the category. But otherwise the top 6 are all champions from the past. And some of them with many championships, including Peter Bove and Mick Harris.
Yes, with 17 between them. It tends to be, once you discover 750 Formula Racing, it becomes very Moorish, and you need to keep doing it, and they do. Year after year after year. I mean, the archetypal 60 man is was Bob Simpson, who's now running his grandson, but who learnt the ropes from his father back in the 1960s.
Challenge for 5th place from Mark Glover. He seems to be up to some kind of a speed now. And he goes right round the outside of Mick Harris. They're wheel to wheel. But Cowley's had a big moment. He's locked up and gone straight on. Now, we saw him go off there in the earlier race.
Yes,
I wonder
that's right.
Wonder if the brakes are not... because he's gone a long way off and you don't normally do that. I don't know if he's got back on or not. But Bill Cowley then, dramatic moment, locking up and going off. Wonder if he's not got full braking capabilities in that car. That outside move for Glover, by the way, did work. He's ahead of Mick Harris. But we wait to see if Cowley is still going. And certainly, I don't think he is. Bove is 2nd, 3rd is Jenkins. There's no sign of Bill Cowley. So I presume he's pulled off with that braking issue. And that is a real problem in his championship, because he was relying on successful results all the way through after 3 DNFs in the first half of the season. And it looks like he's going to have another today. No, we've lost Jake Doherty now as well. He hasn't come through.
And the yellow lights were flashing there, that corner. We just saw in the back. Here's Jake Doherty's in the pits.
So David Reed is the only Class B driver left. So for David Reed, it looks like he might be able to pick up a class win in 31. The engineering manager from Warwickshire, who's new to racing this year. He's drag raced before in a 10.7 litre Austin A40.
As you would.
He's in the top 10 as well, which would be his best result. But it does seem that what we were wondering, 3 races for these cars, they got to the grid, but not so many of them are still going at racing speed, or at all for some. So Mark Glover, there's Conway Dorr, that's another one. He was, 11th at that point. He's pulled off in the Dave Robson car, the Star. Battle continues though between Glover and Harris. Mick Harris in this car that was built by his wife Sue, who I'm sure is here today supporting him.
Definitely. Sure, in the paddock chatted yesterday.
There's Jenkins, his 3rd now. Not just Jenkins, I think has had a podium before, not this season. But he's had 3 podiums in 750 Formula in the past, but it looks like he will get a 4th today with the loss of Bill Cowley. There's Glover and Harris battling for 4th place. But there is Richard Jenkins in that Shepherd.
Boother and Goff are sitting together as well. They're fighting for 6th place. Steve Boother just ahead at the moment.
Chris Goff has had a pretty horrible season, because he had a great run last year, I think, to 2nd in the championship. But this year, it's not gone the same way. Ed Piver leads by 11 seconds, by the way. He has lapped 3 seconds faster than anybody else in this race. And he's not lapped as quick as he has for the rest of the weekend. But there's Glover and Harris. Mick Harris, who had problems in qualifying, it's gone much better since then. For the 10-time champion.
He said to me on Friday that his car might be out next year.
Yeah.
Is the revised version of the very successful Derby 97.
Well, it'd be good, really good to see, won't it? Another sort of latest concept of a car, rather than a brand new one. Like Bove's car is a car from originates
the Barley.
a while ago.
The Barley machine is in as well. They're falling like flies, aren't they?
Tell me what we got left. 9, I think. Yeah, 9 cars are left. So we who are glad to see 17 take the lights, but and this is what people are going to have to start thinking about Anglesey, because that's a triple header as well. We had a triple header here last year, so it's not totally new. It was new last season. The PRS still going up front. That's Ed Piver. Here's Peter Bove in second out of the final corner.
Got pretty much 3/4 of the length of the centre straight between them.
I think Peter Bove just going at a pace to keep Richard Jenkins at arm's distance.
Yeah, Jenkins still third in the yellow, number 9. You can see it just in the background.
Glover was about a second quicker than Jenkins on the last lap. The gap started at 3 seconds. At the start of lap 6 of what should be a 7-lap race, says Jenkins, and the gap coming down all the time. So Glover and Harris were pushing on in their own battle. So there, Richard Jenkins, the 63-year-old project manager, can he hang on to this podium position, which looked very likely earlier, but that gap had been coming down.
So Chris Goff's had a very long lap. That's sort of spin somewhere, a 2:27 for Chris Goff.
He was in that battle with Steve Boover, wasn't he? So
Yes.
Boover's now in a clear 6th. So Glover's race is strange, isn't it? Because he looked like he was going to perhaps retire on the first lap when it was slowing, but it's come back to him, and it's on the last lap he was the second quickest car, just not quicker than Ed Piver.
There is a problem. Maybe he's just learnt to drive round it.
That's something else you can do in these cars, which may be sort of top-line racing cars, and how sometimes you can't drive around a problem. It's actually impossible, because you can't miss gears for example, on paddle shift cars. Well, not with ease, anyway. Yeah, Glover's almost with Jenkins now, is he not? So I think Richard Jenkins' podium now looks in doubt. So can he pick the pace up? Ooh, did he lock up? Is that what the smoke was there?
It looked a little like it, didn't it?
And that's going to be the chance for Glover to get the position. Just Jenkins seen him. I'm not sure if he had. He turned in. And Glover did well there not to get into the side of Jenkins' car. So now hopefully Richard Jenkins realises there's a car trying to get past him. Ed Piver's completed 6 laps and gone on to the final tour. Mick Harris not far behind. Can he get onto the podium on this last lap they're about to start? There's Bove just ahead of them. He's in the 15s, so he's not that much pace.
Jenkins in a straight line is just a little bit quicker than Glover, who I thought one of those cars sounded like it's on a rev limiter.
Okay.
Possibly the Glover car, so maybe he's short of top gear and he's having to run it against the limiter in 4th. That's 31 out over the curve. That's Reed, isn't it? David Reed out over the curbs.
He's caught Chris Goff now, so perhaps that slow lap from Goff is a problem rather than an off. Yeah, he's lacking speed, isn't he? So David Reed, the newcomer, he's going to drive past him, I think. Although Goff's not giving up totally on that position. I think he's going to have to. So that is David Reed, the driver from Warwickshire, through. In a car that he's sharing with James Jeffrey this year. Here's the battle for third, down into Agostini. Oh, and Glover's drove straight into the back of Richard Jenkins, who was looking up, I think.
Yeah, Jenkins locked up. Glover hit him, and Jenkins is now backwards at Agostini.
So Mick Harris for the podium is on now. He's right there with Glover. There's a very deranged rear end of Jenkins' car.
Yeah, that's all the under tray and the little diffuser.
But Glover is still third, but even if he stays third on the road, I guess he might have a trip downstairs below us afterwards to see what happened there. A bit of a strange one, because it looked like that Jenkins was outbraking himself rather than...
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what happened. He sort of locked up and then he kind of careered and skittered, and I think at that point the attention of Glover might have been taken by that. He then hit the brakes and couldn't avoid the car that was in front of him.
Ed Piver we haven't seen much of during the course of this race. He's well out in front. He's about to take the checkered flag.
We've seen about as much of him on the television as on the screens as his pursuers have done. 3 from 3.
Yep, and that's 5 from 5 this year in the races he's competed in. And he's almost in championship contention, having only done about a third of the races. Second, it will go to Peter Bove. For third, though, Mark Glover versus Mick Harris, and Glover, with perhaps missing a top gear, could come under threat at the line. Second will go to Peter Bove, so he continues to rack up the points. And for third place, a race to the line. And it's, I think, just Mark Glover, I would suggest. Yeah, they've given it to him by 200ths over Mick Harris, who just missed out on the podium. So assuming those results stand, Peter Bove will now be just 3 points behind Mark Glover going into Anglesey. You hear there on our effects mics, if you're watching at home, the dragging diffuser of Richard Jenkins. He came home 6th, just behind Steve Boover after that spin. Chris Goff will take 7th. 8th for change on the last lap will go to Matthew Unwin, because David Reed slowing at the end, but he's going to win Class B because he's the only finisher in that division for the less experienced or drivers that haven't had so much success in the category in the past. So that completes a race of attrition for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, and we can take a look at the results. So the winner was number 17, which was Ed Piver, by 24 seconds in the end from 1, Peter Bove. Third went to car 4, which was Mark Glover, just 200ths ahead of 27, Mick Harris. 5th was number 7, Steve Boover. 6th for 9, Richard Jenkins, after that last lap incident. 7th was number 2, Chris Goff. 8th, 39, Matthew Unwin. And 9th was 31, David Reed, the last finisher, with another retirement for Bill Cowley, being the most significant in the championship race. Ed Piver has returned to Parc Ferme. You can see more retirements on your screen, but a dominant weekend there for Ed Piver, Marcus.
Yeah, very much so, and remains to be seen whether his teammates will pop him back in the car for deciding rounds now.
Yeah, that's right, because he would be, I reckon, less than 50 points behind in the championship, and if he keeps racking up wins, that could be a championship itself, although having missed those 4 races. Now, is that Bill Cowley picking up bits of his car after that issue he had at Wilson?
Yeah, that's a front splitter, I think.
Yeah, so while Bill does that, we will head downstairs to Chris Stevens with our race winner.
Ed Piver, a perfect weekend for you in the Race Part 750 Formula Championship.
Yeah, it's what we all dream of, really, isn't it? And yeah, when it happens, it's great. It's a lovely feeling.
I mean, what else can you do? How many more meetings you got planned for this year now?
I think we've got 2 left. We've got Anglesey and Alton Park, so 2 more good circuits as well.
And can you keep up that 100% winning record?
I don't know. I don't know who's driving yet. I'll be completely honest in saying we haven't decided either yet.
All right, fair enough. Either way, an astonishing weekend for you. Congratulations, absolutely remarkable, and yes, great job from the car as well.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff. Let's go and have a word with Peter Bove. We're having to take a slight detour just because of the oil that was spilled from the fire in the last race. But Peter Bove, I can think of worse ways to spend your birthday than taking 2 podium finishes.
Yeah, I nearly didn't finish the race because I'm absolutely exhausted. I was having trouble breathing, but just I'm sitting down now. I don't think I can stand up. But yeah, it was good. It was good that there was no one really challenging me from behind, because I don't think I'd have been able to do much about it. Oh. Apart from that, it was a good race.
We'll let you catch your breath. Fantastic. Well done again. And finally, Mark Glover, another podium finish for you, but a very dramatic end to your race.
It was, yes. I was battling with Rich, and in the braking zone, he moved across, and I went into the back of him. So I've got to go see the steward now.
Yeah, it was pretty close at the line as well. You were being challenged on that last lap.
Yeah, it was very tight between myself and Mick. I don't know what the official timing was, but it must have been
200ths.
200ths, right? Just on the right side then.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, do you think the stewards will say anything?
I hope not. I think it was a racing incident, because I didn't expect him to move across in front of me, but we'll see.
Fair enough. Well, congratulations for now. It's another podium. Marcus, Josh, back up to you. Coming up next, it's the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
So we look forward to our 3rd race of the weekend for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Huge grid of cars will be heading towards this grid shortly, and let's have a look how they will line up. The results of the earlier races, how this grid is based. So double winner this weekend. 45, Dan Brown will start on pole. 37, Dan Sylvester, who's been the quickest man in both races. He starts alongside. On the second row, 36 is Ryan Polly. 137, Kevin Talbot. 79, Jack Ashton in the Metro. Starts near the front alongside 27, Scott Smith. 34, Will South comes from the back earlier. He starts 7th alongside 67, Ben Morton. On the 5th row is 22, Tate Taverner, and 33, Sean Green. On the 6th row is 23, Mo Ben Larda, alongside 69, Matthew Mandapira, the Class B frontrunner. His class rivals behind, 21, David Walsh, and 13, Stuart Kennedy. Championship contender, 57, Joel Ogayes is next, and 122, Shea Kavanagh. 93, Charlie Hayes, and 64, Adam Chafer up next. 14 is Jared Thompson, and 83, Paul Adams. 20, Martin Paget starts on row 11. He's the championship leader in the Class C pole position sitter. 81, Jason Bruff is next. 316 is Ivor Mayers, and 65, Callum Perfect. 17 on row 13 is William Bartup alongside 95, John Hobbs. On row 14 is 76, Jamie Naylard, and 43, Chris Woods. On row 15, after the incident earlier, the multiple champion 1 is David Drinkwater, and 12 alongside Warren Andrews. Row 16, 5 for Neil Frost, and 72, Archie Styant. And on row 17, we'll see if they're there. Cars had problems earlier. 53 is Nick Haynes, and 98 is Paul Warren. That makes up 34 cars for the Hot Hat Championship, a massively competitive championship we have this season. And leading it on 125 points is Martin Paget, who took the Class C win earlier. He is 7 ahead of Joel Ogayes from Class B. He's on 118. And 112, our Class A championship leader is Dan Sylvester. Also on 112 is David Drinkwater. 111 is Callum Perfect. Then 109 is Dan Brown. 101 is Ryan Polly. So we've got and I think 109 as well, Matthew Mandapira. Not sure if I mentioned that. So you've got eight drivers, all separated by about 25 points. So it's very tight. The gaps in the PBS Brakes Hot Hat Championship, all the class battles tight as well. So in Class A, Dan Sylvester, Dan Brown and Ryan Polly separated by 11 points. In Class B, Joel Ogayes and Matthew Mandapira separated by 9 points. And in Class C, Martin Paget, David Drinkwater and Callum Perfect separated by 14 points. So that could all change after this next race, depending on how the 15-minute race goes. With races at Anglesey and Silverstone to come at over the next couple of months. Anglesey in the middle of September, Silverstone at the end of October. Cars coming to the grid. Recoveries continuing around the circuit of that previous race. The Conway door car with its front bodywork off on the back of a flatbed. But for all the hot hatches, it is then Dan Brown on pole. There's row 2. There's Ryan Polly, local driver, alongside Kevin Talbot. There's Jack Ashton in the little Metro that made progress in the earlier race. Let's see if he can progress from there alongside Scott Smith in 27. There's Will South in the other quick Class A retro car. It's a bit patched up from earlier. That is his Peugeot 205, a 2-litre engine in that car. More Civics behind, including their Tate Taverner, racing with the 750 World Cup for a little while. There's Mo Ben Larda, the driver from Leicestershire, ex-Time Attack competitor. Class B cars behind, including that Volkswagen Corrado of Stuart Kennedy. Car 13. There's Joel Ogayes, the driver second in the championship, leading Class B title race, but this weekend hasn't been as successful as the earlier meetings for him this season. 2.8 litre BMW there. That's Charlie Hayes alongside the Peugeot of Adam Chafer. And now there's car 20 on the left-hand side of your screen. That's a championship leader. That's Martin Paget, who took his third victory of the season earlier on today to extend that championship lead, which he claimed yesterday. And a bit further back, have we got David Drinkwater? We have. So David Drinkwater is there in his, what I suspect to be a patched up car after those issues he had in the earlier race, issues being involved in an incident, ended up in the barriers. Badly dented car, but he's still quick in it. I'm sure massively experienced driver, raced at big events like the Nürburgring 24 hours and the Bathurst 12 hours, Dubai 24 hours as well, to a multi-continent experience for David Drinkwater, and I suspect very few other drivers have raced in more than one country on the rest of this grid, but it's great to have that range of experience in the hot hatch grid. Newcomers to experienced racers. There on a bit further back we see John Hobbs in his Peugeot, another long-time 750 Motor Club competitor, raced that car in the Stock Cats Championship. He's alongside William Bartup, who's has much less experience. John Hobbs, the driver from East Sussex, who in 1995 was the Mini-Cross Rallycross champion. He's got this Peugeot 106 Rally from 1998 with a 1600cc 8-valve engine, and as I say, he's alongside William Bartup there. Spectators waiting ahead of this next race, which have the cars heading off onto their green flag warming up lap then. Being waved away by our dedicated regular Snetterton start line marshal team. And who have we got at the back? Paul Warren's made it out after his issues that really didn't see him get away in race 1 today, race 2 of the weekend. I think we're missing the Honda's DRX of Archie Stiant and the Ford Fiesta of Nick Haynes. Archie Stiant was involved in that incident, sort of triggered it off, I think. But the cars then making their way round on this green flag lap. 3 miles to put temperature into the tyres. Look at the range of cars. We've got different eras of Clios there. The older Citroen Saxos, Ivan Mayer's there in his 2.5 litre compact. Then you've got the more regular 1.9 litre cars. You've got the Citroen C2 there of Chris Woods as well. Pretty rare racing car nowadays. There's Paul Warren at the back, who had those issues yesterday and earlier today as well. So he'll be trying to make progress. Paul Warren, who's had a difficult season, I think, at times. But he has had 3 podiums, I think. A 2nd place is his best in Class C. There's the Peugeot 206 of Adam Chafer. Good to have that out there, local driver. His brother Lloyd was racing yesterday in Road Sports. There's the pole man, though. That's Dan Brown in the Civic, the earlier car, the Civic EK, I think. And a similar car behind of Dan Sylvester, then the later EP3 of Ryan Polly, and then the Integra of Kevin Tolbert. I suspect it'll be between those 4. Those 4 have been a little chunk quicker than the rest over the course of the races this weekend. There's Martin Paget then in his Saxo, just shooting through. He will go from row 11, so he'll be trying to avoid getting caught up with some of the more powerful cars, and then see how the Class C battle develops from there. But a huge grid of cars again in this Hot Hatch Championship, and the rebirth of Hot Hatch, which has been really successful over the last 4 or 5 years. They've had some changes to the class system, and this latest class system seems to work really well, Marcus, with not huge differences between each of the classes, but each of them are well populated, which makes up a big grid.
That's right, and it's always good to have evenly spaced grids, because it's disappointing when you see somebody beat maybe 1 or 2 others in a class, whereas the rivals for the title have got maybe 10 or 12 really quick people to beat. It's sort of so many times in championships over the years you sort of see 1 or 2 drivers who actually pick a class because it's not very strong and go out there and try and dominate it and win the championship. Doesn't happen with the 750 club. It happens elsewhere. And pot hunting is not really what club racing is all about.
Well, that's what really good thing about the 750 Motor Club is generally 3 classes is what the multi-class championships have.
Yeah.
Which is the right number. There's not lots, so it's easy, therefore, for us to focus on each class during the course of a race, and each class means something rather than when it, like you
good
said,
in some
couple
classes
in a
also
class.
when there's ballast, which slightly hinders the really quick competitors. There's always going to be people who are better or better funded or whatever else, better cars. But if you can actually balance the whole performance out so that it gives everybody a decent chance, then that's always to be applauded.
This power to weight ratio formula that's a pretty new thing. It works really well.
It does. If you've got a really good arbiter of measuring the power, like the portable dyno that I've seen at various portable rolling road that I've seen at various 750 meetings over the years, then it really works well.
Thumbs up there from Championship leader Martin Paget. When he spoke to Chris Stevens earlier, he seemed shocked about how this season's going, leading the championship. He's been really consistent. He's
and Drinkwater going off in that last race has helped him, and he said how David had helped him as a driver develop here even this weekend.
Yeah, Paget's not been off the podium all season. That's how he's ended up as a championship leader. He's won 3 times now, which is less than most of the others he's battling with, but he's never been off the podium in Class C, and that's how he leads it. We're about to get racing underway then for the final time for Hot Hatch this weekend. Their third race, the 5-second board is up. The red lights will come on in a second then, and then we'll get racing underway. Yeah, lights are on, and the lights will go out, and 15 minutes of racing will get underway with a good start from Dan Brown. A good start too from Jack Ashton, who draws alongside the row ahead of him. But again, Sylvester not the best off the line, so Brown takes the lead with ease. Sylvester is second, third is Sylvester, I think.
I think
Polly, I should say.
The Integra made a decent start too, didn't it? And is ahead of Polly.
Yeah, that's the car that's third, isn't it? Kevin Talbot, you're right.
Talbot. Polly's fourth, Ashton's fifth, Self is sixth.
And then the class battles are frantic, aren't they? They're hairpin on the first
isn't
lap.
it?
There's Paget, so he's made a good start. He's got Ivor Mares behind him, so that's the Class C battle. But Sylvester's right with Dan Brown. We haven't really seen them battle very much over the course of the weekend. Sylvester's been a little quicker, but Brown has been consistent throughout the races. And he locks up, though. He takes a tight line. And you feel the pressure perhaps early on. Will South in the Peugeots up alongside the Metro. We've got Ben Morton in the Integra leaning on another car.
That was the white Integra, wasn't it, coming up the inside?
That's right. And again, when you're in these classes, these hairpins on the first lap, it gets really busy. But then, as you say, then the race will spread out. There's Drinkwater. The Mini's on the grass. How's this going to go? And David Drinkwater's driven clean round the outside of him, which I'm sure he'd be glad to have got that over and done with. But the leaders turn their way onto the back straight. There's our Class B leaders. That's Mandapir ahead of the Corrado. So David Walsh has fallen a bit further back. There's our Class C leaders. Together. So how much progress has Drinkwater made? Maybe a few positions, not huge amounts. There's the C2 that had a big moment in the earlier race. Chris Woods drives that. But here are the leaders right together. Dan Brown and Dan Sylvester ahead of Kevin Talbot in the Integra. Great to have that diversity amongst the Hondas. So you've got 2 different types of Civic in the top positions, and then an Integra as well, all in that top 4.
Yeah, the first 2 Civics, the same kind of era, aren't they? And then we've got the Integra, then we've got the EP3 of Ryan Polly, the bright blue car. Self is next up, then it's Morton, then it's Ashton. Then it looks like that Smith, I think, through there. Tate Taverner I saw as well in that sort of front part of the order. There's Mandapira being overtaken by that's Ben Ladar, I think, going past him in the 23.
It's a load of dust at Ritchie's. Somebody run wide, but I think they're okay. Ashton's lost positions, has he? No, he was there. He lost a few then on the first lap, so not sure who ran wide, but I don't think it really affected them. So here's the Class B leader, Mandapir. He's got Stuart Kennedy's Corrado, and then the Clio behind is David Walsh. And then in Class C, Martin Paget led from Ivor Mares, and Drinkwater was third in the class after the first lap, so he's made a good opening lap. Brown takes this tight line into Agostino, it locks the rear wheel, but he's still pretty quick through there. And then they come out of the corner with Sylvester right behind. They've pulled away from Kevin Talbot in the Integra now, who's involved in the battle with Ryan Polly. So Sylvester doesn't have to worry about those behind. He can look about going forwards, having a better race than he had this morning in the Porsche, where he had a problem. He's right there behind Brown into Williams, tucked up behind the leader. So this would be a good opportunity, I would think, for Dan Sylvester to challenge by the time they get to the end of the straight for the lead, down towards the S's, towards Brundle and Nelson. Here they come, Marcus. Let's see, Sylvester looking to the outside of the leader.
Yep, and is he going to make it? I can't see past that timing screen at the moment. He looks like he's going to prevail just on the outside. They're still side by side through the apex of Brundle. Into Nelson they come. There's not much room on the exit, but they both get round. They give themselves racing room, and Dan Sylvester it is who takes it up as they go into the bomb hole for the second time. Third is Kevin Talbot in the Honda Integra. Fourth is the EP3, and up the inside now is coming Ryan Polly, trying to get third place away from Kevin Talbot. Talbot gets very sideways in the towards the end of Coram, but he gets it back and he tucks back into a straight line position as they come onto the centre straight. Talbot's lost ground, but he's still running strongly. But Dan Brown is in the slipstream of Dan Sylvester as they go up towards Riches for the third time, Josh.
Yeah, great racing that was, and because the top two battled, that really brought Talbot into it, and Polly had managed to surprise him with that pass, and then Kevin Talbot did a great job not to have an accident because he had that big slide. Brown back to the inside. He has these early apexes into the hairpin, and he's alongside. He hops over the curb, which probably isn't ideal. It would caught him out a little bit, lost momentum on the exit of the corner, so Sylvester hangs on in front. But this is what we've sort of not had all weekend, is this battle between these two, and we've got it in this final race. Sylvester ahead. Can he pull clear now of Dan Brown, with Polly and Talbot not far behind? Will Selford's got fifth, I think, ahead of Ben Morton, so the Peugeot 205 is up into fifth position behind these leading four. In the Class A Championship battle, Dan Sylvester only a few points ahead of Dan Brown, so that is been a lot of a championship long battle as well that will continue, and those two also in contention for the overall title. So the rest of the pack have come through, but there is Dan Sylvester, our leader on the third lap. He's got a little bit of a gap between himself and Dan Brown, but I wonder if they're closing back in, Marcus.
Well, it looks as though Talbot's keeping it a bit tidier this lap. Suddenly went a bit tail happy on in that Integra around Coram, but here they come down the Bentley straight, and there's a little bit of smoke coming from the lead car, but might just have been a lock up on that lightly loaded rear wheel. Out over the curb they come down to the bomb hole, and looking strong and calm at the moment is Ryan Polly in the bright blue EP3 Honda, Mac Tools car. He's quick in the latter part of Coram. Kevin Talbot behind in the 137, the Honda Integra. He's beginning just to slip a little bit back from the lead trio.
I think in qualifying yesterday he lost the glass in his boot, so that's all been covered up with a sheet and tank tape on it. That's the shots that we've just got of that Integra, but it's not slowed him down much. The leaders go through then, with Sylvester leading by 9/10 from Brown, and then Polly is right with Brown now as they come out of the first corner. Brown has to defend from Ryan Polly, who looks to the outside. Behind Will Self and Ben Morton's battle looks quite frantic. Morton, I think, has gone steaming up the inside. But for Ryan Polly, he is right there behind Dan Brown. He can't get through. But this is, I think, probably the best we've seen from Polly this weekend. Getting back into the racing.
Walsh is now second in Class B, instantly behind Mandapira and ahead of Stuart Kennedy in the Corrado.
Okay, and in Class C, how's that going? It's still Paget, Mares and Drinkwater by the looks of it. So not quite as tight in that battle as it was in race one at the moment, but there's still half the race to go. Class A is certainly where the interest is. So Mandapira leads by 2 seconds over Walsh, so that's the chase. And there's been a big incident there with 93, which is, I think, Jamie Hayes, who gets back going. Charlie Hayes, I should say, but 122, which is Shay Cavana's had quite a bit of damage to the side of his car. I think there's glass, there's leaking fluid as well. So I suspect this race might need an intervention with that car there. on the road. So we'll see what is decided. I think a car from the previous race has caused a load of fluid all the way down the pit lane, or where somebody's packed up. Anyway, that's not a problem. The leaders come through. We're not yet got a decision on what might happen here, with 6.5 minutes to go. But Sylvester's getting away, so that pace he's had in the previous 2 races, Marcus, he's been able to put together now to pull clear. The safety car
board's been illuminated.
So let's hope the safety car can. Yeah.
And that's going to erase what was a tidy lead for Dan Sylvester.
I'm not sure that these guys have really noticed there's a board yet. I think they may have done now because they were racing quite hard into mode. Safety car's got out in front of the leader, so that's good. But whether that incident can be cleared in 6 minutes, I would suggest is a question mark, and whether we'll get any more racing. But we shall see. So that incident happened just a bit ahead of our Class C and Championship leader Martin Paget. So let's make sure Martin got through that okay. So the rest come through. So the leader is 37, Dan Sylvester. Second is 45, Dan Brown. Third is 36, Ryan Polly. Fourth is 137, Kevin Tolbert. Fifth is 67, Ben Morton. Sixth is 34, Will Self. So Ben Morton did get past Will Self on that lap. Seventh is 79, Jack Ashton, who again hasn't got so much pace in this race, it seems. Sort of best of the rest behind those top 6. 8th is 27, Scott Smith. 9th is 22, Tate Taverner. And 10th is 33, Sean Green. And in the classes, Class B is being led by 69, Matthew Mandapira. Second is 21, David Walsh. Third is 13, Stuart Kennedy. Fourth is 67, Joel Aguirre. And fifth is 64, Adam Schaefer. Then in Class C, 20, Martin Paget. He leads, he's 19th overall. 316, Ivor Mayers is second. 1, David Drinkwater is third. Fourth is 65, Callum Perfect. And fifth is 98, but we are going red flag. I wondered if that might happen, so I suspect that's the end of the hot hatches, which is a shame because that was a nice race for the lead.
Building nicely. Sylvester, even on the countback, has still won it if it doesn't continue, because he's been ahead since lap 2.
He'll be pleased about that, won't he?
Yeah. Absolutely, but
we've had 2/3 of the race, haven't we? So I'd imagine we won't get any more racing.
That's right. They're only short sprint races, aren't they? And they're only 4 3/4 minutes to go. 4:44 to go.
Dan Sylvester can have a small rest before he gets into another car later. That's his first win, though, isn't it? He's this weekend.
Yes.
He had, I think, Mallory Park he won, didn't he, in this championship a couple of months ago. A couple of cars have been brought into the pit lane, the back markers, but I suspect we won't get a restart. We'll wait for official confirmation.
There's quite a line of of liquid in the pit lane. Where's that come from?
I think somebody's dumped a load of fluid out of one of the trucks when they left, and now it's ended up in the pit lane, rather unhelpfully.
Oh, okay.
Which hopefully that will all dry up before we get our pit stop race later. Now we only have 2 races of the meeting to go, remarkably. We have Classic Stock Hatch after this, and then the Club Enduro 2-hour race. There you can see the fluid that's ended up in the pit lane. Marshall's hard at work to sort that out. Or I think might be team members from the team that have caused it that have been made to sort out their mess.
Seconded. It's going to take some serious blue paper, isn't it? Well, it looks like the safety car is trying to hold them back, going very, very slowly, as if maybe there is an opportunity to get a lap in, but it's a red flag anyway, so just bring them back, and either they'll come into the pits and they'll be eased back into the paddock, or they'll be regridded. So
20th race of the weekend. Looks like come to the end.
Yeah, it's the first red, isn't it?
We had some early in the race. We had Sports 1000 yesterday, but that got restarted. I think that was the only one, thinking back.
Yeah, first red of the day. Fingers crossed it's the only one.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah, of course, yesterday we had so we're hearing that some of the fluid is from where they had to deal with the fire earlier, but I think it's water in the pit lane, isn't it, which is being cleared up. We saw a moment ago. And I think there's probably a bit of fluid and debris to dear up at the hairpin as well after that incident that caused this red flag. So we will get because the hot hatch cars in the pit lane haven't been told to move, have they? As if surely, because these cars would need another green flag lap as well. So
where are we now in terms of time of day?
So this race should have finished at 3:30, and it's just gone 3:30. Yep. So I'm pretty, since we've had 2/3 of the race, I'm pretty sure that what's going to happen. The cars have been stopped. Yes, I don't think a decision has been made yet, has it? Because otherwise we wouldn't be stopped on the... Yeah, they've stopped them just before the pit lane, so they can come into the pits or onto the grid, depending on what is decided. So it's not as confirmed yet as I thought it might have been. So this is, I guess, another fun moment, Marcus, when you have to sit in the cars during a red flag period, where it gets pretty hot.
Yes, that's no laughing matter.
There is Chris Woods down there in the pit lane in the Citroen. And Neil Frost. There's Neil, the driver from Norwich, local driver, and the account director, in his second season of racing in his Honda Civic. The car prepared by Anthony Drury. That machine there you can see in the pit lane behind Chris Wood's car. And now the cars are being brought into the pit, so as we suspected, the race... oh, is that happening? No. Are they coming to the grid? No. There is a... They might be. So this is all completely against what I thought was going to happen here. Ryan Polly is moving, and no. Okay, so instead of coming down the pit lane to get to Parc Ferme, I think they're going to take them across the line. They'll see the checkered flag, and then they will turn off at Palmer and go back to Parc Ferme that way, as we have been doing for the rest of the weekend. So that makes some sense. So rather than taking them down the pits into Parc Ferme in the opposite direction to what they have been used to this weekend, they're passing a checkered flag, as you can see now, with Dan Sylvester as the winner. I'm not sure if we can have a look at the results on our screen, and otherwise we'll let you know of the podium finishers, who were also Dan Brown and Ryan Polly in Class A. In Class B it was Matthew Mandapira, David Walsh and Stuart Kennedy, and in Class C was Martin Paget, Ivor Mares and David Drinkwater as well. Okay, let's have a look at the results in full then for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship after 4 laps. It was 37, Dan Sylvester the winner. From 45, Dan Brown, who'd had a good weekend, and 36, Ryan Polly completed the podium. 137, Kevin Talbot was 4th. 5th was 67, Ben Morton, and 6th, 34, Will Self, ahead of Jack Ashton, Scott Smith, Tate Taverner and Sean Green. In Class B, it was Matthew Mandapira, the winner, from David Walsh and Stuart Kennedy. Joel O'Gaius, Adam Chafin, Jared Coulson completed the top 6. And in Class C, it was Martin Paget, who will extend his championship lead. Ivor Mares was 2nd, 3rd was David Drinkwater, 4th Callum Perfect, 5th was Paul Warren within Class C. And then on the final page, you can see those that had issues and those who finished a bit further down the order. But that's Hot Hatch completed for this weekend. So they will head off to Anglesey next month. Then Silverstone on Sunday of the Burkitt Relay will be the season finale. And I would think it will go to that day at Silverstone to decide the champion, since it's been a super competitive season. And we've been saying about how many drivers, I think 8 drivers really still in contention for the championship. And Anglesey will play a big role in that, Marcus, with 3 races there in North Wales.
Yeah, great circuit. Always good to go to Anglesey. It's a long way from a lot of people. Not if you live sort of Alton Park Way or sort of maybe to the west of that, of course. you have your runs elsewhere during the season. But yeah, always a good place and a demanding circuit, a really challenging circuit, and one which possibly favours different cars to those which have the advantage here.
Good place to go on holiday as well if you want to make a week of it going racing, as I did earlier in the year. But might as well make the most of a long trip rather than going there for 2 days. Have a few extra days out there. And I think the 750 Motor Club have tried to make sure that is possible this year without huge expense, making sure it's not in the school summer holiday, for example, because it can get quite expensive over there in those times. Anyway, no worry about that now. We'll head downstairs to Chris Stevens, who's with our race winner.
Daniel Sylvester, victory in the final race of the weekend for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. You had to get your elbows out.
Yeah, I finally got a win in the end, so that feels good. It's been a bit of a struggle this weekend with the car and a few other reasons, but I knew the car had the pace, so it's nice to finally string it together. Obviously, not the best circumstances to be doing that. I'd rather win it on the road, but I was in front, so I guess that means I do win. But yeah, it would have been nice to finish the race, you know, but things happen, don't they?
Oh, it was an audacious move. Just talk us through it.
Oh, well, I got a run out of him onto the back straight, and I just thought I'd just hang it round and see what happens. And it didn't work so well in the Porsches earlier. Someone crashed into me, but it worked this time because gentlemen drivers in these Honda Civics, not Porsches, you see.
Of course, you've still got another race to come today with the Club Enduro as well. Are you starting to feel the effects of having done 6 races so far this weekend?
No, I'm just drinking loads of water, staying hydrated. Everyone should stay hydrated, it's good. Water's all you need.
Absolute marvel. Just an inspiration to us all. Congratulations on the victory. Great job there. Let's go and speak to our Class B winner, Matthew Mandapira, for the second time today. How was it out there?
Beautiful. Good racing. Again, these Class B boys were quick, pushing me. Hope Shay's okay. Do you know if he came out of that crash?
Everything is okay.
Okay, sweet. But yeah, looking forward to Anglesey against these guys. They said they're going to give me a run for my money, so we'll see what happens.
So what do you think will happen here for the rest of the season?
It's a tough one. Joe wants the Class B championship. I want it. Stu wants it. Got to battle it out.
Well, of course, you're now ahead on wins, ahead of Joel.
That's it. Just got to stay consistent, and hopefully this French Clio keeps reliable.
All right, well, good luck in all that.
Appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much.
All right, good battle once again. Let's see if we can try and spot our Class C winner, Martin Paget, for the second time this weekend. I wonder how we're doing for time. I can't see his car anywhere, though, although it is one of the smaller ones, and we are just in a sea of hot hatch machinery at the moment. So bearing in mind I can't see his car, I'm going to assume that he's not here, unless I'm being absolutely blind. So I think for now what we'll do is we'll head back upstairs for our penultimate race of the weekend, and it is potentially a championship decider. Can Stuart Place win the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Cats Championship? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we're waiting the cars for the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Cats Championship. So we'll guide you through the grid, then we can talk about it. On pole position is the championship leader, 87, Stuart Place. Alongside We12, James Hazelhurst on this grid, set by the results of the earlier race. Row 2, 93, Ben Bateman and 1, Chris Deere. On the third row, 39, Martin Rogers and 91, Finn Groom. On row 4, 89, Richard Kelsall and 18, Darren Bassingthwaite. On the fifth row, 6, Andy Philpotts and 92, Rick Groom. On the sixth row, 47, Robert Campbell and 58, Peter Osgerby. On the 7th row, 49 is Graham Rees and 14 is David Sheekey. And on the 8th row, 48 Neil Dudman and 42 Terry Deere. We lost Andrew Thorpe and Jason Wood earlier in the weekend due to incidents. So we'll get the cars onto the grid in a few moments. But this means we've probably got a bit more time than we have in the previous races. Paul Thorpe to talk about Classic Stock Cats.
Good afternoon. Yes, it's all eyes are obviously going to be on Stuart Place. I had a little look at the numbers like you did earlier, and I believe you're right that as long as he can getting the top 5 in this race, he has won the championship. Even if Chris Deere wins and gets the fastest laps, as long as Stuart Place is in becomes 5th place or better, he has won the championship. That'd be fantastic to win the championship this early on.
Yeah, and that's what I say. Chris Deere really has to win it. Just looking at Yeah.
Just Josh doing his calculations on his spreadsheet here, but I did a little bit of maths there.
Yeah, that's so Christier has to win. If obviously he doesn't win, Stuart Place doesn't need to finish quite so far up. So I'm just wondering how far.
Well, assuming that Stuart Place doesn't finish in the next 3 races, that's today and Donington, and Christier wins and gets fastest lap, he will be in the lead by 14 points, which means that Stuart Place needs to get 16, which is the 5th place or better.
And say if something happens to Stuart Place, that's what I was just looking. Say he doesn't finish. Christier, I think, needs to finish in the top 6 to keep the championship alive.
To keep it alive, yes.
But basically, he really needs to win it.
Now, we did see him struggling a bit there in the last race. He actually broke his anti-roll bar at the back of the vehicle, which meant the rear end of the vehicle very much had its own opinion on where the car wanted to go. Now, he has corrected this. He initially thought it was a performance problem from the engine, but they then discovered this broken roll bar. So Christier is hoping that that is the problem, and he's going to just need to win the race. That's all he can do. That's the simplest way forward, because it's going to be difficult, obviously, for him to overcome that deficit. Because basically needs to win every race. Yes, and looking further back, it then gets interesting between the 3rd place at the moment is between Ben Bateman and James Hazelhurst, and I think James Hazelhurst has got the upper hand in that battle, but I think that will indeed go to the line, because as what's shown that both these guys are going very well on this circuit, and so that the 3rd place will very much go down to the line at Donington.
Yeah, on net score, I think they're equal, aren't they, at the moment, Bateman and Hazelhurst?
Currently, at the moment, if you take job scores into consideration, we find that if they finish now, James has 156 and Ben has 134.
Okay.
So that's taking the current job scores into account. Yeah. But what happens is we do 14 rounds over the season, and only the top 12 scores are taken into consideration. So, for example, that means if a driver wants to miss a weekend, for example, he won't necessarily lose out, but he will have the zeros as his drop scores.
Does Stuart know what he's got to do, or does he not want to talk about that?
Oh, he does. He does. I was there with him about half an hour ago, and he was definitely psyching himself. There's Ben Bateman waving. One of the young drivers. There's Finn Groom, our other young driver, put his fist up. There's Martin Rogers from Brigg up north coming down. He's having fun. And Titch Kessel, great to see him back out. A local man next to Darren Bassingthwaite there. There's Andy Philpotts, a long-time racer. I think it's about 17 years he's been racing. There's Rick Groom, that's Finn's dad. Looking at Peter Osgerby, only recent, despite his mature years, he's only recently come to racing. There's part of my old car there. Graham Rees next to Shaky, who's borrowed one of the PDC cars, and then Neil Dudman. He also broke a gear lever in the last race. It completely snapped it. It was very impressive. So he's got to be less aggressive on the gear changes. And on Terry Deer's car, it was actually a fuel leak. They did isolate that leak, and we'll see him back out, as you see there at the back of the grid.
That was well identified by trackside marshals.
It was well spotted because, I mean, we were all looking. We had trouble finding it. It wasn't until we actually got the car running and it full of fuel, we found the leak. So it was a good spot there by the marshals.
Absolutely. Big thanks to all the marshals here at Snetterton this weekend.
Well, we couldn't race without them. They do a fantastic job, and I take my hat up to everyone in the Orange. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you for your support.
I think Jason Wood was quite complimentary yesterday, wasn't he, after his incident with what happened? You don't want to be involved.
Oh yes,
in
remember
like
these people in Orange, they are complete volunteers, and it's great to see them. We could not race if it wasn't for them, so thank you, thank you, thank you.
So one meeting to go after this at Donington Park, but the championship could be decided in this race, and the countdown it has begun to this, the 12th round of the Everything Motorsport Classic Stock Cats Championship, with the championship leader, 8-time winner this year, Stuart Place, on pole position with James Hazelhurst alongside. He won a few years ago. He'd like to do that again, I'm sure. He's there alongside Stuart, with Ben Bateman there on row 2, and Chris Deer, the only driver who can beat Stuart Place in the championship now, alongside. The 5-second board has been shown. There's our grid looking from the back. Then we'll have a look from the front for the start of the race, with the red lights about to be turned on. They are now, and then racing will get underway, and it's a pretty even start between Stuart Place and James Hazelhurst. No rocket ship start like we saw yesterday from Stuart Place, but up the gears he's got the advantage, and he will take the lead as they go down towards Ritchie's. Hazelhurst slots in P2 for third position. Bateman and Deere are wheel to wheel. It's a similar situation going on behind between Martin Rogers and Finn Groom. They come out of Ritchie's with Place leading, but defended immediately from those behind. So is Chris Deere going to try and come around the outside of everyone? Hazelhurst there, probably quite conscious not to go into the back of Place.
Yes, and of course the other thing with Stuart Place is he carrying 75 kilos of success ballast, which is why he didn't quite get that rocket start that we've seen from him this weekend. But he's 2 car lengths in front of James Hazelhurst and Finn Groom, trying to go around the outside of Chris Deere. Maybe Chris Deere does still have problems with that vehicle. That looked quite easy. Now as they're coming down to this corner, Chris Deere will have the inside line. He's just got to hold his nerve, but Finn will try his best to go around the outside, and he is still side by side with Chris Deere for that place. And looking further back, and we can see the other cars struggling there. We were concentrating on the front run with Finn Groom. Finn Groom and Chris Deere are still side by side. It's another left-hander. Chris Deere's got the inside line, but it looks like Finn is slightly getting the better of him. I think he may have the overlap and have gained the position. What a brave move. Now he's got the correct line for that corner. Fantastic, Josh.
He's gone right round the outside of Hamilton, and Deere is immediately into the clutches of Martin Rogers. So this is all going in one direction, heading into the championship battle. Chris Deere is falling out of any type of position he needs to be in, while Stuart Place is leading the way. So down the Bentley Straight they go. Place, I think, is very conscious of what was happening behind. He defended into the hairpins, but now he's taking the racing lines. James Hazelhurst behind for third. Bateman is side by side with Finn Groom. He went round the outside of Chris Deere a few corners ago. Now he's going round the outside of Ben Bateman into Brundle. Then they turn right into Nelson, but he backed out of it. Ben Bateman, who I was told he'd taken lots of curb through that corner in the earlier race on 2 wheels pretty much on every lap.
That's an extremely tight corner that goes from that wide straight, extremely narrow. But, Jason Hazelhurst is trying to get the overlap on Stuart Place with Ben Bateman following right behind him as they come round Coram.
Both got him. Stuart Place.
Yes, both got him. Has Stuart got a problem? Maybe he's just concentrating on the championship, and as long as he sees that yellow car behind him, he will be comfortable.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, he basically has to finish, I think, within a few cars of Deere if Deere doesn't win it, which it doesn't look very likely that's going to happen at the moment. So we could have a new winner. Stuart Place is fighting back, so perhaps he's not just letting the other two get away. He's alongside Ben Bateman.
He went right round the outside of him, down the straight, and he's going to try and do the same to hold that. Has he got it? No, he didn't quite get it. He was trying to do the thing, but he got past Ben Bateman like he was going backwards. What a fantastic move. But Ben Bateman's still got the inside line. Is he going to get... No, he's settled up behind him. Maybe he's going to concentrate. James Hazelhurst is trying to defend from Stuart Place. Stuart Place is going in front. How on earth did he do that?
OK, he's not racing for the championship, is he? He wouldn't have gone round the outside there if he was. There were slippery surface flags out, Paul. I reckon they look like there's a bit of fluid on the road. I thought I saw that on the first lap, so I wonder if something on the previous race has caused that. We await for the cars to appear at Palmer, and it is Stuart Place. Is he ahead? It's hard to tell with the sunlight on the cars. But yeah, it's Place ahead. It's 3 abreast behind. That's Finn Groom on the inside of Ben Bateman, who's on the inside of Hazelhurst, but Hazelhurst breaks later on the outside in the Peugeot.
And Finn Groom has got past Bateman. Oh, that was great. Our 3 youngest drivers in the championship, that battling for that second place. This could get really tense, and this is really annoying Chris Deere. He wants to get past them, but he's definitely in the slipstream of Ben Bateman as they go around the next left-hander. And James Hazelhurst went a little bit wide there. I thought Ben was going to get up the inside. Now we've got right-hander. Now this right-hander is quite important. This is the slowest part. Then you have to build up for the next right-hander, which you have to get absolutely spot on to get the legs down the straight, and Finn Groom is definitely getting away from the back markers there.
But Finn Groom got second, so he got past James Hazelhurst. Finn Groom has not finished higher than 5th before, so he's in a much higher position than he's ever been in the XR2. There he is, just ahead of Hazelhurst, and he's pulling clear now and going after Stuart Place. So that XR2 is going to be a lot lighter than the Peugeot, because I guess it's a lighter car anyway.
It's a lighter car anyway. We're at about 100, only about 100 kilos lighter, especially with that 75. A little bit of puff of smoke there from Hazelhurst's vehicle as he locked up under braking. But yes, Finn, what a remarkable drive from this young man. Now, Finn has got to get the Coram exactly spot on. They're going through the bomb hole now, but he's got to get that Coram just right, because he's going to need the legs against the ejection cars along the straight. There's Neil Dunman, who's involved in the incident. Let's hope he doesn't break his gear lever in this race.
He's made good progress on the back, though. He's up into the top 10 already. Here come the leaders, or leader now, Stuart Place. He's away from Finn Groom. Then Hazelhurst and Bateman behind.
Oh, I see Finn was really cautious there. He was very cautious with these 2 cars close behind him. So these are the 3 youngest drivers in our championship. What a fantastic display as they come across the start-finish line. Stuart Place there with a good lead over Finn Groom, James Hazelhurst, Ben Bateman, and Chris Deere is hanging on the back there, but he's desperate to get past these guys.
And there's a challenge, I think, from James Hazelhurst on Finn Groom, which I don't think has quite come off as they went into Richie's corner. No, Ben Bateman right there. They're as close as they can be, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Yeah, the lap times are well off, so I wonder if the track's quite slippery with that fluid that was put down potentially in the previous race. So Stuart Place then with this 1.6 second lead with Finn Groom in 2nd, 3rd is James Hazelhurst, 4th is Ben Bateman, 5th is Chris Deere. They're all battling, then a small gap back to Martin Rogers who's 6th, Darren Battingthwaite is 7th, ahead of Neil Dudman, Titch Keltall, the top 9 separated by distance.
Stuart Place went well wide there coming out of that corner, but he seems to have got away with that.
So yeah, I think it's slippery, isn't it, on the infield? I think there is a good amount of fluid on the road.
I see Finn having a quick flash of the lights there. I'm not quite sure that's going to put Stuart up, but James Hazelhurst and Ben Bateman still battling there with Chris Deere trying to go on the inside, but not paying off. This is very close between these, but what an impressive drive from Finn Groom. Like you say, he is the youngest driver out there, and he's showing that these old XR2s, of course, you know I'm rooting for the XR2s, now I drive one. It's great to see one competitive at this level.
Yeah, Finn's a bit younger than his car, isn't he? That he's driving. He's in 2nd place. Hazelhurst there in 3rd. Then Bateman. Then Deere, who's not really making the progress that he would hope for, like you were saying. Then Rogers. Darren Battingthwaite, who's been having a good weekend. He's there in 7th place.
That's a great finish. I mean, this is a local to him. He's done all his track days. He's got great local knowledge, and that's really paying off for him. It's great for the local man to be doing so well. He's having an excellent weekend compared to some of the bad luck he's had in the past. But looking at this battle, it's not really catching. I don't know, catching up on the braking as he gone on the bridge. That little puff of smoke as he gets light on that corner, and as he comes around. But now it's still about a car length. They are starting to get tighter up now. Like I say, this corner's important. Finn's got to get away. He's not got the legs on the straight.
Ben Bateman put in plenty of pressure on James Hazelhurst then for that 3rd position. So they turn their way into this long Coram curve. It's much longer than it used to be. About here is where then the car used to go straight down towards the Russell chicane.
Oh, that's
now
right, yes.
They turn much tighter through Coram into the Murray's corner, which it's a new corner, but it's been there now for over a decade, but it still seems new to me. Here they come up across the line, and it's Stuart Place with this good lead.
Oh, good lead there, but now James Hazelhurst has got a cracking drag up there. Is he going to pop out? He's popping out to the outside of Finn Groom. Now, I don't think it's going to pay off because this XR2 will hold the line as he goes through, and Ben Bateman trying to get on the inside, but he can't quite get on the back of it. As they come round on this corner, they're getting ready to brake drastically for the hairpin. This is where the accident was in race 1, under braking. And look at this Ben Bateman. He's definitely hassling Finn Groom, but Finn Groom is having none of it.
Yeah, James Hazelhurst side by side with Finn Groom as they go through the hairpin, and is it Bateman that's got past both of them?
Yeah, no, Bateman has got past James Hazelhurst, so Bateman's up into 3rd. There's Stuart Place coming through. Now we've got a orange flag for number 92. Now I think that's Rick Groom, the other XR2 out there at the moment. There's obviously some sort of issue with that vehicle, but there we see that Ben Bateman has got behind Finn Groom, so we got these youngsters all together. Chris Deere trying to get up the inside, but that's not going to pay off because he's getting better. Jason Hazelhurst is getting a better exit on the corners. And we're looking down. Oh, look at this, trying to get on the inside of Ben Bateman. Is James, he's going to pay it. Oh, no, they're still side by side. Chris Deere's going to love this because if they trip over each other, he's going to be great. But now Chris Deere is trying to get behind Ben Bateman to try and get the inside line. He's got on the inside. Chris Deere has made up one place, but James Hazelhurst is not going to let him go with that. Look at this, they're side by side. Now James has got the inside line for this long corner for the cage up to the straight, and he's got away with it. Wow.
But all of that has allowed Finn Groom to get away. So
that's it. Look at the gap now because they were fighting so much. Finn's got away. He was going to be laughing, so he's just got to stay composed.
Yeah, first podium on the cards for Finn Groom. While his dad, Rick's, been given that mechanical warning flag, so he'll have to come into the pits. Hazelhurst locks up every time here through the left-hander at Brundle. This is where, well, Ben Bateman's not taking much curb now. We're watching him through that part of the corner. Then you've got Deere, then you've got Rogers, Dudman, then you've got Battingthwaite and Keltall all involved in this battle for 3rd position. Meanwhile, Stuart Place is a couple of seconds up the road. And Deere had a little look to the inside. So Hazelhurst is back ahead of Deere, isn't he?
Yes, he's got it back ahead. Yeah, it's Chris Deere is not having a good weekend. This is not gone his way at all. Now, of course, like you say, we've got Finn Groom in second and Ben Bateman. Now, Ben Bateman, he's had 2/3 and he's itching to do one better. But he hasn't got much of an answer at the moment. But remember what happened earlier in the day where Ben Bateman caught up a 2-second advantage against him, and he might do it this time. But Finn Groom is definitely well focused as they go around the first corner.
Lap time's really slow in this race. Or 2:30 on that lap for James Hazelhurst, which is 5 seconds slower.
That's 5 or 6 seconds. Yeah, I think 1:24. I think with these tyres we are doing. That's substantially slower.
Stuart Place has done a 26. Finn Groom has been caught immediately by Ben Bateman, so that gap has come to nothing.
Yeah, it looks like up that long straight really hurts us, but that hurts the XR2s, and that gave Ben Bateman a chance to catch up as they come down. As we're looking at the front guys again, looking at Stuart Place, well in the lead. Finn Groom, Ben Bateman, James Hazelhurst, and Chris Deere. Chris Deere has not got an answer, but everything's going to be on these final second and third place. These youngsters are going to be fighting. Oh, I thought James Hazelhurst was going to go on the inside, but no, he cannot. Ben Bateman's got that well covered.
Yeah, that's right. Stuart Place is miles ahead now. He's leading. He led by 4 seconds at the start of the lap. I think it's more than that now. Hazelhurst is on the inside of Bateman again. We saw this on the previous lap. I think it was the other way around on the previous lap, wasn't it? And James Hazelhurst this time grabs third position away from Ben Bateman. But Bateman's still on the inside as they go into the right-hander at Oggies. And he will, well, they're still probably side by side, aren't they? I think Bateman has done it. He's ahead of Hazelhurst. Chris Deere's going to follow him through as they go into the right-hander at Williams. So Chris Deere's done this once already in this race, got past James Hazelhurst, but he's trying to do it again. Hazelhurst bounces out over the curbs, which has allowed Deere into fourth. So there's Finn Groom, he's got that gap again.
And Martin Rogers and Neil Dubman are on the case as well as they come down under the bridge. We got a nice little tussle there of 205s. What a fantastic show. Where did they come from? Because these cars were tussling, it slowed them all up into these clutches.
Yeah, so that's Martin Rogers couldn't quite make anything of that. I thought he had good straight line speed. So we've got second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth, all involved in this battle. Ninth as well, actually, with Richard Kelsall at the back. So yeah, Finn Groom in second's a little bit far ahead, and then from third through ninth, all involved. I wonder if Finn Groom's just being a bit cautious, because every time he pulls away, the others can catch. I think he's in a position he's not been in before in that second place, and immediately Ben Bateman's able to catch. Now, are we going to get 6 or 7 laps here? Because there's only 2 minutes.
Oh, we got a spinner there. Graham Reese has had a bit of a spin there. I'm not quite sure what corner that is.
Has he lost a wheel? Because the car's at a very funny angle. I know it's a bit of a steep slope there on exit of the bomb hole, but I wonder if he has lost a wheel perhaps. Anyway, the cars have gone through. Massive battle for second place going up towards Ritchie's. Chris Deere and Ben Bateman trying to get the better of the second place man there, Finn Groom, who are 6 seconds behind the leader, Stuart Place now, but I don't think they were quite able to do it. They had the momentum on Groom, who I think he's driving very cautiously with this slippery circuit and looking for this first podium, so he's gone defensive now, and that's what's allowing so many cars to be involved in this battle.
Oh, it's very tense. It's going to be very difficult. Oh, no, he hasn't lost a wheel. Maybe those black wheels sort of made it look a bit strange there, but he's driving off into a safe area. But yes, these are going to be a long last couple of laps for Finn Groom. Having been in this position, it's so difficult. You are nervous. You're trying to do your own thing. And you've got to stay focused, Finn. Stay focused while the other two are battling away. Chris Deere is and James Hazelhurst. Maybe this will give Finn a break there. As it looks like Ben Bateman was trying to go on the inside of Finn, but couldn't quite make that pay. But now Finn is going to be very pressured as he comes towards the end of the lap, where he's going to have to get that exit for that long Bentley straight right on. Oh, he's pulled away again. The XR2 is excellent on that middle section.
Yeah, but he's been slow at the end of the lap on previous laps, so we'll see if he can pick up the pace this time. His dad, Rick Groom's been in for his mechanical flag. That's been checked over. And with a minute on the clock, not sure whether we're going to get the flag this time or not. It's going to be pretty tight, so we'll see if the check flag goes out this time. But,
just seeing that James Hazelhurst has the fastest lap at this moment. His fastest lap is a bit off our normal pace at a 2:27.45. But
Place has done a 26, Paul, so Stuart Place is a bit quicker than that.
Oh, yes, he is, isn't he? I'm just seeing the fastest lap ball on there. Yeah, I think it's a bit behind there.
Yeah, I think ignore the fastest lap graphic on our screen for now, but
Oh, look at Ben. He's right over. This is fantastic show from these young lads. And Finn is doing excellent job. He's a very young man, but he's got some old head on those shoulders. He's really showing the pressure I know that Ben can give a driver, and he's really showing it. But what worries me now as we come towards the end of the lap, whether he can do it on the straight.
Checkered flag is being prepared, so this may well be the final lap because the time is pretty much run out. So for Stuart Place, he comes out of the final corner. This will be win number 9 of the season, I think. Are they going to get another lap with, 10 seconds on the clock? They are going to get another lap.
Another lap. Oh, my goodness. Now,
for second place, Ben Bateman is under pressure. Or for third, Ben Bateman is under pressure from James Hazelhurst, but Chris Deere is slipstreaming him past. And that means they're going to catch up with Finn Groom by the time they get to Ritchie's. You've got about 6 cars all arriving at Ritchie's for the final time all together. Finn Groom on the inside. Ben Bateman's trying to go right round the outside, though, of Finn Groom. They are wheel to wheel. Chris Deere is behind. Finn Groom just about is able to hang on. Again, he goes defensive immediately, coming down towards the hairpin. And then we'll have to wait to see how they all come out.
What a fan. Any one of those 6 cars could finish the podium spots. It's getting very tense at the front, but Finn Groom showing excellent maturity there by laying off really under all this pressure. Ben Bateman, and then looking further back, we can see that these other cars are really tussling, but come on, Finn. Sorry, I'm rooting for the XR2. Sorry, man. But it's great to see that the 205 domination being split up here.
And a new name for the Classic Stock Catch podium list as well, which would always be good. But Ben Bateman drives up the inside. Couldn't quite get there, but I think they try to go either side of that fluid, what's on the road. So it's difficult to know which is the optimal line there. But it's not really affecting it. The lap times have gone back up. They're all in the 29s, this pack. And like Paul was saying, we're normally in the 25s, lower than that in these cars. So the track is 3 or 4 seconds slower than it should be. The gap is 7 seconds. From Stuart Place to this battle. So Stuart Place, he doesn't really know what's going on behind. He's not worried about that battle.
You were saying about the XR2 there. It's because of that middle section, its lightness. It has excellent exit of corners, excellent traction coming out of the corners, and it's where the straight's here. So we're looking at the end of the straight there, seeing Finn Groom, Ben Bateman, James Hazelhurst and Chris Deere all in a little line there, trying to get Ben Bateman trying to snick his nose out, but Finn has really done a fantastic job at what is a very difficult part of the circuit for the XR2 as they come round this left-hander. And is he going to get there? No, Ben Bateman. Finn, this could be Finn's day. He could be getting second. Excellent. He's got a little car length on Ben Bateman. Now, obviously, we're coming down to the final corner. That's where everything can go wrong for Finn. He's got to get that nice and composed. But as Stuart Place comes on to the start-finish straight for the last time, showing his complete dominance, winning 9 races out of the ones we've had so far. Here he comes, about 3 seconds, all looking at this battle as they come out. The Finn Groom's got an excellent exit, pulling out of that corner.
But Stuart Place crosses the line, takes a checkered flag and wins the Classic Stock Catch Championship for 2023. For second place, Finn Groom is going to be a podium finisher for the first time in Classic Stock Catch. Ben Bateman took third, and James Hazelhurst got past Chris Deere on the race to the line. So Hazelhurst fourth, fifth for Deere, sixth for Martin Rogers. Neil Dudman, Darren Bassingthwaite and Richard Kelsall completed that podium. Those 8 cars were separated by 3 seconds at the checkered flag. But while we were watching that battle, Stuart Place drove away from the field, as he has done so many times this season, Paul.
All the battles behind him played right into Stuart's hands while they were tussling. He could just do his own thing and just go there. Well, I mean, there we are, the provisional champion, Stuart Place. What a domineering drive. That's 9 races out of the 12 that we've had so far. I can only think, going back a long time to when Lee Scott won every race one year.
Oh, did he?
And I think one year, might be Matt Rosier had quite a successful year, but that's over a decade ago since we've had this dominance.
Yeah, absolutely. So congratulations to Stuart Place. Obviously all provisional at the moment. We need to go through post-race scrutineering, and be interesting to see whether he does Donington Park now as well.
Well, that's it. I know that Matt Rosier is actually getting married that weekend, so I know they've been invited, so I don't know where they might sort of think, we'll go to the wedding, but I know Stuart, he'll be so keen to come racing. He is a racer.
So congratulations to Stuart. It's been the perfect weekend here at Snetterton for him. Let's have a look at the results if we can. The win was number 80. The win was number 87, Stuart Place. Second was 91, Finn Groom. Third was 93, Ben Bateman. Fourth was 12, James Hazelhurst. Fifth was number 1, Chris Deere. Sixth was 39, Martin Rogers. Seventh was 48, Neil Dudman. In 8th place was 18, Darren Bassingthwaite. 9th was 89, Titch Kelson. Completing the top 10 was number 6, Andy Philpotts. The top 3 have made their way into Park Fermé. Ben Bateman's car looks like that was pretty hot.
That's a little bit steamy there.
See Stuart's daughters, Gemma and Sophie, are there, I think, ready to congratulate him. And Bob, our chief scrutineer, is first on hand, there to have a chat with our race winner, Stuart Place. Chris Deere going over to congratulate Ben Bateman. They were involved in that long battle. Finn Groom looks pretty pleased with that, doesn't he? That his first podium. Big thumbs up from Finn. I think that was
Well
probably to
done,
his
Finn.
dad, wasn't it?
Fantastic drive. Fantastic mature drive from this young man. Brilliant to see. He's going to be chuffed to bits. His first podium and a second at that.
I think Stuart's taken a bit of time to to gather his thoughts, isn't he? I don't think he's got out of the car. He has done now.
I know him. He's a very emotional man, and he will be in pieces. He's absolutely going to be exhausted. Well done, Stuart.
Yeah, I think he's decided not to go into his family before he talks to Chris Stevens. So we have a word now with our new provisional champion, Stuart Place, with Chris Stevens.
Stuart Place, the 2023 Classic Stock Hatch champion. I mean, you took your time getting out of the car there. Just what were you thinking about?
It's been a long while waiting for this, and my wife, my girls, and my mates. It's really hard. We build the car, we do everything ourselves. I haven't got a lot of money, and we've been doing this 10 years. And I didn't know whether it was possible, but all of a sudden I do.
I mean, you've been in this championship for many years, like you said. You've been a real consistent face in this paddock. I mean, what does it mean to win this now?
It's what I've been wanting my whole life. I know it sounds stupid, and it is club racing, but all I've ever wanted to do is win a championship, and I've been racing cars since I was 14 years old. So for me, it's just incredible.
That's amazing. Congratulations, Stuart. Go and celebrate with your friends and family. You have thoroughly deserved it. Another very, very happy face, I'm sure, is going to be the second place driver, Finn Groom.
Yeah.
First time on the podium.
It is, yeah. It's been a long while. We've been trying hard this year. Had a few mechanical issues that set us back, but today the car was on point and we gained it stick. So, yeah, Ben gave me a hard time. He got close a few times and I thought, but no, we kept it.
What's made the difference in this race, do you think?
It's all to do with your start. When you get a good start, you can get settled in like I did and just keep going, keep the rest behind you.
Youngest driver in the field, but very old head on some young shoulders there. I mean, the pack chasing you must have been so much pressure.
Just can't think about it. Yeah, you just got to concentrate on what you're doing and keep it going. Yeah, that's all.
Obviously, one more meeting for the championship this year. Can you bag another podium in that time?
Would hope so. Yeah, we'll give it a good go. Yeah, we'll see what we do.
Congratulations. Amazing drive. Truly astonishing. And then for the third time this weekend, finishing in third place was Ben Bateman. Where is he? He's all the way over here. Had some leakage out of his car already. Ben, third time, third place.
Yes, we blew a radiator, unfortunately, on the last lap. Just brought it home.
Is that what made the difference, do you think, between finishing third and finishing second?
No, not at all. Finn's a good driver. He deserves that.
And, of course, one more meeting. What do you think's possible in the final round?
Who knows? I'll try my hardest and we'll see what comes of it.
Mega weekend for you. Three podiums in 3 races. Not many people can say they've done that. One man who can say he's done that, though, is Stuart Place, and there are just more celebrations going on over there. Very emotional scene over there. Congratulations. This weekend, Marcus and Josh, let's head back up to you, because coming up is the final race of the weekend, and it's the big one. It's the 2-hour Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship.
Yep, it's time for our final race of the day. It's the longest race of the weekend, though. It's 2 hours for Tagiwa Club Enduro, and we have a big grid of more than 30 cars ready to take the start, of all different size and shapes on this big grid over 3 classes for these production sports and saloons. And you can see there, Will Stacey starts from pole position in his Lotus Elise. He blew a head gasket in qualifying. That's not the first time that's happened this year. It's replaced and he's ready to go from pole position with the Area Motorsport Volkswagen alongside of Bradley Burns. he shares that car with Rob Baker. So you've got some solo-driven cars, you've got some shared cars. There'll be a pit stop window between 30 minutes and 105 minutes, so you can pit after 30 minutes and before 15 minutes to go. One long 3-minute pit stop to refuel. This is how the cars will line up then for the grid for our final race of the day. On pole position 48 is Will Stacey in the Lotus Elite. Alongside number 1 is Bradley Burns in the Volkswagen Golf. He shares with Rob Baker. On row 2 is number 2 Joel Edswick in the BMW M4 alongside number 6, which is Ryan Parkin in the Audi TT that he shares with Dylan Brichter. On row 3 is 27, which is Mark Rice. He shares the Seat with Will Beach, and 117 alongside is Ian Jones in the 3.2 litre BMW Compact. He shares with Martin Gadsby, the car owner. On to the next page of the grid. On the 4th row of the grid is car number 87, which is Aaron Cook in the Audi RS3. He shares with Dan Sylvester. 69 was due to be alongside, but won't be taking the start. The Andy Schulz car with Matt Hampson won't be there. On the 5th row is 15, which is Phil Driver in the Seat. He shares with Colin Gillespie. And 22 is the BMW M3, started by Luke Browse. He shares with Paul. On the 6th row is number 40, the BMW M3 of James Collins. He shares with Brett Lidsey. Alongside number 134, the slightly older M3. That's going to be driven by David Griffin, a solo-driven car. On row 7 is 78, which is Matthew Stockford, the ex-Olympic Paralympian, and he shares with Alan James in the Audi RS3. Alongside is the Class B pole sitter and the championship leader, number 89, is Scott Parkin in his Volkswagen Golf. On row 8 is 95, which is Luke Schlavitz. He shares the Volkswagen Golf with Kevin Glover. Alongside is 91, which is Chris Plaskett in his Volkswagen Golf. Row 9, 881, will be Lewis Rose. He shares with Aaron Rose in their Honda Civic. Alongside is 13, that's another car that won't be taking the start. That's Matt Fazy's Porsche. On row 10 is 88, which is Joe Williams in his Volkswagen Golf. Alongside number 8, which is Matthew Tidmarsh. He shares the Ginetta G40 with Chris Webster. On row 11 is 177, which is Chris Byalon to start his Renault Clio, which he shares with Simon Mason. Alongside is the Class C pole sitter, number 56, David Lawrence in his Honda Civic. Row 12 is number 66, which is Paul Saviani's BMW Compact. He shares with Jonathan Hayes. Alongside is number 10, which is Andy Shepherd in his Ginetta that he shares with Rob Fenwick. Row 11 is 97, which will be Daniel Jude to start the Lotus Elise that he shares with Mike Rayner. Number 19 is alongside another Lotus. That'll be Peter Mansfield to start in the car he shares with Michael Sanford. On row 14 is Triple Free, which will be Michael Hooper to start the Mazda he shares with Thomas Stedman. Alongside number 100, the synthetic fueled Mazda of Matthew Simonite. On row 15 is 316, which will be Jamie Naylard, who will drive the BMW that he shares with Ivor Mares. And he starts alongside number 20, which is Vitas Peperius in his Honda Civic. Row 16, it's there, number 90, it will be Alan Henderson to share the Mazda MX-5 he drives with Daniel Irving. And 92 appear, yeah, that's there as well, car that qualified out of session. That'll be Phil Knibb to start the Seat he shares with Andrew Raff. And then right at the back of the grid is another car that was missing in qualifying, is 74, the Honda Civic, which will be started by the Rapid Matt Cherrington. He shares with Campbell Cassidy. So they are the 33 cars that were due to be there. There's a couple missing, but otherwise it's a big grid of these endurance cars. And over the course of 2 hours, that one pit stop in the middle is all going to be really quite interesting to see how it goes. I'm going to say they've got a 3-minute pit stop. There's a few, though, that have got success penalties. The winners from the last round that they competed in, they have a 30-second penalty. So that's car 6, the Parkin and Brichter Audi from Class A. From Class B, 89 Scott Parkin has that same penalty, as does 95 Schlavitz and Glover, because they didn't do Spa but were at Alton Park and won there, so they get a 30-second penalty. 20 seconds for those who finished second last time out. So that's number 2 Joel Oswick from Class A, and 10-second penalty for the cars that finished third. That was number 15 Phil Driver and Colin Gillespie, also from Class B. Number 8 Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster have that same success penalty. Not many of the Class C cars raced last time out at Spa, so none of them have got success penalties. So we've had races this season at Croft. That was won by Will Stacey. Anglesey was won by Will Stacey, but sharing with Rob Boston. Alton Park was won by Mark Rice and Will Beach. And then Spa was won by an invitational car. Luke Sargent and Josh Files with a Class A win went to Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter. In Class B, Scott Parkin has won twice. He won at Crofton Spa. Chris Plaskett won at Anglesey, and Luke Schlavitz and Kevin Glover won at Oulton Park. And Class C have had a few different winners. Rob Fenwick and Andy Shepherd won the first round. David Lawrence won rounds 2 and 3 in one of the races he shared with Mike Stanford. And then Spa was won by Martin Schiller, a local driver that competed there. So lots to look forward to in this race. So the cars making their way to the grid. Here we have rolling start. The championship, we haven't spoke about that. That's being led by Scott Parkin. He's on 52 points and leads by 15, which is quite a big championship lead at this stage. From the David Lawrence Honda from Class C, who's equal on 37, with Mark Rice and Will Beach from Class A, and with Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. So there's three cars on 37 points. And then there's, 4 more that have got over 30. But Scott Parkin with a big championship lead at this stage. I'm not sure if it's actually possible for him to win the championship today, because there's 2 races to go, but you do drop 2 scores. So that's something to look out for if he has a successful race. But we'll worry about that as this 2-hour race goes on. And we should enjoy it for what it is. It's going to be really exciting. The Lotus on pole of Will Stacey is rapid through the infield, through the tighter corners, but down the straights, the more powerful cars, the Volkswagen, the BMW, the Audis and the Seats will be much faster. We saw how quick Ian Jones was yesterday in that BMW Compact. So who's going to lead into Ritchie's is pretty open, I should think. I doubt it will be the poleman, Will Stacey, not unless he makes a blinding start. And then you've got those classes to look forward to a bit further back. What can the Mazda do? This car that's we've hoped to get out for every round, haven't done yet. Alan Henderson, who's been a winner in Club Enduro in the past in different cars. It's a Class A turbocharged Mazda MX-5 at the back, so look out to see how that runs. It's been pretty quick when it runs, but it hasn't run for too long before. It had a drive shaft failure earlier in the week, for example. Anyway, the race is about to get underway. 2 hours for Tigewa Club Enduro. See the red lights go out and racing gets underway then, and a good start from Joel Oswick in the BMW, and Ian Jones further back. Will Stacey tries to block them from behind, but round the outside Bradley Burns I think will grab the lead in the Volkswagen. Stacey impressively is held on to second. Ryan Parkin is third there in the Audi, and the rest of the field still coming up across the line, while the leaders heading down towards the Wilson hairpin. But it was Bradley Burns who leads. Around the outside comes Parkin in the Audi to try and get third place. It's already busy here. It's a 2-hour race, and you'd think that people have got to make sure they get through this first lap okay. And we know from the previous race the track surface is a little bit questionable in places, Marcus.
Yeah, that's right. They were discovering this. They weren't just seen very much on that slow formation lap. And there's the 19 car in the pits, one of the Lotuses.
And that's the other Rob Boston run car, the teammate car to Will Stacey that runs in Class B. Peter Mansfield already with issues. As the top 2 going away, then Bradley Burns and Will Stacey for third. Joel Oswick in the German Autoworks BMW has got past Ryan Parkin, and behind Ian Jones has got the better of the TCR cars in that BMW Compact, so he's got himself up ahead of Mark Rice there in the Seat, and then behind is 87, which is Aaron Cook, the XMR2 champion, in the Audi behind. So that's a good battle pack, and then big slide there from Cook, then a big gap back to the next pack, which includes the Class B leader and the championship leader.
19's got away.
So out of the pits for that car. So a quick check over.
Weighing in at just 750 kilos, the same as Lotus Cortina in the 60s.
Yeah.
Exactly.
74, that was the car that had problems in qualifying. That's Matt Sherrington, the multiple low-cost winner. He's not going to go very much further. That car's for the paddock. There's the top 2 then. So the lap times in qualifying were mighty. They were 2 seconds under the lap record. So we'll see if we get a new lap record in this race. Stacey did a 2 minutes 0.9, which was exactly a second quicker than Bradley Burns. But a lap time in qualifying, Marcus, doesn't mean that you can do that for 2 hours.
No, that's right. And not with a fairly heavy fuel load to start with. And 88.4 miles an hour, Will Stacey's pole time.
So across the line comes Brad Burns, the ex-Clio race winner, Clio Cup race winner, who is 1.2 seconds ahead of Will Stacey. So 1 from 48. Third is number 2, Joel Oswick. Up to 4 for 117, Ian Jones, who was so impressive yesterday in road sports. 5th is number 6, Ryan Parkin. 6th is 27, Mark Rice. 7th is 87 Aaron Cook. That's a big battle pack heading down towards the hairpin at Wilson. In 8th position is 22, which is Luke Browse. He's the first of the next group. In 9th position is 15, which is Phil Dryber, the ex-British GT racer. Then in 10th position is number 40, James Collins, who previously has raced with Nigel Greenstall, but he's got a new co-driver this weekend, which is Brett Lidsey, the driver who's had experience in the VLN at the Nürburgring. But the leaders, this lead pack for 3rd position, you've got the BMW M4 of Joel Oswick ahead of the much older car of Ian Jones, so two sort of privately built cars. Then you've got the touring car built from the VAG factory, the Seat and the Audi, behind with Mark Grice and Aaron Cook at the wheel.
Yeah, and Scott Parkin, the B-class leader, running in 12th overall ahead of Aussie David Griffin. And Luke Schlevitz is 2nd in B in 95. He's 14th. 3rd is Chris Plaskett in his Golf. He is 15th ahead of the Roses, Lewis Rose in 16th.
There's Phil Dryber, who raced in the British GT Championship in an Aston Martin a few seasons ago. Racing in Club Enduro, though, for the last few years. Now sharing this car with Colin Gillespie. Here are the BMWs battling. There's Ian Jones, then his 3.2 litre M3 powered compact. He's very sideways through the Nelson. And popping over the curb there was Aaron Cook at the back of the queue in the Audi. He's chasing the similar sort of underneath parts in the Seat, both VAG family cars there, obviously with different bodies on. And Mark Grice ahead of Aaron Cook. But those two are falling away from Ryan Parkin there in the Audi TT, the diesel car ahead. Leaders across the line. It's a new lap record immediately. It's a 2 minutes 02.76 for Will Stacey, who was a couple attempts quicker than Bradley Burns ahead. The lap record previously was a 2:03.02, so we're a few attempts underneath that. That lap record was set a few years ago by Chris Boardman in an M3, but we have beaten that today. So there is Will Stacey, so the great big rear diffuser it's got. Rob Boston Racing have worked super hard on this car to upgrade it over the winter. It is massively quick. It won at Croft and Anglesey as well. Will Stacey drives it really well, ex-Lotus champion. Raced Mazdas as well, did Will Stacey. And these two going away from the pack, Marcus.
Yeah, and that pack led by the German Auto Works BMW, Joel Oswick, privately built car. And we were hearing how they've managed to pare some weight out of that. It's got carbon fibre doors, all kind of things, but a twin turbocharged V8 engine under the bonnet, which is quite something. 3 litre, making a big chunk of power. It's the most powerful car in the field, but therefore it has some other kind of sanctions in terms of where it runs into class. A little bit of smoke coming out from the back of the Lotus, but I think that was the edge of the diffuser just touching the ground as it's a little bit of roll in the corner.
They'd be hoping so, because we've seen smoke of other sorts out of that car in the past. But he's right now with Bradley Burns through that infield. The Lotus Elise is really quick, so he gets on terms with the Area Motorsport, another privately built car. The Volkswagen Golf, I think it's got the rear wing is from the TCR machine, but I think otherwise, what Baker was telling me earlier in the year, it's pretty much all what Area Motorsport have developed themselves. A similar situation really with the Lotus Elise. That's all prepared by Rob Boston Racing. Rob's driven the car a bit. Will Stacey owns it, and he's right now on terms with Bradley Burns. So the Golf's got more power. It's heavier though, so getting past it could be a challenge here from Will Stacey. He might have to try something bold. He doesn't need to do that at this stage of the race though. They come through again, and a bit of a slower lap that time from the pair. They've got to lap the other Rob Boston Racing Lotus, the Peter Mansfield car that came late after that pit stop, and they will slice past that with no problem. They are about 3 to 4 seconds now ahead of Joel Oswick, who is still there in 4th position. 3rd position, I should say, ahead of Ian Jones, and then Ryan Parkin, and then a little gap back now to Mark Grice and Aaron Cook, who don't seem to be able to live with the pace of the front runners. But these two up front are certainly the fastest two. It'll be interesting to see how the tyres go throughout the distance. Obviously the Golf has got all the power going through the front wheels. So the front wheel's doing all the work, and immediately runs a little bit wide as Bradley Burns. So Will Stacey draws up alongside. They're side by side as they come out of Agostini. The Lotus is on the inside. Surely Brad Burns is going to have to give way. He does. So just a small mistake there by the looks of it, Marcus. A bit of understeer perhaps. Pay in there through the hairpin, and Will Stacey goes through.
Yeah, he went a little bit deep, and there was a little hole, and Will Stacey thought, thank you very much, I'm having that.
Absolutely.
And so he went.
Can Bradley Burns fight back down the long straight, which is coming up next? Doesn't look like the Lotus has got as much of a decifit down the straights as it has done perhaps other or in previous years, but it is still certainly not as quick. The Gulf is now back alongside as they come up towards the S's, but the Lotus is later on the brakes, and Will Stacey then retains the lead that he gained a couple of corners ago, and we will see if Will Stacey is able to get away. And then, if he has got a bit of extra pace, does he use that pace, or does he try just to keep it sort of not 100% to keep the car going for 2 hours?
Yeah, I think he's very, very keen to just pull ahead and give himself some leeway when he gets to the traffic. I mean, we're only 20 minutes from the Lotus factory here at Snetterton, and this would be a good place to win your third Club Enduro of the year.
Through they go. Because of that battle, a bit of a slower lap, like 6 tenths between them. So on that lap, Oswick was a little quicker than Burns ahead, so he's still 4 seconds behind. Then Ian Jones and Ryan Parkin all involved in that battle for 3rd position, but the lead battle's not over yet because Brad Burns still right there with Will Stacey. There behind in 6th position, Mark Grice, who's been a winner this year, battling away with Aaron Cook. There he is in the Seat, the Audi behind. Aaron Cook, who's been trying to do various racing. We're on board now with our Class B leader and the championship leader, Scott Parkin, who's in 12th position, into Ritchie's, Marcus.
Yeah, very, very nice, isn't it? You see his minimalist input on the steering, trying to keep everything really neat, tried to not use up too much in the way of brakes or tyres at this point of the race. He's got that big Audi TCR ahead of him, and he's going to be quite happy to just settle into a momentum at this part of the race. It's still a long way to go. We still have about an hour and 50, so 10 minutes into the race.
He's a couple of seconds ahead of the Luke Schlevitz Volkswagen Golf. Both those cars have a 30-second penalty because Scott Parkin won at Spa last time out on the away day, and as the Schlevitz and Glover car wasn't there, I believe that car's also got a 30-second penalty for this race, because they won at Alton Park the previous round that they competed in. Both of them, though, quite a long way clear already of Chris Plaskett's Golf that's there in 3rd position. It's a diesel Golf, this one. Scott Parkin's car, Darkside Developments, the preparers, and the Parkin twin brothers, Ryan Parkin in the Audi in 5th position, and Scott there in P12, but leading his class are the people behind that business, and it looks like Scott Parkin's going to allow David Griffin to go through. There he goes in the BMW, the more powerful Class A car. Now I noticed coming up behind them was the Mazda, so Alan Henderson is making progress in the MX-5. He's into the top 16 now, so that car is going much better than it went this morning in qualifying. So we keep with this shot. There's the little Mazda. I think it's based on a Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, but it's got a Mark 2 engine, an 1800, which is turbocharged. So similar end probably into the MEVs that we saw out in the earlier race. So it's just there behind the big Seat.
This is the one that I think broke a drive shaft, and that's what they were busy changing prior to going out to qualify.
Okay, so it's been through a few drive shafts over the last week or so. It's going well at the moment. Scott Parkin's got cars all around him, the Class B leader. Let's lap in the Mansfield Lotus. But yeah, that little Mazda, that's quite a development, isn't it, to get a car like that? It's probably going about 20 seconds quicker than the original car without the developments would make. And Alan Henderson is really quick. He's won these races before in other cars. So we'll keep an eye on how he gets on. Big battle here. This is just in the background there. That was for 3rd in Class B between Chris Plaskett and Lewis Rhodes. We continue to watch this battle a bit further up, including Alan Henderson. He's chasing after the big Seat there of Phil Knibb. That's one of the cars from the old one-make Seat series that run in Europe. It's not a TCR spec car, but not far off one. So they turn into the hairpin. Class C, that's being led by 66, the BMW of Paul Sabiani, who is 0.3 of a second ahead of David Lawrence. So the battle of Class C is pretty close behind this group. So like we've seen in the other races with these 3 classes, we find battles in all 3 of them, although Class A is a much deeper field. It's got a larger grid than the other 2, I think, probably put together this season. But there, this battle for 3rd in Class B continues, including Lewis Rose then in that
warning for
Honda.
92.
Okay, so that's our first track limit warning, isn't it? So that's for the Phil Nibb and Andrew Raff Sayat. That's, I think, just got past Scott Parkin, the Class B leader. So that's sort of good battle pack. And then that battle, and Lewis Rose has gone through. He's got past Chris Plaskett, so into third position goes Lewis Rose in this car that he shares with his brother Aaron. He's got a 2.4 litre K24 engine. There's Matthew Stockford, who's a Paralympian medal winner in the 1990s. And he's having his first season of car racing this year in a Team Dynamics run car. And Team Dynamics sadly lost Steve Neal, who was behind the organisation last month.
A great racer himself, Steve Neal, with minis back in the day, both the Jim Whitehouse and Keith Harden car and also the Britax Cooper Downs and Works cars. Steve, father of Matt Neal.
And the Team Dynamics team running that car, Alan James, who's the team manager, will be sharing with Matthew Stockford. So that traffic has begun. Will Stacey now leads by 3 seconds over Bradley Burns. Now, interestingly, where Joel Oswick lost that 3 seconds or so on the first lap to Bradley Burns, he's kept it now at a similar gap. So it's pretty similarly paced now, the front runners, as they get into a rhythm. Stacey and Oswick are solo driven. The other cars in the top 10 will share.
Bright green BMW, the Stowmarket glass car. That's the Browse family. Browse family. That's Luke Browse driving. His dad Paul will take it over later on.
They've just lapped Jamie Naylord. I think that's going to be a possibly with Ivor Mares a relay effort. We saw Jamie out in hot hatch earlier, so this will be his first endurance race. He's going to have to get used to cars getting past him on a fairly regular basis. Here's so Browse is involved in this battle with James Collins, new driver to racing this season. A car that he shared with Nigel Greenstall up till now. Red Lidsey jumps in this weekend, the driver from Kent, who's been a winner in Clio Cup in the past in the UK and then raced in the VLN more recently, the championship that runs exclusively on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So an experienced driver to get in that car. Will Stacey goes across the line, 100th of a second slower than his best lap, a 2:02.77. So consistent times now, and he's pulling the gap out, 5 seconds over Bradley Burns. Change for 6th there into the hairpin. Aaron Cook has got the better of Mark Grice. And Mark Grice, who's had a good season, is very much in championship contention. He's the Class A championship leader, sharing that Sayat with Will Beach. They've had a first, a second and a fifth over the course of the year. But this car now running down in 7th place, seeming not to suit the Snetterton circuit perhaps, but these cars are generally very reliable, Marcus, and that's obviously going to come into its own during the duration.
Yeah, it's a tough circuit on the cars here. There are lots of stops and starts, harsh acceleration, and it'll expose any weakness in the preparation or the underpinnings of these machines. And it's great to see such a fantastic variety of cars on track. That Audi there looking absolutely splendid, chased by the 27 machine there, which is the Mark Rice and Will Beach car.
Just ahead of them, Ryan Parkin trying to get back on terms with Ian Jones. Oh, and Grice had a little look to the inside of Cook there, but Aaron Cook was able to hang on. But the Class C leaders going up to the first corner, that might be something to pick up on, because they're absolutely together down at turn 1. The battle between 66, which is Paul Saviani, and 56, David Lawrence. Here they are, coming out of Ritchie's down towards the hairpin. So this is for the least powerful cars, but nothing separates them. Again, it's two very different cars. It's a BMW that's powered by a 2.8 litre engine, the BMW Compact, and then the Honda, which is part of the foundation programme that 750 Motor Club with Tagiwa have put together for this year. So David Lawrence at the wheel of that one takes a tighter line than Hayes. Paul Saviani's is for the start. He shares with Jonathan Hayes. Here comes the Honda to the inside line for David Lawrence. He brakes later, and he should therefore get the move if he can get the car through the hairpin without a problem. They're soon going to be lapped by the race leaders. That could interfere in that battle, but a good pass there by David Lawrence.
Out front, it's about 6 seconds, first to second now. Good tussle there with the that was Collins and Browse having a battle for 9th place.
Yeah, I think Collins has got through. That's a change, isn't it?
It has.
So that's just come past us while we've been watching on the TV pictures of that change for the Class C lead. It's a battle for 22nd position overall. Let's see how far up the order they end the race, the Class C cars. Lawrence defending because Sabiani fighting back. They've got the overall leader about to lap them, so Will Stacey's got to get past this safely. They wouldn't have been lapped by anybody yet, so they may not be aware that this little Lotus that will be hard to see in the mirrors, Marcus, is squeezing up the inside.
That's absolutely the point, because that car barely comes up to the waistline on some of the touring cars, and it is very difficult to spot, particularly with low sunlight in some parts of the circuit to contend with as well. But you can see the Honda leaping around at the back there, and the BMW with older technology kind of sitting there. Looks pretty comfortable in the slipstream at the moment. But there to complete his 9th lap is Will Stacey, who is consistent despite the fact he's got cars to lap. And there goes Sabiani in the BMW back past the Honda into Riches. There they come, coming down towards the hairpin, and the 2nd place, Brad Burns, VW Golf, which I think is marked 7, coming through. Area Motorsport car, really well developed.
The BMW is a 1999 car, that's compact. As you say, probably at least a decade newer. The Honda chasing it, but they can all battle it out together here in this championship. And Oswick behind, very wide out of Palmer. He's still in 3rd. He's cleared away now from Ian Jones in 4th, who's coming under pressure from Ryan Parkin. But all the front guys all running in the... who's been off? That's 10 that's been off. That's the Little Janetta, driven by Andrew Shepherd. He's got back on now. Oswick's turn to get amongst the Class C leaders. But yeah, similar pace for now from the front guys, also in the 3s, 4s and 5s as they settle in.
And the Parkin Audi, number 6 for TT. Parkin and Brickler now within a 10th of a second of Ian Jones in that M3 engine compact.
Yeah, so they'll be coming up next to this battle. So that's the first time these two have been passed by a battle of cars. So they, I'm sure, won't want to be hanging about. Here comes Ian Jones, who pops out of the toe of the Class C cars, gets one of them, gets between Sabiani and Lawrence. Similarly liveried BMWs, aren't they? Both using versions of the BMW M factory livery. So 2 sister cars almost, aren't they, with various modifications made to them.
Both compacts, one of them on steroids.
Absolutely. And so he's got past okay, and I think Ryan Parkin followed him through.
That's the Joel Oswick getting a little bit tweaked up there in the Stanley supported car. Robert Stanley here out Stanley this weekend. Welcome to you, sir.
Joel Oswick, just 20 years of age, one of the youngest drivers on the grid from Hertfordshire. In this twin turbocharged 6-cylinder S55 B30 engine BMW, a 2016 car.
He's the apprentice at German Autoworks, isn't he? And he's been through the full factory technician program.
This is the battle for 11th. They've all been passed by the Mazda, I think. Henderson is, and Henderson's now, at 9th, is he? Because he's got past James Collins. So he is really motoring on now. He's done a 2:05 as Alan Henderson, which would put him right in that lead pack. And he is now, as he comes across the line, in 9th place. This is an excellent drive from Alan Henderson. He's going quicker and quicker. There's the Mazda. And I think we may have lost the Browse BMW, so that's why he's gained another position, because that hasn't come through at the end of the lap. But into 9th place then for Alan Henderson in this Mazda MX-5 that Daniel Irving and his AK group have put together. It's its first race outing. It's been at a few of the other meetings, but hasn't made the start of the race. But it's out there now. It's done, 10 laps, and he's worked from the back of the grid up into 9th position. And he's cleared James Collins, immediately pulling away from that BMW. So this is probably his first chance to get a true lap in without having to pass another car. Meanwhile, Bradley Burns there laps a car that he's probably well familiar with. Ex-Clio Cup race winner was Bradley Burns a few seasons ago. He's 22, so again another one of the younger drivers. The driver from Surrey. He's been a podium finisher in the TCR Championship in Germany in the past. But he's had a few years out and now has joined up with Area Motorsport to drive this in-house developed Volkswagen Golf. But he can't live with the pace of Will Stacey, who leads the way in the Lotus Elise now by 9 seconds. Meanwhile, down in the pit lane is the Browse BMW, that M3 that has got problems, and there is huge amounts of work going on at the moment. Is that some oil perhaps that they've brought out? Does it need a top up at this stage? Certainly some sort of fluid it needs a top up. If the lid will open. So they'll try and get that car back out in the race, I'm sure. They've had a consistent season, yet to be in the top 6 though. They've been scoring points. Here are the Class C leaders, they're still battling for 21st position at the moment. Paul Sowiani still ahead of David Lawrence. So there's that BMW that leads the C class at this stage. The Class B cars are a bit closer now. They're separated by 1.4 seconds, Scott Parkin and Luke Schlavitz. And they come up across the line now. And that's probably the closest they've been. We're right on board then with Scott Parkin. He's got that Janetta to lap as they come up towards Ritchie's corner. He goes to the left side of that, which he then swoops around the outside of without too much drama. And the gap now 1.3 seconds between he and Luke Schlavitz in that second Golf. So you've got the diesel-powered car ahead of the petrol car. The fastest lap between them was just done, actually, by Schlavitz, a 2:09.17 in that car that he shares with Kevin Glover. It's a 2-litre TSI-powered Mark 7 Volkswagen Golf GTI, which has been built by Jabba Sport, which is Luke Schlavitz's organisation. They're both drivers that have raced in the Golf One Make Series. There's Scott Parkin ahead, the driver from South Yorkshire, in his 4th season of racing. He won the MSVT Series before joining the 750 Motor Club. That's a 2010 Volkswagen Golf, which runs a 2-litre TDI engine, which produces 270 brake horsepower. It's a car that originally ran in the Volkswagen Racing Cup, but Darkside Motorsport have tuned it, turned it into a diesel engined car, and they've done a really good job, Marcus.
Yeah, they do turn out a great car, and there's no shortage of grunt in those, and they, fingers crossed, they prove reliable too.
Yeah, that's right. He's had a super successful season. Scott Parkin's had 2 wins, a 2nd and a 5th within Class B, and that's what's given him this championship lead. And he's just got one of the slower Mazdas to lap. That's 333, which is the car started by Mike Cooper, in his first season of racing.
The big Mazda has broken by the looks of things. Unfortunately, Henderson crawling round Coram. What a shame, because that car has been flying.
Yeah, just did a 2:04 on the previous lap, so it's about the 5th or 6th quickest car. I wonder if that's another drive shaft it's gone. I was being told it's run pretty much on standard. On a standard drive shaft. I wonder if there's a bit too much power going through the car.
They can get some more made in unobtainium. That works well.
But great to see it here. It's the first time it's raced. I'm sure the team will look at it to see if it's something they can get going again, because it's all good data, isn't it, to learn about what it's like in a race condition. But yeah, that car's for the pit lane then. Real shame, but so great to see it here, and it run for 11 more laps than it has done before. Will Stacey leads by 11 seconds now, so he's consistently a second a lap quicker than Bradley Burns, who's in 2nd place. In 3rd is Joel Oswick, 4th is Ian Jones, 5th is Ryan Parkin, 6th is Aaron Cook, and through again goes Will Stacey to complete 13 laps. Class B, that's being led by that man there on your screen, number 89, Scott Parkin. He leads by 1.2 seconds over Luke Schlavitz. A very similar pace, these two Volkswagens. There's the Mazda in the pits. And The AK Motorsport car then has come to a halt. Alan Henderson staying in the wheel at the moment. They've got the computer out. So that's not a drive shaft. And is it getting ready to go again? Or is it going in the garage? No, I think it's going to go again, Marcus.
They've just gone into a limp mode of some description, so...
got a nice light system when it's on the pit speed limiter.
It looks great in that colour that we're familiar with from the US racing with the Sports Car Club of America.
So he's back on the road. He's dropped to where 20th. It's come out in 20th position.
This will be a kind of extended test session, won't it, for the car?
Yeah. If it now runs smoothly, I think they'll get a result out of it as well.
It looks absolutely fabulous.
And this is what club racing's all about, isn't it? Developing cars, and this rule set, which is very open, allows for that.
Yeah, not necessarily sort of spending huge money on buying a factory car, but actually testing your engineers' ingenuity to produce something which is competitive.
Looks like it's certainly running quicker than it was before it came in the pits. So as you say, it may have gone into some sort of limp home mode. So it's getting past the Class C battle, which now has Paul Saviani quite a bit further ahead of David Lawrence than he was earlier. Stacey goes through, and he's done a pretty quick lap again at 2:03. So that pace is not relenting. There's novice driver Jamie Naylard, who's in a relay with Ivor Mares. They're running in 28th position at this stage. Ivor Mares of BMW just sitting in the pit lane, waiting. There's that Mazda, back up to speed, going well. Into the top 10, just behind, is the Seat that started from the very back. Phil Knibb and Andrew Raff's Seat Leon Euro Cup. It's done what, a 2:07 as their best. They've got now basically where their pace should be, just ahead of David Griffin and a few seconds behind James Collins.
Andrew Rath used to race a Lotus, didn't he?
And Phil Knibb's, had bike sport, he's raced a Radical in bike sports before and a few other bits and pieces.
And Matthew Stockford's still going along nicely in 12th with his TCR Audi.
Yeah, they've had a pretty decent season with his teammate Alan James. They've had a 6th, I think, over the course of the season.
Yeah, they've run a couple of times at Castle Combe as well in things like the Dave Allen Memorial race.
Now the MX-5 that's just gone a lap down is interesting. Number 100, if we can watch that, that'll be good, because that's Matt Simonite having his first outing. This car is running on carbon neutral synthetic fuels. The fuel system and ECU is unmodified from the OEM manufacturer, so they've literally just dropped in this fuel which reduces the CO2 emissions without modifying the car, and is potentially a way forward, I think, in club racing. I think at Goodwood, at the Revival, there's a Porsche race this year which is going to be on synthetic fuel.
We've had vintage Bentleys running on, it as well. There's various suppliers doing things slightly differently, but the vintage Bentleys run, and they makes no difference on the power, makes no difference on the engine wear, and you don't have to change anything.
It's just getting hold of it, isn't it?
Porsches as well are doing it in GT racing, and I know that ATL have been very busy making lots of fuel tanks to suit the slightly different composition of the fuel.
Yes, it's great to have that here on the grid. A potentially important thing going forward. So Matt Simonite, the driver from Derbyshire, he's racing the MX-5 Championship in the past. This is a 2007 car.
Is he related to the Simonites used to be kings and queens of off-road racing?
No idea.
Jack Simonite and his family.
That's a question later on for Matt. But this is his first outing in Club Enduro. How's he getting on? He's in 27th. He's done a 2:23, I think, as his best lap.
He made his a really fine effort to get out of the way there, which was a little bit unnecessary. But I think he tried to evaporate as the BMW and the Seat dive bombed him into Brundle.
Yeah, these Nice car, the MX-5 Mark III. Type of car that I had to go in a month or so ago. Pretty friendly, I think, to the drive. They've got a decent amount of power, much more power than the Mark 1 Mazda.
This is heralding you on track next year?
I doubt it. But maybe have another go at some point.
Never say never.
It's always good to have your first go, isn't it? I'm sure when you did many years ago, Marcus, once you've had that first go.
1981. And I wanted more.
So that's Matt Simonite then, who I think has gone a lap down to class leader in that group. So we watch that car again. The P1 Fuels powering that car. Meanwhile, the race still being led by 10 seconds, so it's now sort of staying at that. Yeah, Matt is pretty helpful to the other drivers getting past, isn't he? So I think he hasn't done it. They're saying that David Lawrence is slowing. The driver who leads the Class C Championship then is slowing. He was second in the class in this race, but David Lawrence, who's had a couple of wins this season, is in drama. And is he going to be able to carry on? So if we can have a look in the background, there he is. The pit window, by the way, is now open. We're half an hour into the race. I don't think we've had any early... Oh, Joel Oswick, is he in? Joel Oswick has come in immediately then. So he is our first pit visitor. I presume that is just on strategy, because you're not allowed to pit in the safety car anymore, in the safety car periods. And yeah, they're refueling the car. So they must think they can do sort of an hour and 25 on fuel to get it home. But yeah, new rule for this season, if you haven't seen Club Enduro this year, is that they cannot, oh, Jamie Naylard stopped as well, they cannot pit during a safety car period. So that has opened the strategy up a little bit, because we saw a lot of people pitting always under the safety car. But this has made it much more interesting, I think. Now, is David Lawrence going to get the car back to the pit lane? He's desperately trying to do so. To score points, he needs to do 50% of the race distance. So that would be what is the aim at this point. That's certainly limping at very much a reduced speed. Marcus, meanwhile, the pit stop ongoing. Joel Oswick, I think, out of the car while it was refueled. He's taking on some of his own fluids as well, getting back into the car now. And
there is a twin turbocharged straight six under the bonnet.
And Stanley back in, as you were talking about earlier.
Yep.
I guess when you're not the quickest car, you have to sort of take a punt, don't you? If you think you've got enough fuel to get to the end, see what happens by making that early pit stop. So a 3-minute pit stop, that'll put you a lap down. There's Lawrence, still slowly making his way back to the pits. The championship leader is in as well. 89 Scott Parkin has come in at a pretty early opportunity. So he's got that 30-second pit stop penalty. That promotes Luke Slavitz to the class lead. Now, last lap, Bradley Burns did a 2.8 in the Gulf. However, that was particularly bad traffic. That's it. Now, Parkin's done an 8. Jones has done a 10. So the lap times on that lap were significantly slower than we've been seeing. Although Aaron Cook is better on a 6. So that's interesting. Burns, Parkin, Jones, all doing much slower lap times on that last lap. It could all be traffic, but 5-6 seconds is quite a big chunk.
Yep.
I think David Lawrence is going to make it back, because he's at the final corner now. So this has opened up the Class C battle, and particularly put Paul Sabiani and Johnny Hayes into a good position. They're the new class leaders. Second is Mike Cooper, and in third position is Andy Shepherd. Race still being led by Will Stacey by 14 seconds from Bradley Burns. Third is Ryan Parkin, so it's 48 and 1 from 6. Fourth is 117 Ian Jones. And that's a change, isn't it? Ryan Parkin's got past Ian Jones on that last lap.
Yep.
So the Audi TT's up to third. Fifth is 87 Aaron Cook. Sixth is 27 Mark Grice. Seventh is 15 Phil Dryborough. Eighth is 40 James Collins. Ninth is 92 Phil Knibb. And 10th is 134 David Griffin. There's David Lawrence, and he's made it back into the pit lane. Rob Baker, the Area Motorsport boss, on hand. He'll be getting into the front-running car, number 1 championship defending car later. Joel Oswick returns to the circuit after his pit stop. And the Mazda stopped again, this time on the circuit. So the Mazda MX-5 of Alan Henderson has come to a total halt this time. It's a well off the track, but whether that's going to get back going, we'll see. Joel Oswick 19th when he rejoined.
Yes, that's the completion of the lap he was on, wasn't it, when he came in? That's what's dropped him down there.
So we'll see how far he rises back up when all the others stop. Alan Henderson, before that Mazda stopped again, he did a 2:06, so it was lapping quickly before that. 1:17 for the pit lane. That's Ian Jones. So a pretty early pit stop for that car. Martin Gadsby, the car owner, will drive it next. So something I don't think we really saw at the races I saw earlier in the season at Croft and Anglesey. Some quite early pit stops happening here. There's David Griffin, the Australian, in the Bathurst replica car.
Yep, car run by West Suffolk Racing.
It's going well. He's in 10th place. One of the solo drivers. We've got David Griffin do a few races in this championship over the last few years. And he will come through to complete another lap. Lap 18. Two minutes 8.5, his latest tour of the circuit. There's Matthew Stockford. He's in, well, we're 10th place now because of the Ian Jones pit stop. Then the Class B leader just behind, Luke Slavitz, in his Golf. And then the next car through is Joel Oswick, who is just ahead of the race leader, Will Stacey. So Joel Oswick is trying here not to go 2 laps down, I think, which could be massively important if we did get an interruption to the race. So I would imagine Joel Oswick will try and fight this. He's on a heavy tank. The car is sliding around on the brakes there into the hairpin. So an interesting moment there. Chris Plaskett desperate there to get out of the way of his teammate car. As Bradley Burns laps him, he darted to the inside of the circuit to let him through. So it's 13 seconds, Burns is behind the leader, and then another 10 back to Ryan Parkin. Down in the pit lane is Chris Stevens. Let's see who he's found.
Yeah, I'm down in the pit lane with Jay Delgado from the German Autoworks team. Jay, your boys in 3rd place before the stop. How did it all go?
Oh yeah, I mean the start went really well. We held position. We thought we might get eaten up a little bit from the front-wheel drive cars behind, but Joel's doing a fantastic job out there. I think this championship is absolutely fantastic. The competition at the front is so close, and we try so hard to stay up. So to be up there, to be battling, what more can you want? Quick shout out actually to the sponsors, Stanley, who's here with us, and the guys from America who are actually probably watching this from America right now. Hello. Thank you for all your help. Without sponsorship, we couldn't be here, so thank you very much.
Obviously, it's been a big project for this season, a new car. How has it developed since the start of the season?
It's a completely different car. We started off with a big, heavy pig of a car, to be honest, and now we've got this semi-lightweight, nimble car. Yeah, we've lost over 100 kilos from what we had at the start of the season. We've also lost power, but that's brought the reliability in that we really need. So, yeah. We're all on a big development streak across this. It's a bit like F1 really, but on a budget. All these teams are trying so hard to get up the grid, so it's fantastic. We love it.
How long until that first overall win then, do you reckon?
Say that again?
How long until that first overall win?
Oh, please. You're teasing me. We got a third, we got a second. Who knows, maybe today. Anything can happen, and that's the thing. You just got to be in it to win it. So we're out there. Let's see what happens.
Top man, thanks for chatting to us. Good luck for the rest of the race. Guys, let's go back upstairs.
Thanks, Chris.
Great to hear from Jay Delgado there. Bicycle House is the American sponsor, Stanley Handling, the British one. So that car going very nicely with his apprentice, Joel Oswick, driving it. Now this kind of central phase of the race. Some of the lead cars obviously haven't come in yet to serve their pit stops, and they won't come in perhaps for another 20 minutes or so, something like that. And it's all shaping up very interestingly, Josh.
Yeah, Ian Jones pitted, hand over to Martin Gadsby, and they come out ahead of Joel Oswick, so that is a change in the stops. Assuming that was a regulation stop that the Jones and Gadsby pairing had there, so they've come out in 17th position and as our leading pit stopper. Watching David Griffin on the screen.
Love the camber on the negative camber on that front suspension on the BMW, typical of that era of touring car.
Because that was right in that era of car, was right when Super Touring was at its pomp, wasn't it? And that model of car would have been raced by the likes of Joe Winklehawk, who won the championship, and Tim Harvey.
That's a replica of one of the Aussie cars, isn't it?
Yeah,
because David is Australian.
That's right, yeah. So at that time, I think in Australia you had sort of two competition series. You had the V8 Supercars and then the Super Touring Car Championship. So there was actually two versions of the Bathurst 1000 one year, I think.
I think that was the car that ran with the Morris Suramet team, wasn't it?
Right.
The original. This is a tribute.
Yeah. So up across the line comes Oswick.
Stacey's just gone through and has just lapped his teammate again.
So he has lapped Oswick, because when we saw Oswick come out, he was ahead of Stacey. Now Will Stacey's moved ahead. And just wondering where Martin Gadsby came. Oswick's transponder stopped working, I think. That's what's confusing me, because he has not been registered since 17 laps.
Okay, but he was behind the blue Lotus, the leading blue Lotus on the track. So
yes.
We know he is a lap down on that.
So he's been dropped to 24th on the screen. So that's something the timekeepers are going to have to work out, because for some reason since the pit stop, Joel Oswick's car has stopped being timed. So therefore the transponder, I think, has stopped working.
There's our Lithuanian racer, which is Vitatas Piperas.
Yeah, he lives in Ipswich, so he's actually quite a local driver.
I just recognise the Lithuanian flag.
Absolutely. And this car is one of the foundation cars that 750 Motor Club put together. So basically you've got the car, you've got, as a new driver, you've got your race gear and a full season of entry fees, all in one package. And that's what Vitas Papirius has done. He's a transport manager.
Presumably for Jaguar haulage, or Jaguar haulage that's on the side of the car.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Pick up quite what it says there.
So good to have him out there. He's had a couple of thirds this year within Class C, so that's good to see. So that car's in the pits. There's Bradley Burns, who's now 12 seconds behind Will Stacey. Now there's Gadsby, so he's still going. He is in 17th. And there's Ryan Parkin, he's third in the Audi TT. He's 12 seconds behind Burns, so a similar gap from Stacey to Burns back to Parkin. Up across the line comes Matthew Stockford, he's 10th. And there's the leader behind him, so Will Stacey's about to lap the 10th place car for the first time. He's going to throw 5 on that lap, quite a bit of traffic to deal with, I think. But Will Stacey driving really well, as he has done all season. He's done some racing, I think, in a few other categories, but concentrating on this championship. It was a mighty battle we had at Croft. We had 6 cars battling in the opening round of the season, which was a great way to start it out.
One of my favourite races, I think, last year was the Croft Club Enduro race. It was just fantastic.
Something about that venue then seems to work well for this, this championship.
At the end of every lap, you've got that that tight section of track which really closes people up, a little bit like Murray's here, but a bit more technical perhaps.
Yeah, and that's when we heard from the German Autoworks guys, when the car was more powerful earlier in the year, Joel Oswick would get huge slides out of the hairpin, would rocket past Will Stacey into Clairvaux, and then Will Stacey would have to fight back past for the rest of the lap. It was a cracking race, that one. Anglesey was a bit of a problematic race. I think we had like 5 safety cars, so that wasn't great. It's just a failure for Griffin.
Broken. That's smoking very badly.
So while Dave Griffin is, I think, for the pit lane, let's hear from Chris Stevens, who's in the pits.
Well, David Lawrence, it was a strong start, it seemed, but it seems like you're not going much farther.
Yeah, me in first place, the guy in the BMW was battling really hard. I let a couple of Class A cars come past and I sort of felt like it was down on power a little bit, and then engine management light come on and started going to limp mode, and I was like, just got to nurse it back to the pits and hopefully clear it and get it sorted. Now I scanned it, it's the throttle body, so we're just trying to get it swapped over and see if we can get back out.
It seems like maybe a low point of what has otherwise been a very successful season for you.
Yeah, all I've literally done is put tyres on it and put fuel in it, and it's not missed a beat. So for this to happen, it's the first sort of mechanical failure on the car, so it's bound to have happened. I've done quite a few laps in it, so yeah, it's a bit shame really, but we'll try and get back out.
Of course, you're in one of the foundation cars. Just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the foundation car come about, and I seen it, and it was a good price for the Club Enduro, and it was all spec'd out, fully built, ready to go. Just basically put fuel in. So I was like, oh, I fancy a bit of that, and I wanted to do a bit more long distance driving, so 2 hours each race seems to be it's good, it's challenging, because it comes into with all the pit stops and stuff like that, so it all comes into consideration, so it's really good.
Great, well, hopefully you have better luck next time out, and your car left quite a bit of fluid on the ground there as well.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of coolant, because the throttle body is coolant. So yeah, I think they're just going to quickly change that and get me back out. Hopefully I can maybe get a few points.
All right, we hope so too, and all the best for the rest of the season as well. David, thanks for chatting to us. Guys, let's go back upstairs.
Thanks, Chris. So what David Lawrence needs to do is do 50% of the race winner's distance to be classified as a finisher, and therefore will score points within Class C. All important stuff for the long-term part of the championship. Dave Griffin, who we saw earlier, he's made it back into the pits. I'm not sure if we'll see that BMW again after that was clearly smoking pretty heavily. We've done 23 laps, 48. Will Stacey leads by 11 seconds from Brad Burns in 1. In third is number 6, Ryan Parkin, who's there in third position on your screens now. In fourth is 87, Aaron Cook. 5th is 27, Mark Grice. 6th is 92 from the back of the grid, Phil Knibb. In 7th is 40, James Collins. 8th is 15, Phil Dryborough. 9th is 78, Matthew Stockford. And 10th, the Class B leader, number 95, Luke Schlavitz. And we ride on board with Ryan Parkin. We can see him at work. Can't really see much of the circuit from that angle, but up the gearbox he goes. And across the line to complete 24 laps. That was a 2-minute 6.2 for Ryan Parkin. He's got one of the Clios to lap just ahead.
This car running in the old Advan Yokohama Formula 3 race team colours we used to see on the likes of Tommy Burns Formula 3 cars back in the day, back in the 1980s.
Yeah, that's a car livery. I think it's been on a few sports cars.
Certainly it's been on some cars
times
in Japan. It's been on things like Mooncraft Specials in the Grand Champions Series.
And so this is Ryan Parkin, who is 33. He's from Barnsley in South Yorkshire. Like his twin brother, he's been racing for 4 years. I think last year he competed in the Spa 25 hours, the Fun Cup race at that circuit. This is a 2017 Audi TT. It's front-wheel drive. It's got a 2-litre TDI diesel engine. Like the sister car that his brother's driving, this car was originally racing the Volkswagen Racing Cup and has been converted to have the diesel engine. And it goes well. Both the Parkin brothers drive really well in their various cars. And good to have this Audi TT, another different type of car on the grid, Marcus.
Yeah, I always like Paul with his getting excited about XR2s. I had an Audi TT at one point, then my wife drove it most of the time, and it was just super. Really liked it. Then the kids got a bit too big.
Yeah.
Didn't like sitting in the back.
There's not much room, I shouldn't think.
There's no room.
So there is Parkin then. Accelerates towards the end of 25 laps, coming up to half distance. Will Stacey's just crossed the line as the leader. Chris Plaskett, one of the front runners in Class C, is in. He's a 32-year-old from Surrey. This is a 2-litre Volkswagen Golf GTI petrol car, prepared by Area Motorsport. So this is basically the type of car that Bradley Burns is in, but just with a smaller turbocharger.
And many years ago, when I was in my teens, I went to school with his aunt, Martine Plaskett.
Oh, really?
I did. As I discovered at Croft last year.
Small world, isn't it?
It is.
So that car in the pits, that's going to be challenging for Class B, and it's the first of the cars, I think, that doesn't have a pit stop penalty within that class, so that could bring Plaskett into contention. A success penalty for previous races.
Ivan Mayor's taking another 100 miles on his BMW on racetracks.
Yeah, he's 26. He's just done a personal best lap last time out at 2 minutes 26.7.
Great character, Ivan Mayor's. Falling forwards to the back in his relative youth.
Board with Parkin then in this Audi. Goes down a gear into second. Turns left. I think he's at Agostini. He is. So through the hairpin, then up a gear into third, then fourth before Hamilton, the left-hander. This is a quick corner. As Marcus was describing with his brother earlier, it's very small inputs into the steering wheel, isn't it? Keeping it smooth.
Yep, you don't want to impose any greater loads on the tyres than you absolutely have to, particularly at this stage of a race with a little more than half of its duration still to go. We've got an hour and 6 minutes remaining on the clock.
Third gear through Williams. Now we're on the back straight. He's up to fifth. We get into sixth gear. We are into top gear then before we get down into the S's, into Brundle and Nelson. Under the bridge. Down a gear into fifth. Down 2 gears into fourth through the left-hander. And then I think you're down another gear, I should think, into third for the right-hander. Yeah, he was down into third for Williams. And accelerates up a gear into fourth through the right-hander at Bombhole. So you get another gear, yeah, up into fifth before into Coram. Now this is this really long right-hander that gets slower as the corner goes on. So you sort of just come out the throttle, then brake. If you think go down 2 gears, then into Murray's, and then go back up the gearbox to the line to complete another lap for Ryan Parkin.
Little Janetta's in the top 10 now. Sid Marsh and Webster.
He won't accelerate to the line because he's here for the pit stops. So he is into the pits. But yeah, the Janetta of Matthew Tidmarsh and Fitz Webster, the second place car in Class B, into the top 10 markers.
Yep.
Back into the 202 to Will Stacey, so as the car gets lighter.
And here's the number 6, Parkin and Brichter. This is Ryan Parkin. Car was running in third place. Of course, it's dropped back a little bit now immediately with a pit stop. The old air jacks are operated.
Yeah, so before they can refuel it, Ryan has to get out. Everything has to be shut on. They've got a fan to cool the engine at the front. So when they refuel it, nobody can touch the car. Looks like they've got new tyres ready. So on this, the front tyres take, especially on these front-wheel drive cars, take a hammer in round here. They're going to try. That's why they're pitting in the middle. So each set of front tyres only have to do an hour. So they've got to try and do all this in 3 minutes. So the fuel going into that car that was running in third. So that promotes Aaron Cook to third and Mark Grice to fourth.
Yeah, Stacey hasn't stopped yet. Brad Burns hasn't stopped yet. Cook and Grice yet to stop, but so the top 4 yet to stop. Nor has the Lib and Rath car 92, Collins and Lidsey in 40.
Not really sure what's going on with the Joel Oswick car because I don't think it was a particularly longer pit stop. I think they had a transponder issue, but it started working again because he's done more laps. But I'm not sure if he's in the position he should be, shown in 23rd. So that's going to be a headache, I think, for Terry Stevens on the opposite side of the track for us. So I suspect the team will be chatting to the officials about that to see if they could get some laps reinstated. David Lawrence is back out again, so that is, I think, well within time if the car runs now. So that's new throttle body he was telling us, wasn't it, to put on. That's a pretty good job there by the team.
Very much so.
So he's rejoined in, 28th position. Oh, it's about a 20-minute pit stop, so done that in about 20 minutes, which is a good effort at this level.
I bet you couldn't get your local dealer to do that.
Well, how much would they charge?
Ooh.
So great job there. I think the area motorsport crew were the team at work there. We've run quite a lot of cars in this championship. So he is continuing. Will Stacey leads now by 14 seconds. So it's a small enough gap that the pit stops could change this, couldn't it? Because neither of the front two cars have a pit stop penalty, but doing this pit stop in 3 minutes, particularly if they're going to change tyres as well, is quite a mission. It's not necessarily guaranteed that that can be done in that time frame. Tyres currently being changed on the dark side car down there in the pit lane. So Ryan parking out of the car. Perhaps we'll hear from him, and he'll be handed over to Dylan Brichter.
Are they changing all four or just the front?
Definitely the front. So it's a front-wheel drive car, so I'd imagine that would be all. It does have a 30-second success penalty for the win at Spa last time out. So it would be a slightly longer pit stop, which makes it more possible to do the tyre change. And Chris Stevens is down there, I think, in the pits.
I've come down to Capture Motorsport to have a chat with Phil Driver, who's just got out of the number 15 Seya. How's it going out there?
It's hot. There's a bit of shade today, but it's still hot in the car. And I think everybody's more or less in the position they started in, so it's a bit of a trail. We got held up a wee bit at the beginning, so I was kind of lonely second half of the race, but the first half of my session was good fun.
We were just marvelling about the fact that we haven't had a safety car yet as well.
And that's quite amazing after the last 2 rounds, no safety car, so it would have suited us a bit today to close the gap when we got held up at the beginning. But we've come in a bit earlier than probably everybody else. Colin's probably got 2 or 3 tenths on me, so we've stuck him in the car to do a longer second stint and see where that takes us.
Of course, you guys were the runners-up in the A class last year. You're second in the A class at the moment as well. What do you think you can do for the rest of the season?
We are, but you know, we're probably the 4th or 5th quickest outfit. We recognise that, but our determination is it will always finish. So with a simple mantra, we try and qualify top 10. We aim for a top 5, and then with a bit of good fortune, we can get a podium. And we've had a few podiums, so yeah, that's what we'll do.
Well, good luck with that. And of course, right on cue almost, the sister car's just come in as well, the number 27.
I think they're running 4th on the road just now, so they should have a good result today as well.
We'll keep an eager eye on them. Thanks for chatting to us, Phil. Guys, let's go back to you.
Thanks, Chris. Phil Driver there with Chris, ex-British GT racer, now enjoying his club racing with his fellow Scotsman, Phil Driver. And we'll see how they get on over the course of the season. They have had a second, a couple of thirds, so as he was saying there, have had a few podiums over the course of the year. We're halfway in, there's an hour gone, there's an hour to go, and there is our race leader, Will Stacey. He's 14 seconds ahead of Brad Burns now in this Rob Boston Racing run Lotus Elise. And it makes its way to the end of 29 laps of the race. Is he going to pit in here at half distance? No, he's going to do a longer first stint by the looks of it. Solo drivers, so they don't need to worry so much about how long each driver is going to run. Try and do whatever's best for strategy. A 2:03.4, so consistently quick is Will Stacey in this car, Marcus.
Yeah, 2:02s, 2:03s, and that's what it's all about. If the car's reliable, you can just keep pounding in those laps. The time comes down, and with a bit of luck, the race will come to you.
Class B still being led by Luke Slavitz. He hasn't pitted yet. And Class C is being led now, I think, by the 333 car. The car that was started by Mike Cooper. There's the Class B leader then.
And that's Slavitz and his Golf.
And that's the Jabba Sport crew that Luke is behind that team. So the GTI Golf. Through Richie's corner he goes. He's in 5th place now because of others pitting. He's at a 2:09.6 on that last lap, a race best of a 2:08.3, which is only a couple of seconds off of the lap record held by Brian Chandler here from a few seasons ago. Scott Parkin, by the way, ahead of Chris Plaskett. Both cars have made pit stops in that. So I think it's going to be Parkin versus the car we just saw. The Class C leader is for the pit lane, so that's Mike Cooper. He will hand over to Thomas Stedman, the driver from Warwick, in that 2009 Mazda MX-5 Mark III. So that car makes its way down the pit, so that will promote Paul Saviani and Jonathan Hayes into the lead, I should think. They've made their pit stop already. Out of the pit, so they go now actually, so they've just completed their pit stop, the 66 crew. There's Ivor Mares. He's in 25th. I think Jamie Nailard had a problem with his Mini, so therefore Ivor Mares, I think, a few laps behind the class leaders. Stacey again in the freeze, a 2:03.45. Bradley Burns is with Joel Oswick on the road. He's just gone across the line. So a couple of the quick cars together. 16.8 seconds, the lead gap between the top two.
It's just inching out, isn't it, all the while, every lap, a few tenths here.
It's going to be all about those pit stops. It's going to be so important. We've got our first track limit penalty. Car number 20 gets a 5-second penalty, and that's for Lithuanian Vaitas Papirias. It's taken a while to get to that point. There's fuel going into the Mazda. Great club racing car. Easily, there's hundreds of Mazda MX-5s that race in the UK.
I remember being in the States and they were racing them for the first time, and they were, of course, they're called Mazda Miatas over there, M-I-A-T-A, Miata. You don't really say the second, the T in there.
There's a massively popular Mazda MX-5 championship in America. That we'll come back to that because there's a big problem for one of our front runners, Dylan Brichter, in the Audi TT that he shares with Brian Parkin. He's coming to a halt coming out of Agostini. The dash has gone, so I wonder if the engine has cut out. Well, it's come back on now, the dash, as he refires the car up. The dashboard quickly went 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st gear, so I'm not sure if that's just the reset process, which Dylan Brichter is trying to go through at the moment. So it's back into 1st gear. Now it's gone off again, so he's turned it back off. So I think he's trying to reset the car. And it's back on again, and it's back off. Great to have this onboard coverage of this car. It's back on again, so the dashboard has come back to life. So he's cycling the electronics of the car, I think. We've got pit-to-car radio in this championship, so I imagine the Dark Side crew will be talking him through what to do. So it's quite a lot of vibe. I think he's got going, has he? Not hard to tell from the onboard.
He's sitting safely behind the barrier, isn't he? He's parked it somewhere.
Last shot, it almost looked like he was on the track, but I'm not sure. Perhaps if we can get the outside shot again, we'll get an idea where the car is. Well, I think it's moving. It's vibrating badly, but it is moving. So he's turning his way, I think, through. Yep,
you can see one or two things happening in the mirrors. Yep, here he goes.
Yeah, it's on the grass now, isn't it? So he has got it off the road. It's moving, though, extremely slowly. So he has got it into a safe position now, but can he get it back to the pits? So that's a contender, another contender gone, isn't it, from a good result. It was running inside the top 10 after its pit stop. But for Dylan Brichter, a problem there of pretty significant proportions. They were the winners in Class A last time out at Spa-Francorchamps, where the marshal now trying to let Dylan know where to go, because he's on the wrong side of the circuit, really, because in the middle of the infield, and they won't want him to get stuck there, will they? They won't want to let Dylan be stuck on the inside of a corner for a long time. If he gets to Agostini, he can get back into the paddock on the right turn, so I'm sure that's what the marshal would be telling him. The Cup car, the Clio Cup car's in the pits. Chris Byalon, who shares with
Simon Mason.
Yeah, 177, isn't it, that car? Chris Byalon, who he raced an M3 in this championship for a little bit.
Piranha Racing.
It's been a few years now since we've had Clio Cup cars having their own one-make series in the country. That's a long-time part of the Toka package. And I think this is the Generation 4 car. And Simon Mason is about to get into the race. Now there, so Brichter has parked it up in sort of the gap between the barriers. And I think that is the day done then for the car that won at Spa, which was a race that ran slightly to a different format. It was 200-minute races with the racing times combined.
Oswick is being shown back in 5th place in the number 2 car.
So that's good. Great job there by the timekeepers to get that back filtered in.
The Bicycle House Stanley Handling BMW M4.
Behind Mark Grice and Will Beach, who have also made their pit stop.
Yeah, by about 12 seconds.
So, and ahead of the Sylvester and Cook car. So potentially a good pit stop there from the
Lead
Grice
car
and
in the
Beach team.
pits.
Oh yes, so this is all getting quite significant now. Brad Burns has carried on. So one churn of fuel has gone into the Lotus. Does it need a second? Don't think so. There's Will Stacey with the white helmet having a chat to the crew. Oh, now engine cover comes off. Now we have seen this before. They top up the fluids on the car.
What does he have in the way of penalties?
Does not.
Doesn't,
No
does
penalties. He didn't do Spa. He retired at Oulton Park, Will Stacey. Won the first 2 rounds. No penalty either for Baker and Burns. Yeah, at Oulton Park, they topped the car up with fluid. The engine light was on red for the whole second half of the race, but it lasted. So I suspect they're topping it up with fluids again here. But can they do that in that 3-minute pit stop time? There is our new race leader then. So that is Bradley Burns in his first race, I think, in the UK for Club Enduro. He raced at Spa. Although I don't think they did. I think they broke in qualifying, actually. So it might be Bradley Burns' first race in Club Enduro. He's a 22-year-old from Surrey. He won races in the 2018 Clio Cup here in the UK. He finished 5th in the championship. I think Paul Rivette won the championship that year, which not a huge surprise, as Paul raced in it pretty much every season it was running. Bradley Burns right in the championship contention that season, and it's great to have him here in this championship. And he... Did he come through or has he come into the pit lane? At the end? Oh no, he's gone through, hasn't he?
33 laps now, yeah, so Burns leads.
2 minutes 5.9. Oh, it had a huge slide. He had a huge slide going through Ritchie's there, so I wonder if the tyres are starting to go off now on that car. He saved a slide though, and continues. Alan James has taken over from Matthew Stockford, heads out in the Audi RS3.
Bradley Burns did a couple of historic races
did he?
a few years ago. I think he went to Portimao.
I think he did a bit of racing in Europe, so that makes sense.
Yeah, that's right.
Still only 22 years of age, so one of the younger drivers on the grid. Joel Oswick a little bit younger though. Now, is Will Stacey going to get out ahead of Will Beach? And he's on his way, so I think he is. He's going to be our leading pit stopper, and he's going to rejoin in second. Away he goes. And there you can see on your screen, out of the pits comes Will Stacey. A good pit stop there, I think. And therefore he's a long way clear, as he should be really, of Will Beach, who is third. Fourth is Joel Oswick, just 10 seconds behind Beach and chasing. In fifth is 87, Dan Sylvester, out in another car, his third car of the day. In sixth position is 15, which is Phil Dryborough. In seventh position, 117, Martin Gadsby. In 8th position is 92, which is Andrew Raff. In 9th position is 40, which is Brett Lidsey, who's taken over from James Collins. And then in 10th position is 95, which is Luke Slavitz, who's handed over to Kevin Glover. And I think Kevin Glover may well have come out the pits in the lead. That's just happened, so we'll see as they come through on the next lap. But there is Will Stacey, our leading pit stopper, in second position at the moment, waiting for the area Gulf to pit, and then that's all going to work its way out. Stacey is 50 seconds ahead of Will Beach, who is being caught by Joel Oswick. So a battle for third position on the cards, I think. Because that is 7 seconds. On the last lap, Oswick was 3 seconds quicker than the Seat ahead of him. Right, Class B leaders have gone through. They've both pitted. Kevin Glover is 5 seconds ahead of Scott Parkin. So that is a change in the pit stop period. Scott Parkin was ahead in the early stages. It's now Kevin Glover who's taken over from Luke Slavitz. That's 95 being chased by 89. So 95 versus 89 in Class B. We're hearing the Rose Civic, which was also in contention in Class B, has retired with a problem. So that is the Lewis and Aaron Rose car. You can see on your screen now the SchumacherRacingCars.com packed car. Unfortunately, out of the race. I think it's steaming a little bit, isn't it? The bonnet open on that car, and that looks to be out of contention. which is a shame. Now, is the Golf into the pits, I wondered. There's David Lawrence, who's still going. Who's leading Class C? It's 66 in 18th position is Johnny Hayes, who's taken over from Paul Sabiani. He leads Class C. Second in that class is Triple Free, which is the Mike Cooper and Thomas Stedman Masbin. Then the car on your screen now is third in Class C, which is 10, which is Rob Fenwick, who shares with Andy Shepherd. So 40, there's a leader, so it's still out there, hasn't pitted yet, I don't think. Brad Burns still going. So we sort of saw this when Cole Swift drove with Rob Baker, didn't we? They do a long stint at the start. And then Rob Baker would take over for the end. Will Stacey's made his pit stop, and the Rob Boston Racing team, I think, are downstairs with Chris Stevens.
Down at Rob Boston Racing with engineer Mike. I mean, your boy's been doing a pretty good job so far.
He's managing it so far, yeah. Doing well. Hopefully he can keep it up.
Yeah, I think we're yet to see the number one in, but looks good out there for now.
For now, we had some problems in quali. We had to do a head gasket, unfortunately, again. But seems to be holding up strong for the minute. I don't know where he's come out now after the pit stop, but yeah, going for the win, hopefully.
And you're pretty busy this weekend. You're on double duty, or maybe even triple duty, because you're running a second car and you might even be driving it.
Possibly. Peter's going to try and go the full 2 hours himself. He's never done it before, but I'm here. I did quali with him, and if he can't make it, I'll jump in and maybe do the last 20 minutes if needed.
So with Will's car, any worries for those last few laps?
It's all strong. Bring it home, that's all it is.
Good man. Well, good luck to you. Cool. Guys, let's go back upstairs.
Thanks, Chris. There's the leader, or the leading pit stopper, Will Stacey. We just heard there from Mike Stanford, I think, who's potentially going to drive with Peter Mansfield in the 19 car. First lap on a full tank for Will Stacey at 2:04.71. There is a 3-lap penalty for 177, the Chris Byalon and Simon Mason Clio, and a 3-lap penalty is for making a pit stop of less than 3 minutes. So that's a big error from that team, because they've probably only gained a few seconds, but they've been given a 3-lap penalty, which is going to put them out of any significant result.
You're always better to err on the side of caution, aren't you, in these with these really draconian penalties, which are designed to deter, and clearly do.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen one of those in these races, somebody making that mistake. We saw the pit stop, didn't we? And obviously they went a bit early. So there is Stacey, who continues to lead in 48, or second place, but lead of the pit stoppers. He's still 50 seconds ahead of Will Beach, who is still 7 ahead of Joel Oswick. So Joel Oswick hasn't got any closer to Will Beach since we last looked at that gap. Class B leaders, the gap is 4.7 seconds between Kevin Glover and Scott Parkin. Parkin was half a second quicker on that last lap.
Yeah, Oswick gained half a second, that was all. But there's been a warning flag out for Scott Parkin in 89.
And now for 40, which is Brett Lidsey having his Club Enduro debut in James Collins' BMW. The Class B leaders across the line. The gap now comes down by another 0.3 of a second, so that's now 4.5 seconds, I think, between Kevin Glover and Scott Parkin, who's got that driving standards warning flag overhanging his race. So that is going to be quite a chase, isn't it, in Class B?
Under 45 minutes to go.
But there's Alan James, who's aboard the Audi RS3 now. Matthew Stockford started. Alan James, the 42-year-old team manager from Wales. Massively experienced driver, racing the Creventic International Series for 12 and 24-hour races. So this 2-hour race is a real sprint in comparison. And the Team Dynamics Racing prepared Audi RS3. There's Martin Gadsby, who's taken over from Ian Jones. They are 7th, so they're going well in that 3.2 litre BMW compact. Gadsby is 8 seconds ahead of Brett Lidsey, and Lidsey is chasing. So if you look in the background, not the next car, but the one after that is Brett Lidsey. So he is chasing after this man, Martin Gadsby. Lidsey, the 32-year-old from Kent, who's been racing BMWs at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife, in the NLS, the BLN International Endurance Series. Before that, he raced Clio's in Europe and the UK, and he is chasing this man, Martin Gadsby, as they come down towards Agostini. There goes Oswick across the line. He's got another 4 attempts to Beach, so that seems to be sort of around that is the difference.
6.4 now.
I think that gap is going to come down to nothing before the end, because there is a long way to go yet. 42 minutes. There is Brett Lidsey then in that car that he shares with James Collins. So Brett Lidsey, pretty experienced driver. Snetterton probably feels quite a wide open circuit compared to the Nürburgring Nordschleife that he's been racing on over the last few seasons. Not sure if that's a track you've driven, Marcus, at all. Nürburgring.
Only a road car.
Yeah. Into the pits is the leader, so this is the important moment then. So Brad Burns is in to hand over to team boss Rob Baker. Second churn of fuel going in. So Stacey's done 35 laps, he's on lap 36. The Baker and Burns car will complete 37 when it goes out of the pit lane. So there goes Stacey onto the same lap. The gap was 3 minutes and 14 seconds. The pit stop is 3 minutes. The transit time, probably about 14 seconds, you might wonder. So it should be pretty close, I would think, if they can get this pit stop done in the time. And I wonder if they will change tyres like we saw for some of the others. Rob Baker standing by just behind our graphics, timing graphics. Fueling. Rob Baker then opens the door. Is that a tyre ready to go on? Yeah, the wheel guns come out, so they're changing the front tyres then on the Gulf.
Quite a spoiler on the front, isn't it? Almost like a patio. Plastic flamingo on it, so have a party around it when you get home.
So, tyre off. See, their treaded tyres are used in this championship. Looks in pretty good condition, doesn't it, after an hour? And the wheel is not quite sitting as the mechanic would like it to, but I think it's okay now. They've got 5 wheel nuts to go on. Where is Will Stacey? Then in the Lotus. Let's see if we can pick him up around the track and how close this is going to be when they come out. Stacey's last lap was a 2:04.3, so pretty quick. Still tyre change going on in the pit lane. The Class B leaders, by the way, about to come across the line. That gap is probably similar to what it was. We've had a car off. That's Papirias in that Class C Honda. And a 5-second penalty for Scott Parkin. The championship leader is getting a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits.
Here's Stacey in Coram.
And tyre change is still going on. So I think Stacey, as we would expect, should reclaim the lead. So here he comes out of the final corner. He's about to put a lap on Colin Gillespie, who's 6th. There's the penalty board going out for the Class B man, Scott Parkin, but Will Stacey there takes the lead of the race, retakes the lead after 37 laps. So therefore for Rob Baker, and this tyre change, that wheel that was not going on, is not going on still. So this is a real drama then for the Area Motorsport team. The wheel will not go on. Here it is. We've got a view of it now, Marcus. Are they getting the, now perhaps it's working. No, it's still not seating
still not
right.
sitting properly on the lugs.
And this is the risk when you take a tyre change. And the pit stop's done. Is he going to come back out in second? I think in the background, Martin Gadsby's back in the pits. So the BMW compactor is running well. He's coming for a second stop, obviously a problem. But there goes Rob Baker. He's 44 seconds behind. So that pit stop was at least half a minute longer than it needed to be. There's Stacey, best part of half a lap up the road. Coming down towards Oggies, still trying to put a lap on the Seat, which is almost double the size in height, isn't it, of the Lotus?
It's all about being patient.
So
I guess there's a radio contact into him, and he says, you know, "You're okay. You're ahead again."
Yeah.
There's been a problem with your leading pursuer.
So the order then after the pit stops is 48, Will Stacey leading. In second is 1. Rob Baker, who's taken over from Bradley Burns. Third is 27, which is Will Beach, who's taken over from Mark Rice, who's being caught by the man in 4th place. That's car number 2, which is Joel Oswick. In 5th is 87, which is Dan Sylvester, who's taken over from Aaron Cook. 6th, about to go a lap down, is 15, which is Colin Gillespie, who's took over from Phil Dryber. In 7th is 40, which is Brett Lidsey, who's taken over from James Collins. In 8th is 92, which is Andrew Raff, who's taken over from Phil Knibb. In 9th is the Class B leader, which is 95, which is Kevin Glover, who's taken over from Luke Slavitz. And 10th is 89, Scott Parkin, the championship leader, who's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. There goes Stacey across the line. He's still not cleared the Sayat, so this could have been a problem if the pit stop for the Gulf was not was more successful than it was. So we saw Bradley Burns get out, but that slower pit stop has cost them a lot of time. Chris Stevens is down there in their garage.
Bradley Burns just jumped out of the #1 area motorsport car. It was a very lengthy stint for you.
Yeah, it was a long one. We couldn't keep up with the first guy, and then it just carried on going. Tyres was getting off. Got past the BM, a couple laps to the end, and tyres were totally destroyed. So just no point carrying on going. Come in, let Rob put a new set on, but unfortunately we had a bit of a problem with the spigot rings. But we'll see how I don't know where he is on now, but hopefully he can put his head down and carry on.
Yeah, I mean it looked like a slightly less than optimal stop for you.
Yeah, we're running these wider tyres now, and they're different rims, and they're just being a bit of a pain to get on, as you've seen there. But hopefully he can crack his head down and get going.
Obviously, this car's had an awful lot of work done to it since it pretty much debuted at the beginning of the season. But you're a newer element to it. So how have you fit into the team?
Yeah, it's been all right. We did a couple test days, and then we went to Spa, but unfortunately had a problem with the engine, so we couldn't race. And then just come straight here, we did first day test, and got used to the car now, and it's all good. The car's all dialed in, no problems at all, so it's good fun to drive.
You think Rob can maybe put a bit of pressure on Will towards the end of this race?
Hopefully he can put his head down and get past him. Well, I don't know where he is now, but yeah, hopefully he can do well.
Right, good luck. Thanks for chatting to us. Let's go back upstairs.
Thanks, Chris. So there was Bradley Burns describing that problem they had in that pit stop, and that means they are now 45 seconds behind the race leader, Will Stacey. There is Rob Baker with new front tyres on, so he'll have a bit more grip. But I wonder if that extra grip, Marcus, is going to sort of outset the penalty they sort of gave themselves with that longer pit stop.
It's a problem with my spigot rings. That's what it is, as you heard from Brad Burns there. And yeah, well, he's got fresh tyres, but the Lotus is much lighter on its tyres. I would think it's a much lighter car.
Being a rear-wheel drive car should help that as well, shouldn't it?
You're putting a lot of power through the front wheels of the Golf, and I think cracking machine, very well developed.
I think Rob said it was something like 380 brake horsepower. That's what he told me earlier in the year. So yeah, so that's a lot of power.
It's the most powerful of all the Golfs out there, or Golf derivatives.
So there he comes. He's definitely pushing on.
Which is why it runs in the A-class rather than
yeah, absolutely right. So he comes up across the line. Will Stacey's finally cleared the Sayat, so he's back on it. The gap then, 45 seconds. They're both lapping in the fives. There's Peter Mansfield in the second Rob Boston racing car. So he's out of that one. He is running in 17th, but we'll put down the order now, making its mandatory pit stop. The gap third to fourth that we've been monitoring is, 5 seconds between Will Beach and Joel Oswick. A slightly slower last lap from Oswick. He had been catching up until that point.
Yes, he's about 5 seconds down. So you're going to trip over traffic from time to time, or not be able to sort of have a clean exit from a series of corners.
10-second penalty for car 20, so that's more track limits. It had 5s, we had 10 onto that to make a 15-second penalty for car 20, so that's Vitos Peperias. If he gets another track limit, I think that'd be a drive-through penalty. He is running in 22nd and 4th in Class C. There's been a change of second in that class, though, since we last looked, because Rob Fenwick has got the Ginetta ahead of Thomas Stedman in the Mazda MX-5, so change for second in Class C recently. Here are the Class B leaders, nose to tail. So Kevin Glover has been caught by Scott Parkin. If Parkin didn't have this penalty for track limits earlier in the race, it would be a truer battle than it is. But if Parkin can get past, he's still got time to pull a 5-second gap out. So the petrol engine car of Kevin Glover leading Class B. Kevin, the 34-year-old firefighter from Lincolnshire, is ahead. Massively experienced Volkswagen Golf driver. 15 years he's been racing these types of cars. He's twice a Track Day Championship class champion. He's raced in the Brit Car 24 Hours in the past as well. And he is ahead then of the championship leader at the moment, Scott Parkin. They're battling for 9th and 10th overall. They're getting past Jamie Naylard's Mini that's back in the race. Ivor Mares, I think, run out of fuel, so he's come in and they've relayed back to the Mini. So through goes Parkin. And the only dark side car left, we lost the Audi earlier on. There is Peter Mansfield's Lotus, refueled, ready to go again for the last half hour. Counting down. 3 minutes is up, so away that car will go back into the race. And he will join in something like 18th position, I think. So, Class B battle very much up for grabs. 3rd position overall up for grabs too. Oh, Gadsby's back out in the compact. He's just lapping those Class B cars. Or trying to pass them. I guess he's not putting a lap on them because he's behind them now. He's in 14th. Wonder if Ian Jones has got back in it, because it's going in the 205s on that last lap. So that might be the case. Martin Gadsby's sort of done long enough in the car that he wanted to. And Ian Jones is going to get back in to finish. And Parkin there almost drew up alongside the leading car of the classes alongside, but no, round the outside of the slower Lotus goes Kevin Glover. The Class B leaders, the petrol-powered Golf ahead of the diesel machine. Different ideas on the rear wings as well. I think the Glover car's got probably a little bit more standard rear wing, and then the sort of the more racing spec for Parkin. But
the Parkin car's an earlier era of Golf, isn't it? Looks like a Golf 5 or something like that. It's got different rear lights.
The Glover's is a Mark 7.
Yeah.
Parkin's, I think, a Mark 6 car from 2010.
5s and 6 look very similar, yeah. 5s had the really natty multi-link suspension, which they dropped because it was too expensive to produce.
Right. Great to have that battle then between those two different types of car. Next penalty going out is for number 92. That's another track limit, 5-second penalty for Phil Nabb and Andrew Raff. So down to Brundle. Parkin has a look. So I guess he's got to get on with this a little bit, because he knows he's got to pull out that 5-second gap. So he can't wait too long. There's not much to separate these two cars. The Jabba Golf that's ahead missed the first couple of meetings, started at Alton Park and won immediately. And then missed Spa. So I guess it's perhaps a little toe in the water experiment, ready for a full championship campaign next season. See how many class victories they can get on the way. Kevin Glover pushing on, stays ahead. The fastest lap between these two cars are separated by 0.04 of a second, so massively similar. A 5-second penalty for the car in 3rd place now, 27. The Mark Grice and now Will Beach car is getting a 5-second penalty, and they are basically 4.9 seconds ahead of Joel Oswick. So it's a shame we're going to have these races not necessarily on the circuit for positions, but
half an hour to go, just under.
These track limit penalties is not immune in this championship compared to many others around the country. So there is Glover, and he's behind. The change has happened. Scott Parkin has got ahead on the road for the Class B lead. Down towards Agostini he comes. He's defending, but really what he needs to do over those next 28 minutes of the race is pull out a 5-second margin. And we shall see if he has the pace to do that. These Golfs, particularly in Class B, very popular. The top 3 cars all Golfs, with Chris Plaskett only half a minute behind in 3rd. Through Williams, onto the Bentley straight they come. In the toe is Glover. Wonder with that lower rear spoiler, whether that's a little bit more effective through the air. Well, it didn't really make too much progress. I guess the petrol and diesel power bands will be a bit different as well.
Yeah, the diesel much lower revving, but more torque. The wings all work very well. Even the standard wing works quite well on the back of a Golf, because you can see how much dirt accrues on the rear screen, where that area of low pressure is behind the high pressure over it, and sucks the low pressure up from underneath.
They're going to come through to complete their 41st lap of the race. The leader has done 42 in Class A. Well, it's about to do 43 because that's Stacey behind them.
Irrespective of the penalty for the Grayson Beach car, Oswick has got a little bit closer. He's within about 3 or 4 seconds then.
Yeah, that's right. So we may well get a battle on the road there. And Oswick's, I think, is on a warning, isn't he? So if he exceeds track limits again, they'll both be on the same penalty.
It's 4.28 seconds between them at 42 laps.
Yeah, that's right. And then that Class B lead gap on the road is 0.6 of a second. So Parkin now going to try and pull clear. Well, Stacey has done 43 laps. He goes across the line, flashing his lights. Cliff Plaskett, who's third in Class B. A 32-year-old car dealer from Surrey. There's our Class C leader. So that's Johnny Hayes, the 54-year-old from Shrewsbury. 5 years of racing experience. Finished second in the Class C Championship last year. His car's a 1999 BMW Compact that runs a 2.8 litre engine. It's got it's basically a compact cut car, but it's got a bigger engine, it's got bigger brakes, more stronger differential as well, and a car that's prepared by CRM technology. And interestingly, he's right with David Lawrence on the circuit, who would have been involved in that battle had he not had those issues earlier. So David Lawrence is just trying to score points, while Johnny Hayes is going for a class win, and he's just completed 39 laps, and a little way behind, second in the class, is Rob Fenwick in the Ginetta. He's putting clear of Thomas Stedman's Mazda, who is in third. There's the Ginetta that's fourth in Class B. That's the Chris Webster car. And then the Mazda behind, that's the car that I just mentioned, which is second in Class C. Class B cars across the line. Parkin was 100th quicker than Kevin Glover, so the pace between them is massively similar. So I guess what Glover needs to do is just keep with him without exceeding track limits, which is easier said than done. But he's been pretty good at doing that up till now. But Kevin Glover, who is second on the road, his teammate Luke Slavich, I think, down in the pit lane with Chris.
I'm down at the Java Sport garage with Luke Schlewitz. Luke, your boy's involved in a pretty intense fight for the Class B lead, but of course Scott's got a 5-second penalty. Do you reckon you can hang on to him?
Hopefully, yeah. We've just had a bit of a driving issue at the moment, which is driving round, but we've kind of said to him he's got a 5-second penalty, so as long as we can stick on the back of him, we should be okay.
And otherwise, has it been a good race for you guys so far? I mean, obviously, both of you guys had to take 30-second success penalties today.
Yeah, it's been straightforward, really. The first stint was just about managing the tyres, keeping in contact with Scott, obviously, trying to build a gap from the rest of the Class B cars, and then see what we can do with when he come in, which was why I suddenly sort of turned it on and produced some fast lap times when he come in to get a bit of a gap from him.
Obviously, Scott and Darkside Development's proven to be a pretty formidable force, not just for the B class, but for the overall championship as well. What have you got to do to take the fight to them?
I think we just need to keep finishing races. We obviously missed the first 2 rounds because we wanted to do Spa, so we run into a bit of a budget, so it's kind of miss those 2 and use those as drop rounds. So every round that we do now, we've got to make sure it's right, which is why I've tried to go for the fastest lap in Class B as well to get that extra point. It's just trying to maximise what we can out of it, really.
Right, good luck. We look forward to seeing how that pans out. Thanks for chatting to us. Well, guys, let's go back upstairs.
Thanks, Chris. Good to hear there from Luke, who raced an M3 in the early days of Club Enduro. So good to have him back. And there his car goes, lights ablaze, across the line. And on that lap, half a second quicker was Parkin. So the gap's out to over a second on the road. So that's just under 4 in the corrected times at this point. Guess it's always easier to chase, isn't it, Marcus? So it's not a bad place to be behind.
Absolutely, yeah. Apart from anything else, the person you're chasing tends to open gaps in traffic. They see one coming and they probably prepared for others.
The gap between Mark Grice and Joel Oswick, 4.3 seconds. So it's hovering around that 5-second margin, which which Will Beach has as a penalty to be added to the end of his race. Continue to watch the Class B cars. They're on the infield section. Just over 20 minutes of the race to go. We've completed 45 laps. So we're coming up to 150 miles of racing.
Yeah, and the leaders are lapping in 205, 205, 205, 205,
Yeah.
regular as clockwork. Joel Oswick now 4 seconds adrift of the third placed car. This is the Grice and Beach car.
And Peter Mansfield's back in the pits in his Lotus Elise. So he's dropping down the order. And see if he goes back out or whether that car's now. I think he's going to go back out, isn't he? And hopefully he'll be able to get to the checkered flag. Well, Stacey, his teammate, goes across the line to complete 46 laps. He's in the 4s that time, so a little bit quicker than he had been doing. Perhaps because he didn't have traffic going that bit quicker. In the battle for third, Joel Oswick is getting a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so it's no longer important enough to keep within that 5 seconds to Will Beach. He's got to get past him on the road. And we saw that Oswick had that warning flag earlier.
So both of those cars subject to that 5-second track limit penalty.
It's a lot of laps to do, isn't it, without running wide that many times. So that it'll be interesting to see if Joel Oswick can pick his pace up now, because he's been hovering around 4 seconds. But whether he can pick the pace up and actually catch him on the road. There's Alan James, who's 11th. And now what's happened here? Because there's Kevin Glover. It was a slow last lap, a 2:11, and Scott Parkin.
Yes, he's dropped a long way back, hasn't he?
That must be more than 5 seconds.
You heard that Luke Slevitz said that he was driving around a problem. The problem has come to bite, I think.
So it wasn't 5 seconds at the line, but I suspect it's 5 seconds now. So it looks like Scott Parkin will have reclaimed the Class B lead. He's had a second, a third, a fifth so far this season, has Scott Parkin. Is it going to be another win today? There's Martin Gadsby, now possibly Ian Jones back in their car. That's 14th, and behind them is the race leader, Will Stacey, who's 46 seconds ahead of Rob Baker now. A great big rear wing on that car. Big rear diffuser. I think it's got an underfloor aerodynamics as well. And through he goes then to complete 47 laps. 2:05.16 that time for Stacey. There goes Parkin, leading Class B on the road by how far now? A long way, it would seem. That was a 2:13 for Glover, and the gap is 8 seconds. So Scott Parkin now takes the lead on corrected times in Class B, ahead of Kevin Glover. There he is then, Scott Parkin, championship leader by 15 points coming into this weekend. There's 2 rounds to go after this at Donington Park and at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit to complete the season. And you count 5 of your 7 scores. So this is going to put Scott Parkin in a very good place heading to Donington Park in the championship. Down into the hairpin at Agostini. He comes then in 89. Oh, big cloud of dust ahead. The car just stipped a wheel, tyre out over the dirt there. Easy to do on a quick corner like Hamilton. Named after the 7-time Formula 1 world champion. Williams this corner, another Crate Motorsport name. Multiple Formula 1 manufacturers champion, of course. And then the Bentley Straight, which is I guess more of a sports car brand, isn't it? Multiple Le Mans victories. That's great to have all the way through British Motorsport, great corner names to talk about rather than...
Brundle and Nelson there. Nelson, I think Nelson Piquet rather than Admiral Nelson, who came from the county.
I think it is Lord Nelson, which I think it is for the county, that one.
He didn't race here though, did he?
No, did he not?
No, Nelson didn't race here. Whoa, that's a big slide for the BMW. Came out there.
Is that the Sabiani car?
Yes, it was.
So that's our Class C leader by about 1 minute and 45. They've got a big class lead. But obviously still pushing on. That lap last time round was a 2:18.3. Best lap of the 2:16.5. Scott Parkin's got a load of traffic to deal with. There's a drive-through penalty board being prepared for car 20, I think. That's Vitos Peperias, the Lithuanian. We mentioned that he was exceeding track limits. If he did it one more, he'd get a drive-through penalty. That is what's coming up now. 97 is in. That is the Lotus Elise this weekend, driven by Daniel Jude and Mike Rayner. Mike Rayner at the wheel, Dan Jude there working on the car. This car was driven earlier in the season by Magdalena King and Amy Riley, a couple of female racers. But this weekend it's Mike Rayner that's having a go. There's Parkin, our Class B leader, by 7.7 seconds now. So Glover's picked his pace back up, back on par with Parkin's. I wonder if it was a mistake, perhaps due to that problem, which is difficult to drive around. Joel Oswick's catching Mark Grice, isn't he, for third? So now that since he's had that penalty, he has picked his pace up. He was a second quicker than Mark Grice on the last lap. The gap was 1.6 seconds. So that is a battle to try and pick up on for third position. 27, which is Will Beach at the wheel now, and 2, Joel Oswick. A battle on the road for a podium here. And they are working lap 49 of the race. We're watching on our screens Scott Parkin, Class B leader. He's been caught on the road by Alan James for 9th place overall.
Yep, and we've now got the leader on to his 50th lap. Will Stacey.
2:09 last time for the leader. Extremely cautious in traffic. There you can see the black flag, the drive-through penalty board going out. As the leader goes through. There's the Lotus that is going.
That's Alan James has just passed Scott Parkin for 9th place, going up towards Richards Corner.
A bit more power in a Class A car. Gap between Parkin and Glover has come down by 4 tenths on that lap. So it's now 6.4 seconds. So Glover could well still grab the Class B win yet. Right, coming up to Murray's, the final corner is that battle for third place. Will Beach in the Seat. Has he been caught by Joel Oswick any more on this lap? About the same, I would think. So up across the line, the battle for third and fourth in the race. The Seat of Will Beach is now just over a second ahead of Joel Oswick. who turns into Ritchie's, the first corner.
Yeah, Oswick brakes at exactly the same point as the lighter car ahead of him.
On the opposite side of the circuit.
1.04 between them.
The opposite side of the circuit, Scott Parkin continues on. But with this lead, which on corrected times is just 2 seconds over Kevin Glover. So the battle for third place is at Agostini, is it? No, just coming down towards Agostini now, turn 4. Just gone out of shot, just past, as the Seat and the BMW. Just behind them on the road, the Mini of Jamie Naylard. But yeah, Oswick's a bit closer now. So as they go through, there he is on the screen now, 27. That's Will Beach, who's in third position in the Capture Motorsport Seat, the Class A Championship leaders. They've had a first, a second and a fifth as their best results this year. But just behind is Joel Oswick in the German Autoworks BMW. Another slow lap for Stacey, 2:10. And there's smoke coming from the leading car, so is this the head gasket problem for Will Stacey? He's done 1 hour and 48 minutes, he's done 150 miles, but the Lotus may not be going for much longer. So we've got that ongoing, we've got the battle between Will Stacey to look out for.
12 minutes to go.
Yeah, can it keep going for that long? Can he limp it home at this speed? Because he leads by 37 seconds. He's been caught by 5 seconds a lap at the moment. So we've got a real endurance chase going on.
There's 6 laps in it, this race.
Yeah, will the car last that long?
I don't think it will.
It's done a 10-second penalty now for 92, by the way. So that's Phil Nibb and Andrew Raff. So that adds to their 5 from earlier for the track limits.
You can't even risk getting past the little Janetta. And there's a puff of smoke in his face.
Battle for third into the turn 1. Joel Oswick's going around the outside of Will Beach. They're almost side by side, but the Seat stayed ahead. So through the first corner they go. The gap across the line was 0.3 of a second. Here they come, down towards the hairpin. Oswick's on the grass, he's back on the road again, trying to get past the Seat ahead of him then, of Joel Oswick. The race has come alive, hasn't it, with less than 15 minutes to go. Out of the hairpin they come. Joel Oswick, I think, has a little bit more power than the Seat, and he draws up alongside. He can't quite get there. So Beach turns through the corner ahead, and this Williams Motor Company backed Seat. Joel Oswick behind then. Joel, who's had a second and a third this season, to the outside into the hairpin, Marcus.
Yeah, looking for the cutback out of Agostini. There he goes. There are a couple of cars ahead of him. One of the red Honda. He's gone past. That's the Honda of the Lithuanian team. Labas Rytas Lietuva.
There's huge smoke coming from Stacey's car now.
That's really bad now. That's El Finito.
He's opened the door, I think, to get some air in. Is it coming from the front?
Well, the front corner seems to be smoking as well. So maybe it's more than one problem. And he's coming into the pits. And yeah, that's a massive problem. It's the Rads, I guess, struggling as well as the head gasket.
Yeah, assuming that is the
well,
issue.
It probably is. That's been the recurrent drama, hasn't it?
And there, I think we shall shoot across the line. Bradley Burns takes the lead in the Area Motorsport, or Rob Baker now takes the lead in the car that he shares with Bradley Burns. The Area Motorsport Volkswagen Golf leads, I think, for the first time in Club Enduro in the final stages of the race. Can they get the car home over the next 5 laps? 5 laps to go. Oh, as Beach goes wide, Oswick's a bit further behind, so has Joel Oswick got a problem now as well? If we stay with this shot, where's the BMW gone? It's not coming through. Is Joel Oswick for the pit lane as well? I think he might be. So we've had 2 of the potential podium finishers both have issues at the same point of the race. So there in the pit lane is the Lotus with a problem. The car steaming well from that part of the car, Marcus. So I think that's it. Is that the head gasket gone, do we think?
Quite probably.
But where is Joel
There's Oswick.
No, so he's limping across the line massively slowly.
He's in limbo, isn't he?
Looks that way.
So they're trying to do the last, there's 8 minutes to go.
It happened at this point at Anglesey as well. It went at this speed and then the car stopped. So they thought they could make it a bit more reliable with less power, but it's exactly the same thing's happened. Mark Grice is getting a 10-second penalty. It's all going on, isn't it? Ian Jones and Martin Gadsby for the pit lane, yeah. If it was a 1 hour 45-minute race, none of this would have happened. But 2 hours, it seems like, for a few cars, a few minutes too long. So, yeah, Grice and Beach are getting a further 10-second penalty, so that'll make it 15. They're far enough, though, ahead of Oswick, who's limping, and Dan Sylvester and Aaron Cook for the podium, possibly, in the Audi. Oh, it's Janetto's way off. Now, is this possibly on the fluid from the Lotus?
It may well be, because the fluid won't be just water. It'll have some kind of coolant in it as well.
So that was Rob Fenwick off. Oh, pretty broken, the front right corner on the BMW, the Jones and Gadsby car. They kicked the wheel and it moved a lot further than it should do. So I think that's the front right corner gone on that car.
Can't get it.
Can't sell it again, just to demonstrate that it definitely is broken. So the leader is now number 1. Oh, we've got a black flag for 20. Now, is that the next track limit for Papirius? And he's going to be called in and have a word with the clerk of the course, I think. Right, we've got 7 minutes to go. The leader is 1, which is Rob Baker. Second is 27, Mark Grice. Is number 2 still going in third place? Because that was slow across the line last time for Joel Oswick. Fourth is 87, which is Dan Sylvester. Fifth is 40, Brett Lidsey. In sixth is 15, Colin Gillespie. Seventh is 92, Phil Knibb. And then Alan James, I think, will be up to 8th. There is the leader then, Rob Baker, the 3-time champion. He's won the last 3 championships this year. It's going to be a much harder feat to achieve that in a new car for this year. The Class B leaders are 5.7 seconds apart. Scott Parkin to Kevin Glover. Remember, Scott Parkin has a 5-second penalty. So that is very much on the Class B win. There is Oswick. He's only made it to Agostini. So it's taken, a good couple of minutes for him to get through 4 corners.
Yep.
So he might get the car back to the pit lane, but you do score points in the championship if you complete 50%, even if you don't finish taking the checkered flag. So still score points, but obviously a podium was on there. It's not going to happen. For Dan Sylvester then, he's into third. And I think we've only got 3 cars on the lead lap now because of those problems for the front runners. There's the BMW, it's still moving, but it's dropping down the order. Brett Lidsey still on the lead lap, so we've got 4 on the lead lap in 40, the M3. In the car that James Collins started. So that car's into 4th. So the order now quite different to what it was in the first half of the race with those problems, Marcus.
Certainly the order behind. I mean, the Baker and Burns area motorsport golf is now, 5 minutes from the checkered flag. We'll put the hex on it, but it seems to be going very well.
Class B lead gap went up by 6 tenths on that lap. It's 6.3 seconds now, with something like 3 laps to go. So that's, I think, where any on-the-road dramas could come. We've obviously had the mechanical dramas. They may not be the last ones. And Will Stacey, out of the car, is down in the pit lane, I think, with Chris Stevens.
Oh, Will Stacey. I mean, racing can be so cruel. What happened?
I think earlier on we had a head gasket go about midway, so I saw the temperature shoot up, and then sometime previously it's run for ages with the head gasket gone, and it was going on all right, and then I think a few laps before we stopped had coolant all over the tyres, and then from that point I think the engine went because we had oil coming out, and it got to a point it just died in the end. Crawled back to the pits really.
I mean, there was an absolute masterclass up until that point. Good 46 seconds clear. You know, this is, yeah, it must be a really hard one to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, whenever it works, we're very quick. So I knew all I had to do was sort of get a clean first few laps, get past the Golf, and just sort of gradually put the laps in. Because I knew that they were quick in quali, fairly quick, but obviously they were on fresh tyres and everything, so that helped them. Whereas we could do that pace on older tyres. So it's quick round here, and I just had to be consistent and not do anything crazy. But unfortunately, the car didn't quite make it.
You're remaining fantastically composed on what must be a very frustrating day, but hey, look, a few more rounds left. I'm sure you'll get them next time.
Yeah, we've got a couple more left. I think we're now got to the point where we run out of drop scores. So if we want anywhere in the championship, I don't know how it will work with other people's positions, because all of them we've done, we've either won or not DNF'd. So maybe we're in with a chance. I'll see how it pans out.
Hard luck, mate, but yeah, get them next time. Guys, let's go back up to you. It looks like the number 2 is about to come in as well.
Yeah, Joel Oswick has not made it. He has stopped on the back straight, so Joel Oswick's not going to take the checkered flag either. There's just under 3 minutes of the race to go, and Rob Baker is working lap 55 of the race, and he leads by 48 seconds over Will Beach, who did a slow lap last time, a 2 minutes 14 for the car in second position. But a decent gap, I think, he has over Dan Sylvester, although there is a 15-second penalty overhanging the second place car. So probably can't afford to do that lap time for the last 2 laps of the race I think we've got. On the penultimate lap is Baker, so it's going to be a 56-lap race. So there goes Sylvester. He is, 30 seconds behind Grice, but that comes down to 15 on corrected times. There's our Class B leader. Scott Parkin, he is now 7 ahead of Kevin Glover. So the last couple of laps he's pulled that gap back out. So that on corrected times is just over 2 seconds.
And he's 8th overall now.
Yes, yeah, so
Scott Parkin, 89.
This is past obviously Oswick and Stacey, who both failed at similar times. And slow on the road as well is 88, which is limping home. That's Joe Williams, who is 14th, but trying to get it to the flag. There's only quite a few cars. It does feel like an endurance race, doesn't it, this last 15 minutes?
Does.
The checkered flag's gone out, so I think we're running out of time here. The checkered flag has gone out then to our race winners. Congratulations to Area Motorsports. Bradley Burns and Rob Baker win a 55-lap race. That's 165 miles of Snetterton. Congratulations to them. A great race. Great to have no interruptions. It could play out in true form over the 2-hour period. Now, is Will Beach still going at a good enough speed to come home second? And then we'll look forward to our class winners as well, taking the flag.
Gillespie and Drybrook cars just got through in 5th place.
Here comes Will Beach. So these Class A Championship leaders, Mark Rice and Will Beach. They will take second place. Yeah, better last lap that, so that will guarantee second place for that pairing. 50 seconds behind on the road of the Gulf. And here's the Class C winner up across the line. That's Johnny Hayes with Paul Sabiani. The BMW Compact wins in Class B for the first time this season.
Yeah, 16th overall, Sabiani and Hayes.
There's Dan Sylvester across the line to finish 3rd with Aaron Cook in the Audi. Got Volkswagen, Seat and Audi, our overall top 3, with a BMW 4. So 4 manufacturer cars in the top 4 positions. And I think Scott Parkin was just ahead of Rob Baker on the road, so therefore he may get an extra lap in comparison to his class rival.
Yes, he was just ahead, I think about 100 metres.
So that should guarantee, I think, the Class B victory for Scott Parkin, and that is going to bring him very close, I would think, to the overall championship with a couple of rounds to go.
4th there for Collins and Lidsey in the 40. They've gone the full 55 laps.
And there's Scott Parkin to take the flag and I believe the Class B win. Rob Baker's taken the checkered flag again. Perhaps surprised by the, as we were, by the flag that went out a lap early. So I think that has completed the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race here at Snetterton. The 165 miles of Snetterton with the 750 Motor Club win went the way of Rob Baker and Bradley Burns. And I'm sure we will have a look at the full results in just a moment's time. Let's have a look at the results then of our final race. The winner was number 1, which was Rob Baker and Bradley Burns. By 50 seconds from 27, Mark Grice and Will Beach. Third was 87, Dan Sylvester and Aaron Cook. Fourth for 40, James Collins and Brett Lidsey. Fifth was 15, Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver. Sixth was 92, Phil Knibb. Seventh went the way of Matthew Stockford and Alan James. Eighth was Scott Parkin, he won Class B again. In ninth was Luke Slavitz and Kevin Glover, second in Class B, and third in class. Completing the top 10 was Chris Plaskett. 11th went the way of Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. On the road in 12th was Chris Boylan and Simon Mason, but they're going to get a significant 3-lap penalty, which will move Joe Williams up, who managed to make it to the flag, limping home. Joel Oswick will be classified in 14th, ahead of Will Stacey. Both are classified in the finishes, but didn't take the checkered flag. Jonathan Hayes and Paul Sabiani in 16th, win in Class C. Second in the class are Rob Fenwick and Andy Shepherd. And third, Thomas Stedman and Mike Hooper. Looking further back in Class C, in 4th position was Ivor Mayers and Jamie Naylard. And 5th, Vitos Papyrus, who was brought in towards the end. Ahead of David Lawrence, they got that car fixed. Quite a few cars, though, didn't make the checkered flag, as you can see on your screen there. But a great weekend of racing, a great endurance race there to complete the action, Marcus Pye.
Yep, I think the Tigua Enduro Club Enduro is always a really, really good race within the 750 Motor Club stuff. We've seen some great sprint races, but the whole about half of the portfolio has been here this weekend. I think the other half coming up at Silverstone next week. There's still more great racing to come with the 750 Motor Club.
There'll be a few moments, I think, before we get to hear from the winners, so we can talk a bit more about that.
Still some great racing to come with the 750 Motor Club this year, sort of culminating with that Burkitt 6 Hours, which is a bumper entry on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in October, and the final championship rounds the following day. So that is going to be a weekend to look forward to, but there's Donington in between, is there not? And
there's Brands Hatch the week after Silverstone, so there's 2 more to come this month.
So busy.
So I think you're at Silverstone next week, and then I'm at Brands Hatch the following week. So we're both at different 750 Motor Club meetings to round off the month.
Yeah, it's been a great season for the club. Been involved in promoting motorsports since 1939 and actually running races effectively since 1950. And Snetterton has been kind to us this weekend. We've got away with the weather, which has been absolutely splendid. It's been warm, it's been breezy yesterday, and it's been a really, really good weekend. We've seen a championship sorted in terms of classic stock hatch to Stuart Place. We've seen lots of other really good races along the way, and haven't our marshalling teams and the MSV crews here done us proud?
Absolutely right. A big thanks to all the marshals still here. Right at the end of the day, they can go home now. I'm sure they'll be glad they're not here till 9 p.m. like they were last weekend. But I'm sure you've all enjoyed it. I hope you have. I know a number of you telling us at the 750 Motor Club this is one of your favourite club race meetings, and I think it's delivered. So big thanks to Marcus Pye. It's been great to work with Marcus up here in the commentary box, and we'll both be back later in the season with the 750 Motor Club. But for now, we're heading downstairs to Chris Stevens.
Well, down in Parc Ferme, after a very dramatic conclusion to that Tequila Club Enduro Championship race, Rob Baker just celebrating with Bradley Burns as well. Bradley's going to do some parkour, get into Parc Ferme. Well, guys, congratulations. Brilliant result there. Obviously, a little bit of fortune there towards the end of the race, but you guys did the job.
Yeah, I mean, Brad managed to keep the gap to Stacey to about 10 seconds in the first stint, which was brilliant. And then we lost about 20 seconds in the pit stop with a wheel spigot coming out of the hub. So we had a misfortune then, and then obviously we had some fortune at the end, but our last few rounds we've been due some good fortune. So yeah, couldn't be happier with first.
I mean, it seems like this car is night and day compared to what you had at the beginning of the season. It's been a huge development.
Yeah, I mean, the team have worked so hard and we've put in so much effort, and to come away with a road sports pole and a win, and second this morning, quali and a win in this, the car's been faultless. The team have done an amazing job. It's brilliant.
Congratulations, Brad. We'll just get a quick word from you as well. Obviously, we already spoke to you, but yeah, road sports win, and now this as well. It's been a pretty good weekend.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. The car's been mega all weekend, no problems. That's the main thing. Obviously, an endurance race, you need good, consistent laps, and as long as there's no problems, it was all good.
What do you think you can achieve for the rest of the season?
Oh, I don't know. We'll see about that. We'll speak to Rob and see what we can do.
All right, awesome. Well, congratulations. Fantastic drive from the pair of them. We have our Class C winners here, Jonathan Hayes and Paul Sabiani. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. That was one of the toughest first stints I've ever done in 4 years of racing. It was just mentally insane. It's a shame the guy we're racing, Dave's not here, but that was brilliant. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
What made it such a challenge today?
Well, he was just quick, and we were on similar pace, and we were 56 Civic, and we were just changing lead probably every other lap, and I couldn't put a foot wrong, nor could he, and there were some hairy moments out there, and mentally I just thought one of us is going to break, and I think his car broke, which was a shame, but loved it. And then Johnny picked up the
fix, and then I know it wasn't for a position, but I had a good scrap with him too. But you know, these rear tyres have done 3 races now, so I was mindful of that. And you know, but yeah, she's got a good little bit of torque, this car. So you know, she was good at pulling out the corners, and yeah, she's a real little beauty.
That's what you need around here. I think it might have been a bit of a physical effort as well, judging by how much of that massive bottle of water you chugged when you got out of the car.
Absolutely. Well, it hasn't got power steering, and it's an absolute animal. You know, I feel like I could, you know, go and take on somebody big now, because I've got some muscles that I didn't have, that's for sure.
Fantastic race. Congratulations to you both. Class C victors here, and let's see if we can grab Scott Parkin. Where's Scott got? There he is. Scott Parkin, the Class B winner. Well, he had to overcome the 5-second penalty, but couldn't hold you back.
Yeah, this is it. I'd got 10 seconds to overcome in the pit stop because Kevin and Luke had come second at Spa, so I had a 30-second, they had 20, so I knew I had my work cut out. I can't remember what it was before the pit stop, but I pitted really early, hoping for a safety car, which never came. I came out, and then I just said to Ruben, just tell me their lap times. That's all I want to know, their lap times. So obviously I could see my lap times. Sometimes he'd gain a few tenths, maybe half a second, I'd gain a few tenths, half a second, and then they pitted, and then I just went flat out. They came out, and I just said to Ruben, I can see him, leave me alone. And then just got there, and they could see on the live stream as well that Kevin's back end was sliding about a little bit, and he was really sketchy into turn 1. So I just thought, good exit from the last corner, get right on him, force a mistake there, and he just had it completely sideways. And I hesitated because I thought he might come across the front of me, but luckily he didn't. And yeah, got in front, and then I think I got lucky with some traffic. I think Kevin got held up, and then he had a little bit of a problem, which I'm sure he'll tell you about if I shut up and you can interview him. But yeah, really good, really happy with that. I think it's the most I've sweat in the car for a while, so it's Kevin's fault. So he owes me laundrette on the suit for sure. Yeah.
Looking pretty handy for you in the championship now as well.
Don't speak too soon. There's still 2 races to go. So.
Do you know what? I already gave a commentator's curse to Will Stacey unknowingly by saying, "Oh, I'll just head out the pit lane now." As soon as I left, his car blew up. But so I won't do the same to you. But congratulations, a fantastic, fantastic result for you. Seeing as it is the last race of the day, and we have no time obligations at this point, let's go and have a word with Kevin and just talk about that Class B battle, because it was really intense.
It was, yeah. That last 20 minutes was really difficult. We had about a 5-second lead from Scott coming out the pit lane, so Luke had done a really good job. He just maintained that gap, knowing that they had a 10-second penalty over us for the pit stop. Come out, had that 5-second gap, and then we suddenly had a throttle body error or something like that. So every gear change, it would just rev up and hit the rev limiter, which was really difficult. Started to miss gears a couple of times. Second gear to third out of the last corner, and then eventually I think the synchro gave up. So yeah, it just 20 minutes of just trying to get it to the end at that point. Did what we could.
Well, resilient effort, of course, and like Scott said, you've made him sweat a little bit more than he has done all season.
Yeah, well, we try. I wanted a first, but a second's all right. We'll settle for that.
All right, well done. It's a great result, nonetheless. Congratulations. That wraps up the action here from Snetterton 300 this weekend. Thank you very much for joining us on the Alpha live stream, whether you've been watching from the circuit or indeed at home. The 750 Motor Club continues next weekend at Silverstone.